നടപടിയെടുക്കുന്നതിനുള്ള നിയമ സംവിധാനം ഇല്ല. ഇക്കാര്യത്തിൽ അത്തരമൊരു നിലപാട് സ്വീകരിക്കാനാവില്ല എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് കാണുന്നത്.
And then we go across live to my colleague Ishika, who's joining us from Palakkad, in fact. So Ishika, what's the latest that you're getting to know from the CPIM? Because remember, you had the executive committee, in fact, convey its decision to the CPIM, to the Chief Minister, in fact, that they want Mukesh to resign. But why this sudden decision to, in a sense, back Mukesh?
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly said, we did see that, in fact, the voices from inside the government itself was, demanding Mukesh's resignation. CPI, which is, in fact, a partner of CPIM in the LTF government, even their executive committee had decided that they demanded resignation of MLA Mukesh. And this, in fact, was conveyed to the Chief Minister by the State Secretary of the CPI. In fact, even after that, we did see that even senior voices of the party, that is the CPIM, like Brinda Karat herself, in fact, indirectly demanded his resignation. But even after that, we are seeing that in the state committee meeting today of the CPIM, it has now been decided that the party will not be asking for Mukesh's resignation. Now, this is what the party sources, in fact, had earlier told us, that they had accepted the explanation that came from Mukesh, that the entire allegation against him was fabricated and that he would be fighting it legally. Rather, the party also advised him to not, in fact, issue any statement to the press. Now, we also heard how the State Secretary of the party, in fact, went on to say that they are, the government is not trying to protect anyone. The fact is that they are going against their own MLA by letting the investigation continue. So this is kind of a clarification that is being issued by the party after the scrutiny of the party, certainly after the decision that they have made. Because we have seen, Vedan, that how the agitation on the streets of Kerala continues to intensify. The opposition parties here, be it the Congress or be it the BJP, they continue to hold protests outside Mukesh's residence or even outside the Chief Minister's residence, demanding his resignation. And as you rightly said, it is not just coming from the political parties. Even women activists had, in fact, announced that if he does not resign, there will be protests across Kerala. So what will be the fallout of that? After party has decided on this, that certainly remains to be seen. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. But stay on with us as we look at the other big development in this story. Well, the ex-Amma chief and prominent Mollywood actor Mohanlal has now broken his silence on the Hema Committee report. He says, I'm here to fix things. In fact, he says, I've never run away from the MeToo storm. He says he was absent because of some personal reasons, but he said perpetrators must be punished. Listen in.
Hema Committee report. വളരെയധികം സ്വാഗതാർഹമാണ്. ഞാൻ 2 പ്രാവശ്യം ആ കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ മുമ്പിൽ പോയിരുന്ന് സംസാരിച്ച ആളാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഒളിച്ചോടിപ്പോയിട്ടില്ല. എൻ്റെ വ്യക്തിപരമായ കാരണങ്ങൾ, ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറേ നാളുകളായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിലില്ലായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഗുജറാത്തിലായിരുന്നു, പിന്നെ ബോംബെയിലായിരുന്നു, മദ്രാസിലായിരുന്നു. അതിലേറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എൻ്റെ ഭാര്യയുടെ ഒരു സർജറിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഹോസ്പിറ്റലിൽ ഇരിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് ഈ ഒരു ഫോക്കസ് ഞങ്ങളിലേക്ക് മാത്രമായി ഈ സിനിമ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയെ തകർക്കരുത് എന്നൊരു അഭിപ്രായം എനിക്കുണ്ട്.
FIFCA is holding the meetings of his affiliate unions, and we intend to conclude all these meetings by 4th or 5th. They will come out with their definite views and feedback on Hema Committee report, which we will analyze, and we will be preparing a detailed analytical report on Hema Committee report and submit it to the government. So we intend to do this by the end of first week of September, probably 7th or 8th. So that process is on.
And Ishika continues to be with us. So Ishika, break it down for us, because many have pointed out that, of course, Amma, which is a powerful film body in Kerala, has also been complicit in this entire fiasco, in this entire years of exploitation. In fact, many have pointed out that Mohanlal himself must also speak up, and he should fix accountability as well. How has, the rot that runs deep within Amma also been exposed with this MeToo movement?
Well, yes, Vedant, as you rightly mentioned, when this HEMA committee report, in fact, first became public, and then after, when this executive, the body of Amma was dissolved, certainly after that, the question were being asked to Mohanlal, who resigned as the president of Amma, as to why he was silent on the entire matter. So today, in fact, it was his first press briefing after the HEMA committee report became public, and he said in the very press meeting that he was not running away from his responsibility. His absence was due to personal reasons. Then he again went on to say that he hasn't read the HEMA committee report, but he welcomes it, and he also in fact said that they are here to in fact coordinate and cooperate with the investigation. He also said that this time the state government should take action and the perpetrators should be punished. So these were the main pointers that in fact he said in his press briefing today. But as you rightly mentioned, when this Me Too movement here in this Mollywood spiraled, we also saw that there were grave allegations against the secretary, the then secretary of Amma, that is Siddiq. And we saw how the FIR was filed, because these charges were rape charges that were leveled against him. And after that, certainly he resigned, but then he also in fact said that this is just a conspiracy to blackmail him. So after that, certainly, Mohanlal's silence was being questioned even more. But now when he has come forward and he has said that, perpetrators need to be punished, we need to see, as to what will be the result of that, because his influence here in the Malayalam film industry is in fact big. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Ishika is reporting, this certainly could have wide-ranging ramifications, given the fact that Mohanlal has real influence when it comes to the Malayalam film industry. But looking now at our other big focus, well, the unspeakable tragedy in Kolkata, in which a young doctor was brutally raped and murdered. In fact, doctors continue to protest on the streets. Well, from Delhi to Kolkata, doctors still up in arms, undeterred. In fact, these are visuals that you can see on your screen of protests in both Kolkata as well as Delhi. In fact, doctors, of course, demand justice and also a central law as far as doctors' safety is concerned. My colleague Shreya Ghosh sent us this report.
Violence against doctors is a perpetual issue, but after the brutal rape and murder case of a young doctor at her workplace in the RG Kar hospital in Kolkata, that too in the seminar room during her duty hours, that's when the nation kind of awakened and they started questioning the safety protocol that the resident doctors have in their workplace. And of course, after this gruesome crime that took place in Kolkata, we saw the doctors coming together and conducting nationwide strike, and they had halted their OTP facilities, and the non-emergency services were at a halt, and they were on the streets protesting, demanding for justice for the young doctor, resident doctor, and also they were demanding for the Central Protection Act. Soon on August 22nd, the Supreme Court took suo motu cognizance of the case and intervened and said that the special task force will be put in place to encapsulate the main guidelines, the safety guidelines that need to be put in place in the medical colleges and hospitals to declare these medical colleges and hospitals safe zones. But the one factor that is not mentioned in the agenda of the National Task Force is the fact that the Central Protection Act, which the doctors are still demanding. Of course, after Supreme Court took suo motu cognizance of the case, the strikes had ended, the doctors went back to work, but today we see some of the resident doctors associations, several doctors, even senior doctors have arrived here at Jantar Mantar, and now they are continuing the protest against the inadequate safety security protocols in the medical colleges and hospitals, and they're continuing to demand for the Central Protection Act. With camera person Pavan, this is Shreya for NDTV Delhi.
Meanwhile, the Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose met the Minister of Law and Justice Arjun Ram Meghwal here in the national capital. Remember, C.V. Ananda Bose has been meeting the top leadership of the BJP, and this over the law and order situation in West Bengal. In fact, there has been a huge political face-off in the state over the reported collapse of law and order as far as Bengal is concerned. Meanwhile, prominent singer Shreya Ghoshal has postponed her Kolkata concert after the hospital rape and murder. In fact, she's put out a strongly worded statement on her social media as well. She says that this is nothing but sheer brutality, and that reading about this incident sends shivers down my spine. In fact, that statement has also been reposted by prominent women from the film industry and prominent politicians as well. So Shreya Ghoshal, they're leading by example and postponing her key concert. And now the big political headline, well, big exits from the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir right ahead of the crucial September polls. Well, this is the third leader now which has quit from the BJP. In fact, a senior BJP leader who is also a district chief of the BJP from Samba resigned from the BJP, and he said that, well, the BJP continues to reward the turncoats and ignore loyalists. Remember, the rebellion has been brewing ever since the BJP announced its first list. In fact, the BJP leader has also said that there needs to be a relook as far as candidate selection is concerned. Take a look.
कश्मीरा सिंह, जिला अध्यक्ष भारतीय जनता पार्टी सांबा, अपने पद से त्यागपत्र दे रहा हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्राइमरी मेंबरशिप से। संघर्ष करके 42 साल में जितना संघर्ष करके साथियों आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिस मुकाम पर पहुंची है, वहां मैंने बहुत संघर्ष किया है पार्टी के लिए, और आज दुख होता है जब इतना करने के बाद आज 30 साल के बाद हमारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी ओपन हुई, रिजर्व में चल रही थी, तो आज हम पर विचार भी नहीं किया गया, काम करना कार्यकर्ताओं ने और कैंडिडेट बाहर से।
Well, clearly when you have election after 10 years, so there would be so many claimants. Many parties are facing it, but the way BJP is facing it is really huge challenge for the party. And the party president JP Nadda has then spoke to the senior leaders according to reports and asked them to fix the problem, because the problem is only growing by the day. The visuals you are seeing, these are from Chamb area in Jammu, where these BJP supporters and the workers are protesting against party decision of, selecting the candidate for somebody, Chamb Assembly constituency. They're seeing someone else who doesn't belong to that area has been trusted on them, and they want the selection of candidates should be changed. The person should be given mandate from the same area, not someone else, not what they call the outsider. And then Kashmira Singh, district president Samba, who has been the BJP leader for 42 years in the same area, and he has resigned over selection of candidate again. He is saying loyalists have been ignored and turncoats who have switched over to BJP from different parties have been given mandate. So there have been several such, candidates BJP has selected. They were actually either from the National Conference, PDP, Congress, Apni Party, Panthers Party, others. They all have been given mandate. And the BJP, old BJP loyalists are, unhappy. Even the senior leaders like former Deputy Chief Minister Dr. Nirmal Singh he has not been given ticket. Kavinder Gupta has not been given so far. And there's no clarity if the BJP president, JNK president, Ravinder Rana is being given, mandate, because so far that seat has not been decided in contest from the So BJP's problem about the candidate selection are growing, though they have given most of the tickets they have distributed, they have made the selection list has been already released, tickets have already been given. So we have to see how BJP is going to deal with this. BJP MP from Jammu, Jugal Kishore Sharma, says that they will talk to everybody to ensure that BJP wins from Jammu region. But the way things are going, for the first time, BJP is facing such a revolt. And the people, its leaders, senior leaders are resigning, and people are now coming out on roads and protesting against the High Command decision.
In other news now, well, the RSS National Coordination Conclave is underway in Kerala's Palakkad. It's a 3-day conclave. And remember, all affiliate organizations of the RSS, including the BJP, are attending this crucial meeting. In fact, this is the first RSS-BJP meeting since the formation of Modi 3.0. And what we're being told by our sources is that the BJP's ground performance, as far as the Lok Sabha polls in 2024 were concerned, will also be discussed. My colleague Ishika sent us this report.
Well, in fact, as you mentioned today, the very important annual meet of the RSS is currently taking place in Kerala. This meeting is going to go on till 2nd of September, and one of the associated organization of the RSS is BJP. So certainly, yes, as you mentioned, that there are in fact reports that JP Nadda in fact had met Mohan Bhagwat yesterday itself. Today in this meeting it becomes even more crucial because this is the first meeting of the RSS after Modi 3.0 came into power, and we did see that how the Lok Sabha election results were not up to the expectations of the BJP. Also the preparations of the elections of the BJP in the coming state elections, that is also going to be a prime focus in this particular meet. So certainly all of that discussion has already in fact taken place last night as well, but today all of these organizations, there are 32 associated organizations of the RSS, they will be giving their inputs, their perspective on this entire matter. Not only that, let me tell you that all of these affiliated organizations of the RSS are in fact going to present their annual report, and a review will be done in this particular meeting. Now, apart from all of this, discussions will also take place on issues of national importance like climate change and in fact, women's safety, also on the attacks that happened, that allegedly took place on minorities in Bangladesh, are going to be one of the prime focus in this particular meeting. So all eyes will be, when this meeting ends, what will be the conclusion that will be drawn. That in fact we'll get to know on 2nd of September, because it is expected that there will be a press meeting also where all of this is going to be discussed and revealed in the public domain. Over to you.
And news now from Telangana. Well, the demolition drive continues. In fact, the Hydra demolition drive has now reached the BJP corporators' sheds in Telangana. In fact, there you can see those dramatic visuals of those sheds being demolished by the authorities. Remember, the anti-encroachment drive has now been going on for days on end. In fact, Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has himself backed this drive. He says that this is beyond politics and this will spare no one. When it comes to illegal constructions, he says, my interest is to protect the water bodies of Telangana. In fact, Chief Minister's own brother had also been put on notice by Hydra. And news now from neighbouring Andhra Pradesh. Well, unprecedented visuals from Vijayawada. This as one person has died and at least 4 people have been injured in the landslides that were triggered by heavy rain. In fact, there you can see those visuals of from the city as well, where traffic was slightly disrupted, though of course things seem to be back to normal. But these are visuals from the more interior areas of Vijayawada, where roads have turned into rivers. In fact, what we're also being told is the Met Department has issued a moderate to heavy rain alert for parts of Vijayawada as well. And now India's shining star at the Paralympics. Well, Preeti Pal has truly scripted history by getting India its first track medal at the Paralympics. Remember, she won a bronze medal, but she says, I want to change the color of the medal in my next bout. Take a look.
तो एकदम जनरेशन नेक्स्ट हो। और मैं जानता हूँ आपकी जो गुरु हैं, एक तरह से आइडल हैं, सिमरन, जो कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में उन्होंने ट्रैक में कुछ दिनों पहले मेडल जीत के तहलका मचाया। आपने उनसे बाजी मार ली, आप तो पहले ही जीत गए।
सर पहले नहीं कह सकते हैं सर, मेरा इवेंट पहले से, तो इसलिए पहले मेरा मेडल आ गया है। हाँ। अगर उनका होता तो उनका आता ऑफ कोर्स।
तो सिमरन तो खुश हुई, आप तो बता रहे थे कि
काफी रोने लगी सर। वो इवेंट जैसे मेरा फिनिश हुआ, मैं कह रही थी हेलो तो मिला लो, वो रोई जा रही है।
खुशी में
खुशी की आवाज होते है सर उनके, और वो बहुत खुश है। और अभी ये होता है ना कि जब एक मेडल आ जाता है तो नर्वसनेस और हो जाती है कि अभी मेरा इवेंट भी आ गया है। अभी उनका इवेंट है 4 को, उनका भी गोल्ड या सिल्वर तो पक्का ही है सर उनका मेडल।
और आपका भी अभी एक इवेंट?
अभी मेरा एक इवेंट कल है इवनिंग में 7:30 बजे, और उसमें मैं भी अपना इस मेडल का कलर चेंज करना चाहती हूँ।
तो इंस्टा की फ्लाइंग क्वीन है, इंडिया के जो एक्चुअली फ्लाइंग क्वीन है, पीटी उषा तक 4th नंबर पर रही थी और उनसे आगे निकली हैं पैरा बॉडीज में। तो ये सर आप तो कोच हैं, हेड कोच हैं सत्यनारायण सर, आप खुद भी भागते थे 1500 में। कभी जिंदगी में सपना देखा था कि कोई ट्रैक पे इंडियन कहीं भी जीत सकता है?
जीतने का हमारा पास इंडिया में दम है हमारा।
नहीं, आप जब खेलते थे कभी देखा था?
नहीं, देखो पीटी उषा 1984 में लॉस एंजलिस में 4th आया, एंड अगेन मिल्खा सिंह भी 4th आया, श्रीराम सिंह 5th आया। ये वाज एक दिन वो वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड होल्डर भी था, अल्बर्टो जॉनसन का साथ,
बेचारे का जूता भी नहीं था
800 मीटर। अभी क्या है, ये मोटिवेशन होता है, दूसरा लोग हम भी जीत सकता बोल के एक सभी खिलाड़ी।
ये इकोसिस्टम तो बना है हमारे यहाँ, जहाँ पे हम जीतने की सोच रहे हैं। जैसे आप कह रहे थे कि जितने खिलाड़ी आए फाइनल में जरूर पहुंचे।
मेरा खिलाड़ी लोग ये भी अभी भी बता रहा है, इवन सिमरन है, इवन भाग्यश्री है, इवन हमारा प्रीतिपाल है, अगेन दीप्ति है। हम लोग लड़की लोग में 5 मेडल एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है। मेडल वो बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस है। ये सिमरन और प्रीति का कोच है मिस्टर गजेंद्र सिंह है। गजेंद्र सिंह अगेन हमारा लड़की सिमरन का हस्बैंड भी है, वो एक डिफेंस में काम करता है, उसका मोटिवेशन बहुत तगड़ा है। ऐसा ही मैं बोलता, सबको बोलता है, सभी कोच को ये रिक्वेस्ट करता है, आप लोग पूरा फोकस में आ जाओ। ये 1 साल में 1 दिन में मेडल होने वाला नहीं है।
And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Election Commission giving in to the BJP's demand and changing the poll dates.
That's right. I think a lot of questions to be answered by the Election Commission. But as they explain in their press note that they have changed the date from the 1st to the 5th to ensure better voter participation. Wasn't this thought about by the Election Commission, a full commission which spends thousands of crores of rupees, has all, and it's a constitutional role, doesn't it have all its paraphernalia, the dates and everything else to be looked at when it decided on the 1st of October? It had clubbed it with Jammu and Kashmir at that time. And as I said, it is definitely something that, as you rightly pointed out, the BJP had wanted. Today, of course, as they point out in their press release, most political parties have, national parties have requested for a change of date and to ensure better participation and not to see that voting percentage goes down. They have now shifted the date to the 5th of October. So we'll have to wait and see what the Congress responds to it. But nevertheless, as you pointed out very correctly, there has been a lot of apprehensions about the fact that there wouldn't have been too many voters, especially in urban centers, if you had held the elections on the 1st of October. Whether it has been done only because the BJP has done it or various other perspectives, the big question remains, is that a constitutional authority with 3 full commissioners, and they're all seasoned bureaucrats who have held at the highest of offices, didn't they think of this? Many of them have been in the Home Ministry, and many of them have held important posts. And as the constitutional roles that being chief secretaries and secretaries to Government of India's, didn't they take this into consideration so as to not allow, fingers being pointed at them at this stage? Because the Election Commission is a free and fair empire. And once you have announced a date and then rechange the date, there will definitely be a number of questions. But nevertheless, the dates have been changed and it's now the 5th of October. Counting, of course, gets revised. But this is only for Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir continues with the 3-phase and will continue to go to polls on the 1st of October.
That's right, sir. And also, consequently, the counting date has also been shifted to the 8th. But as you rightly pointed out, the Election Commission has many questions to answer. Why was this not taken into consideration earlier? In fact, in that particular note, the Election Commission points out that there's that Bishnoi festival, which is why the dates have been shifted. But sir, which is the latest such incident that comes to mind where the Election Commission changed the polling date, and that too in such a short span of time? I mean, it's just almost weeks, perhaps days after the Election Commission originally announced the schedule.
Well, during the general elections, they changed the date for counting because they understood there was an issue for Arunachal Pradesh and Sikkim. So that is why that was a constitutional requirement to hold it before the 2nd of June. And that's the reason why the dates in terms of counting were changed accordingly. But as you rightly point out, number of questions to be answered by the Election Commission, whatever the reasons they give, and how is this going to be perceived? Why couldn't it have been done earlier? Why is it done later? These are questions that need to be answered, as well as, of course, a series of questions of why you haven't been able to hold elections for Maharashtra and Jharkhand, which were also equally due at the same time, which still remains a big issue. and a big point of contention amongst political parties.
Right, sir. I mean, it's too premature, but any reactions coming in from the Congress and the opposition? Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress both had said earlier that, these are just tactics by the BJP to delay the elections as far as Haryana is concerned, because, we have seen that in the Lok Sabha polls as well, the BJP's performance in Haryana hasn't been what it expected. And this, of course, amid the Congress also trying to project a united face, after Kumari Shelja and Mr. Huda, all of them came together. But, this will lead to sharp reactions coming in from both the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. Because there have been, allegations earlier as well that the Election Commission, perhaps hasn't really been able to sort of live up to its bipartisan and, neutral image.
That's the sad part. And that's the latter question is absolutely something that, constitutional authorities and that bipartisan support that had been built for decades is now coming into question. The Chief Election Commissioner and his fellow election commissioners hopefully will realize and introspect and understand that these series of mistakes that you're making will cast a big shadow on the Election Commission. But having said that, the political parties, as you rightly pointed out, have said that these are delaying tactics. They continue to feel that elections should have been held earlier. This time around, the decision, of course, has been made, and now it's fait accompli. I mean, does the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, while they might protest and oppose it, will it have a say? No, the decision has been taken. It's a constitutional authority. Under Article 324 of the Constitution, they have the complete power to do so, unless, of course, the Supreme Court intervenes, and which is the rarest of rare, and they usually never do so in a country like ours. They give full power to a constitutional authority, and it's in that backdrop that this entire episode, as I said, thousands of crores are paid for elections to the Election Commission to conduct elections. They have the complete control of the entire government paraphernalia. Are you telling me that they didn't know that there was a Bishnoi festival, or that they didn't have the various permutations and combinations? Then you should have just held elections for Jammu and Kashmir. Why did you need to include Haryana? These are questions that everybody's asking. You should have held Haryana along with the rest of the other states, that is Maharashtra as well as Jharkhand. So it's in that backdrop, and that's the way they did it the last time round. Except for the fact that in Maharashtra you had imposed President's rule, so the date got slightly further delayed. And it's in this backdrop we'll now have to wait and watch and see how the Election Commission takes the criticism. But I think the damage is done. The decision has been taken. Not very much for political parties they can oppose it. They can say what they want. But under Article 324, the Election Commission has all the powers to change the date as it deems fit.
All right, my colleague Gurpreet is also joining us live. But Sunil sir, before I let you go, you were also talking about what it could mean on the ground. Of course, not so much in Haryana, but what it means also is that the date of counting in Jammu and Kashmir has also now been shifted to the 8th. Now, of course, the security preparedness as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned is already of huge concern as far as the centre is concerned, as far as the Election Commission is concerned. So what does it really mean as far as that aspect is concerned, given the fact that you'll have a longer window for which the security preparedness will have to be looked at in Jammu and Kashmir?
You raise a very, very important point. And if you see Article 370, the judgment of the Supreme Court, it very categorically says that there should be an elected government in Jammu and Kashmir by September 30th. And that was written as part of a constitutional bench. And even then, they weren't able to comply. They did, delayed by 1 day, October 1st. Now, elected government cannot be in place till the 8th of October. And even then, there will be an entire process after that. So definitely, it's a long delay. It's two constitutional authorities, the Supreme Court of India and the Election Commission, which both need to respect each other. And it's in that backdrop that this decision has been taken. So definitely, they won't be able to comply with the Supreme Court's directive. But this is, as I said, between two constitutional authorities and the respect for both institutions, be it the Election Commission or, for that matter, the Supreme Court of India.
Oh, Sunil sir, thanks very much for being with us and decoding all those important aspects of the story. But Gurpreet is also joining us live from Chandigarh. Gurpreet, any reactions coming in from the opposition in Haryana, because they had opposed this very fiercely and very vociferously, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. What are you hearing?
Well, as of now, we have seen the Haryana Chief Minister held a press conference where he has already briefed a lot of things related to the Haryana polls. But now this date, which has been extended, we have seen the BJP president has already written a detailed letter, and so many times they have repeated saying there was a number of holidays and it will definitely affect the vote turnout. It seems that had been considered by the Election Commission of India, and that could be possible reason why this date has been extended. Earlier, we have seen even the Congress party, they have attacked the BJP saying it seems that they are losing the poll, and that could be reasons why they are going for delaying of election. Now, Election Commission has already considered the application, which was not only moved by the BJP. We have seen even the INLD also, they have also requested the Election Commission to change the date because they have given one of the major reasons saying multiple holidays before the election will definitely affect the vote turnout in Haryana polls. So let's see what type of political reaction are coming. As of now, this date has just been extended, and now both the sides, whether BJP, Congress, or Aam Aadmi Party, INLD, or JJP, they will definitely give their side of reaction to on this postponing of the election. But one thing is very clear: we have seen all the political parties, they have got a time to even discuss their political strategy. We have seen BJP as well as the Congress, they have been holding marathon discussions on each and every constituency so that they will be able to make a proper political strategy for upcoming polls. So it seems both the parties, all the parties, not only one or two party, all the parties will get time for making their political strategy. So let's wait for their reaction, how the reaction is going on. But the BJP as well as the INLD, it seems they are quite satisfied because they are the one who had been asking the Election Commission to reconsider the date of polls. Back to studio.
Oh, that's an important point to make there, because one of the allegations that were levelled by the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress was that the BJP is trying to delay the elections because they have no real poll strategy. And we saw in the Lok Sabha polls as well that the BJP's performance wasn't what it expected. In fact, this amid sort of a Congress revival, as many would say, given the fact that you have Kumari Shelja and Dipinder Hooda, sort of mending their differences, mending the bridges and coming together and projecting a united face as well. But the BJP, certainly Haryana is going to be a challenge, isn't it, Gurpreet, for the BJP, given the fact that there's a 10-year incumbency?
Well, for the polls date, if we can talk about the political scenario, it is not going to affect much about this political strategy which the BJP has been forming. We had a word with the BJP leaders. They say these delay and especially postponement of election date is related to the people's convenience and vote turnout. But yes, of course, it's a challenge for the BJP because they have already lost 5-member parliament in Haryana, and the Congress has got a very big boost. And today we have also seen the Chief Minister of Haryana. He has been attacking the Congress party again and again, saying the Congress was not able to fulfill its promise in the previous states like Himachal Pradesh, Karnataka, and other places where they are ruling at this point of time. So somewhere down the lane, it seems, yes, the BJP has taken it a big challenge, and let's see what type of political strategy they are going to opt to combat with the anti-incumbency and the way the graph of the Congress has gone up in the state during the Lok Sabha polls. So that is yet to be seen, but all the parties have been claiming, whether it's the Aam Aadmi Party, JJP, INLD, or BJP and the Congress, all parties are claiming they are going to come into power in this Haryana polls. So let's wait how the voters
So as you make an important point there, that reactions are yet to come in, but of course this had sparked a huge political success there. Thanks, Gurpreet, for being with us. This remains our top focus on NDTV. For now, a short break.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation.
The Election Commission revises election dates for Haryana. The Haryana polls will be held on October the 5th instead of the 1st of October. The dates changed amid the BJP's demand and also to accommodate the Bishnoi festival as per the Election Commission. The CPIM backs MeToo accused MLA Mukesh. The CPIM says others with similar allegations have not quit. But this as the CPIM accepts Mukesh's false MeToo case argument. But this as ex-Amma chief and prominent actor Mohanlal says, I never ran away from the MeToo storm. The entire Malayalam film industry is to be blamed for the MeToo rot. He says perpetrators must be punished. Big BJP exits in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the September polls. Senior JNK leader who was denied ticket quits the BJP. This is the third BJP leader to quit amid the row over JNK tickets. Loyalists rebel as the turncoats, they say, are rewarded. AIIMS doctors up in arms over the Kolkata hospital horror. The Delhi doctors protest at the Jantar Mantar. Well, this as Shreya Ghoshal postpones a Kolkata show. She says this is sheer brutality. The RSS annual conclave underway in Kerala, the first big RSS BJP meeting since Modi 3.0 formation. The BJP's ground performance to be reviewed. And the big story we are tracking on NDTV very, very closely. Well, the Election Commission has decided to defer the polling date as far as the Haryana Assembly elections are concerned. The elections will now be held on the 5th of October as opposed to the 1st of October as scheduled originally. Now, what the Election Commission has said in its reasoning is that this is being done to accommodate the Bishnoi festival. But the fact of the matter here also is that the BJP had been pressing for a deferment of the polling date. The BJP had said that it could be a long weekend, and also given the fact that it's a big Bishnoi festival, the polling percentage could essentially be impacted. This is what the BJP's argument was. In fact, the BJP had written to the poll body separately. The opposition, including the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, have of course said that this is nothing but BJP's bid to delay the elections in Haryana. My colleague Sunil Prabhu, a senior colleague, is joining us live. Sunil sir, as we were discussing earlier as well, that this raises questions perhaps on what really made the Election Commission to shift the date, given the fact that the BJP, of course, was pressing for it. The BJP had written to the poll panel independently as well. But what are you hearing from sources within the Election Commission? What really is the reasoning behind this? Of course, apart from what it has said in its press release, the Bishnoi festival.
Well, there were a lot of debates within the Election Commission, and as you can see, the Election Commission has taken a lot of time to arrive at this conclusion. It wasn't done in a hurry. They have had a series of meetings through the last week, hoping that they would be able to find a consensus. And finally, of course, as you rightly pointed out, citing the reasons for the fact that there has been a local festival, Bishnoi, poll percentages down, that various political parties have written to them, and that's the reason why they are postponing the elections. The schedule, mind you, hasn't changed. That will continue. The polling will continue for campaigning, will continue for a few more extra days till the 5th of October. So on the 3rd, the electoral, that will be the last day for campaigning. So only that has been shifted. But as we've been saying, the Election Commission is a constitutional authority. Under Article 324 of the Constitution, it has complete powers to do and ensure a free and fair election. Thousands of crores are spent by the Election Commission to conduct this exercise, and it has the most senior-most members of the bureaucracy who are elevated and selected to become members of the commission. And it's in that backdrop that they failed to look at these factors when they were deciding to have elections in Haryana on the 1st of October. Did the state governments, did the various people who work in the Election Commission, from the Deputy Election Commission to the various planning divisions, not give them these inputs? Because deciding dates is one thing, but taking all these into account and then announcing it and then subsequently changing the date has clearly put a finger of suspicion amongst them, especially since political parties feel that this is being done to favor the BJP and it should have been done pre-poll, which is technically not possible. So these are all the factors that have to be looked at, but ultimately the decision has been taken by the Election Commission to postpone the elections to the 5th of October, and political parties will simply have to comply with the decision that has been taken.
Yes, that's an important point you're making, sir. And also, in its reasoning, perhaps also the Election Commission trying to say that this is not an unprecedented move, given the fact that we saw in the Lok Sabha polls as well that the dates were changed. And also last year in Rajasthan, I know the Election Commission decided to, defer the polling, given the fact that it was a wedding season. So perhaps, not an unprecedented move, but certainly this could have been taken into account earlier. It was just 2 weeks ago, in fact, that the Election Commission announced the dates.
That's right. And I mean, when you have so many, inputs for you as an election commission, you're conducting elections year after year. And it is, something that you prepare for, for example, in Haryana or that matter Maharashtra or Jharkhand, that in the next 5 years, there will have to be an election. You look at the past record, you look at the various points and then plan accordingly. And if you can't do this basic exercise of planning, then definitely it has cast a lot of aspersions. And it's in that backdrop that political parties, because it is such a do or die battle for them, be it the BJP, be it the Congress, be it any other political party in Haryana, they will feel upset either way, that you are favoring one political party or the other. So it's a difficult job that the Election Commission should be done, has to undertake. And when you make that announcement, you should have taken these things into account. Yes, you are right. It's not unprecedented. There have been instances, as I was citing to you, in the Lok Sabha elections when they changed the dates of the schedule for announcement counting because you have to keep a constitutional requirement. Rajasthan has been there. There have been a number of instances when they have changed the dates. That's not an issue. The issue is for an election commission which spends thousands of crores of the taxpayers' money to conduct a free and fair election, when you have the senior most officers at the helm of affairs. If you have had experience of being either in the finance ministry or in the home ministry or being a state chief secretary and various other inputs, if after those years of experience and that gives you a chance to become an election commissioner, you are not able to take this into account, it's a sorry state of affairs.
All right, Sunil, so thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. I'm also being joined by Anil Gupta, spokesperson of the BJP. Mr. Gupta, you've of course heard what the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress have said earlier. They say that it was the BJP's bid to delay the elections in Haryana and that the BJP has already accepted defeat. But regardless of that, the Election Commission has now gone on to change the date and delay it to the 8th of October. Do you think it's in the best interest of the state and best interest of the electorate?
Yeah, good evening to you and all the viewers. Election Commission job is to hold the elections in a democratic way. And, it is also their job that maximum number of citizens, the electoral, participate in election. A particular sect, the Guru Jambeshwar, and they have a great number of followers, and they celebrate on those days. And if from their request they changes, I think there should not be any hue or crime, and we welcome the decision of the Election Commission. There was a precedent in the past also, because if the voters doesn't come out, what is the reason of holding the polls? So, for the benefit of the states and for the benefit of the voters of the states, if the dates have been marginally changed, so it should be welcomed. There should not be make any issue on this. We as a party always welcome. And our issue is that maximum number of voters participate in this democratic process. And with this day, when the maximum number of voters participated, we will have a healthy and a better elections, and whosoever will get the majority will form the government. And we always respect the constitutional bodies like Election Commission. And as I mentioned, there was precedent, there is nothing new. And I think we should respect the judgment of the Election Commission. Yeah.
But Mr. Gupta, how would you respond to those perhaps the naysayers or the critics who would say that, this in a sense is the Election Commission favouring the BJP by giving into your demand for a date change?
See, where is the favour? It is a marginal change. Elections are being held in Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir, same dates are there. Only Haryana marginal, because in particular, a major portion of Haryana area, this Bishnoi community, and they have a origin. The Guru Jambeshwar was the first one in the environmental issues. If you go into the history of the Guru Jambeshwar, and they are celebrating that thing. And previously also there were so many incidents because of
okay, so of course it's not an unprecedented move, as I was saying earlier as well. There are many instances in the past as well where the Election Commission has decided to defer the date. But Pooja Tripathi of the Congress is also with us. Pooja Tripathi, your quick response to the Election Commission's move. The Election Commission says this is in the best interest of the voters of Haryana. The Election Commission says that, well, we are doing this simply to accommodate the Bishnoi festival. Your response?
Ridang, it does not come as a surprise the way Election Commission acted in Lok Sabha elections, but we completely respect Bishnoi committee sentiment. We understand that there is a festival, and but Election Commission should explain, as it because the Bishnoi festival, or is it because the long vacation that was requested by the Bharatiya Janata Party Haryana faction? Because long vacation was actually very sad and very funny in both ways. Anyways, if it's 1 or it's 4 and whatever, be few days later, the question is, will Bharatiya Janata Party return to power? The answer is no, because Haryana people have made their mind to vote them out of the power. The raging unemployment, we gave them unemployment of 2.1% when we handed them over the government, and now it's 29.1%. and the women's unemployment.
So,
is
so
four
well,
times the
Pooja,
national average.
that's an entirely different debate, and but I take your point that the Election Commission must clarify whether this is to accommodate the Bishnoi festival or, in a sense, the Commission conceding to the BJP's demand. So that's an important point you made there. But our senior colleague Akhilesh Sharma is also joining us live, and so is Gurpreet. But Akhilesh, going across to you first, the Election Commission, its reasoning has clearly said that this is to accommodate the Bishnoi festival, but questions will be raised given the fact that this comes just right after the BJP demanded a deferment in the polling date, and also what it really means on the ground, given the fact that consequently the counting date for Jammu and Kashmir has also been shifted. And in Jammu and Kashmir, the security preparedness situation, of course, is something that is of huge concern for the Election Commission.
Well, the Election Commission sources are making it very clear that there was a demand by the Bishnoi community. And also the Election Commission has received a representation by the Bishnoi community saying very clearly and demanding that since it's a big festival in the remembrance of Guru Jambeshwar, and they have to visit to the holy place, not only
Stay informed and
every year. And this is going to be very important day for them. So if the election dates are not changed, then they will not be able to participate in the biggest festival of the democracy, which is the election. And that is why this demand was raised by the Bishnoi community. And the Election Commission sources are saying very clearly that this is the reason why they have considered and decided to change the election dates in Haryana, shifting it from 1st of October to the 5th of October. And the consequence of being that, the counting in Jammu and Kashmir also changed from 5th of October to 8th of October. And the Election Commission sources are also mentioning that how in the past such sentiments were respected of the different communities. They have given the example of Punjab in 2022 assembly elections. The date was changed at that point of time also, considering that there was a demand that to participate in the Ravidas Jayanti program, they were doing a shift in the election dates. And similarly, in Manipur also in 2022, the election date was changed so that the Christian community followers can attend the Sunday morning prayers. And apart from that, they also mentioned that in the last year Rajasthan Assembly elections also, the date was shifted so that to adjust the marriage dates of various communities. They were trying to participate in those. And they also given an example that in UP also in 2012, a similar exercise was done. And but yes, they also acknowledge that this will also help in people participating in the biggest festival of democracy, because on 30th September, if you take a leave, and then you'll get a 6-day long weekend. And this was the apprehension which was expressed by some political parties, including the BJP, which has written a letter to the Election Commission demanding a change in the election dates, because they are saying that if you give a 6 days leave, and then the people will not be able to participate and they will be taking leave and will be going out of the state. And we must remember that Haryana being the very big urbanized state in the country, more than 30% of the population in Haryana, they live in the urban areas, and they are basically BJP supporters. So BJP was also apprehensive that, if they are, if they do not participate in the elections, then party will be able to, not mobilize its voters. And apart from the BJP, INLD also expressed the similar apprehension, and they had also raised the similar demand. So now, of course, the Election Commission reconsidering its decision to hold the elections there and rescheduling the program.
All right, Akhilesh, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. Gurpreet is also with us. So, Gurpreet, of course, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party have responded to this sharply. In fact, earlier as well, both the opposition parties said that given the fact that there's a 10-year incumbency as far as the BJP is concerned, this is just the BJP's bid to delay the elections. But what are the latest reactions coming in? What are you hearing from within the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party? Because it's also, let's not forget, that the Bishnoi community is extremely important even for the opposition party. So they can't sort of very fiercely or vociferously oppose this, given the fact that the Election Commission has said that that's the reason why they have deferred the dates.
Well, if we can talk about the Congress has already put a lot of question mark over application which has already been moved by the BJP, saying there is need to change the election because multiple holidays before the election date can affect the vote count. So what vote or not? What we can understand, we had a word with some of the political leaders in Congress. They say this election is very, very crucial for the BJP, and vote turnout will play a major role, because BJP has been ruling in the state for the last 2 terms, and they have been working in the state for the last 10 years. So somewhere down the lane, it seems anti-incumbency is one of the major challenge for the BJP, and some of the Congress leaders, they say it seems they are trying to combat with the situation. But even if the date is going to be changed, the people have already made up their mind, and one side they want that vote turnout should be appropriate, and that will give a benefit to the political party. But they say the vote turnout will definitely affect the voting on that day if this has been postponed for the Bishnoi festival. So they have also saying they have a great respect for this festival also. So as of now, what we can understand, here the Congress leader, they feel BJP is trying to get a political mileage out of this whole date change, which has been just changed. But Aam Aadmi Party and other parties, they say somewhere down the line, the political parties, they will be able to get good vote turnout on that day if election commission, after applying the mind and after applying all the theories, they have come up to this decision to extend the date. So let's see if any sharp reaction is coming from any political party. As of now, it seems the BJP is quite satisfied. INLD is also quite satisfied, because they have moved an application, because they feel their voter will not be affected because of this date, and if this date can be extended, it will definitely help get a good vote turnout on the election day. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, and that's an important point, in fact, you're making, because the JJP, of course, has opposed this move. The JJP has sided with the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress on this, though, of course, as you're mentioning, the INLD has said that, well, the dates must be postponed. So a bit of a political tightrope here, certainly for the opposition parties, given the fact that they cannot afford to upset the Bishnoi community, given the fact that that's the reasoning that the Election Commission has given. But Anil Vij, the BJP Haryana chief, in fact, has reacted to this. Let's listen.
हम चुनाव आयोग के बहुत आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने हमारी एप्लीकेशन पर कार्रवाई करते हुए चुनाव की तारीखों को बदला है। हमारा मकसद ये था कि जो पहले शेड्यूल जारी किया गया था, उसमें एक छुट्टी लेने से चुनाव के पास 5 दिन की छुट्टियां बन जाती हैं और संभावना बनी रहती है कि लोग उसके लिए घूमने बाहर चले जाएं या कोई अपने निजी काम दूसरे निपटाए, उससे वोट परसेंटेज गिरती है। इसलिए चुनाव आयोग का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है।
All right, so the BJP there thanking the Election Commission. In fact, the BJP, of course, as I said earlier as well, had written to the poll panel demanding a deferment of the polling date. The BJP said that it's going to be a long weekend, a long holiday, in fact, so that could affect the polling percentage. But the fact here is that the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress have opposed this. Remains to be seen how this plays out politically as far as Haryana is concerned. But the bottom line is that, well, all the political parties, the electorate, will have to comply to the Election Commission's decision to hold the Haryana polls now on the 5th of October, the counting for both Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana on the 8th. And moving now to the latest from Manipur, well, isolated incidents of violence still being reported in Manipur. In fact, an MLA's house has been set on fire. This was the Manipur BJP MLA's house which was set on fire. There you can see those dramatic visuals, in fact, coming in from Manipur. But remember, we must point out here a caveat that these incidents are isolated. There is no widespread violence as far as Manipur is concerned. However, isolated incidents certainly being reported still from Manipur. In fact, there you can see those dramatic visuals of the house being set on fire. This also comes just a day after the Manipur Chief Minister Biren Singh said that complete normalcy and complete peace in Manipur will be restored soon. But there you can see those visuals. In fact, protest marches also continue as far as Manipur is concerned. And in fact, we'd seen earlier as well, in fact, this year itself, where various political leaders' residences were set on fire. What exactly was the reason? Who was behind it? All of these details are still not clear. But in fact, there you can see those protest marches demanding Chief Minister Biren Singh's resignation also. And as I said earlier, there is no widespread violence as far as Manipur is concerned. Isolated incidents still being reported, but certainly the state limping back to normalcy. There are still, some fault lines that need to be addressed by the government there, which of course will involve the centre's assistance as well. There has been unprecedented security cover as far as Manipur is concerned, but still isolated incidents of violence being reported. And news now from Haryana. Well, after a migrant was reportedly beaten to death by self-styled car vigilantes, now action has been taken. At least 7 people, in fact, have been arrested. The incident happened on August 27 in Charkhi Dadri. Charkhi Dadri, now remember, has been most notorious for the self-styled car vigilantes. In fact, this migrant was killed on the suspicion that he has been involved in the transportation of beef. So absolutely shocking there how that migrant was beaten to death. But many such incidents, in fact, have been reported in Haryana, particularly in the past 5 to 6 years. Charkhi Dadri, as I said, falls in that belt where self-styled car vigilantes are supposed to be most active. And our big story on NDTV, well, the Mollywood MeToo meltdown, and the latest is that the CPI has decided to back its MeToo accused MLA Mukesh. In fact, this decision was taken at a key state meet in Kerala. In fact, the CPIM's argument or reasoning is that others with similar allegations haven't really quit, so the party cannot take a stated position that Mukesh must resign. But this, of course, comes amid larger calls for his resignation. As many as 100 women, in fact, had written a strongly worded statement demanding Mukesh's resignation. But the party has also instructed Mukesh not to make any public statements.
India രാജ്യത്ത് 16 എംപിമാരും 135 MLAമാരും സ്ത്രീകൾക്കെതിരായ കുറ്റകൃത്യങ്ങളിൽ പ്രതികളാണ്. അവരാരും MP സ്ഥാനമോ MLA സ്ഥാനമോ രാജിവെച്ചിട്ടില്ല. ഉപയോഗിക്കപ്പെട്ടയാൾ നിയമസഭാ സാമാജികത്വം രാജിവെച്ചാൽ പിന്നീട് നിരപരാധിയാണെന്ന് തെളിയിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന സാഹചര്യം വന്നാൽ അവരെ തിരിച്ചെടുക്കുന്നതിനുള്ള നിയമ സംവിധാനം ഇല്ല. ഇക്കാര്യത്തിൽ അത്തരമൊരു നിലപാട് സ്വീകരിക്കാനാവില്ല എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് കാണുന്നത്.
And well, this as the ex-Amma chief and prominent Mollywood actor Mohanlal has now said that the Hema Committee report is welcome. In fact, this is the first time that he is speaking post his resignation and also post the Hema Committee report came out. He says perpetrators must be punished and I never ran away from the MeToo storm. Take a look.
Hema Committee report. വളരെയധികം സ്വാഗതാർഹമാണ്. ഞാൻ 2 പ്രാവശ്യം ആ കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ മുമ്പിൽ പോയിരുന്ന് സംസാരിച്ച ആളാണ്. അതിന് ഒളിച്ചോടിപ്പോയിട്ടില്ല. എൻ്റെ വ്യക്തിപരമായ കാരണങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറേ നാളുകളായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിലില്ലായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഗുജറാത്തിലായിരുന്നു, പിന്നെ ബോംബെയിലായിരുന്നു, മദ്രാസിലായിരുന്നു. അതിലേറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എൻ്റെ ഭാര്യയുടെ ഒരു സർജറിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഹോസ്പിറ്റലിൽ ഇരിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് ഈ ഒരു ഫോക്കസ് ഞങ്ങളിലേക്ക് മാത്രമായി ഈ സിനിമ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയെ തകർക്കരുത് എന്നൊരു അഭിപ്രായം എനിക്കുണ്ട്.
FIFCA is holding the meetings of his affiliate unions, and we intend to conclude all these meetings by 4th or 5th. They will come out with their definite views and feedback on Hema Committee report, which we will analyze, and we will be preparing a detailed analytical report on Hema Committee report and submit it to the government. So we intend to do this by the end of first week of September. probably 7th or 8th. So that process is on.
And with that, we'll step into a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels.
Hello and welcome. In November last year, we began a conversation about inclusivity, accessibility and diversity. Samarth by Hyundai in partnership with NDTV is a step towards pushing for the rights of those with disabilities, shifting mindsets to spark larger societal change and creating a more equitable and inclusive environment. Samarth by Hyundai also aims to bring accountability and effective monitoring of the processes and systems that are meant to create accessible areas and bring down the barriers to diversity.
नमस्कार, लेकिन ये बाधाएं कहां पर हैं? उन्हें कैसे हटाया जा सकता है और उन्हें हटाने की जिम्मेदारी किसकी है? इन सवालों के जवाब ढूंढने के लिए हांडे की पहल समर्थ ने एक एनुअल सर्वे किया है, जिसमें ये आंकलन करने की कोशिश है कि दिव्यांगों को शिक्षा, रोजगार, स्वास्थ्य सेवा जैसे बुनियादी अधिकारों और जरूरतों के लिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती का सामना कहां करना पड़ता है, ये मुश्किलें कहां होती हैं और साथ ही हमारे मूलभूत ढांचे यानी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वास्तव में कितने सुलभ हैं। हांडे की पहल समर्थ के पहले सर्वे के नतीजे अब सामने आ चुके हैं और आज हम अपने मेहमानों के साथ इसी सर्वे पर बातचीत करेंगे। हमारे साथ है निपुण मल्होत्रा, डिसेबिलिटी राइट्स एडवोकेट और निपमैन फाउंडेशन के संस्थापक, पंकज सिन्हा, एडवोकेट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया, साथ ही निधि मदान, एक्सेस ऑडिटर और लैंडस्केप आर्किटेक्ट और डायरेक्टर समर्थ्यम। आप सभी का स्वागत है।
So before we get into the findings, let's hear from Tejas Naik, Senior Vice President, S Group Business Development of TAM, who conducted this survey.
The preparatory work took us around a month, out of which major portion was spent on finalizing and creating a robust questionnaire. Because a robust questionnaire basically gives us a very detailed point of view of the respondent. So once the questionnaire was mutually confirmed, we then did some mock interviews as well, which gave us a more detailed understanding of this project. With all this information, finally we entered the market. We covered almost 20 cities across 6 key states, including Maharashtra, Delhi, MP, West Bengal, Kerala, Karnataka. We covered close to 3,000 samples, out of which 75% were disabled and 25% were not disabled, because we wanted to understand their perspective as well. This project was running for almost 3 months. The fieldwork ran across 3 months. Post that, we took 2 more weeks for data tabulation and 2 more weeks to create the final presentation with key insights. So this is how the entire project flow happened in the past 4 to 5 months.
सर्वे को 5 भागों में बांटा गया था ताकि इस बात को बारीकी से समझा जा सके कि दिव्यांगों के लिए महत्वपूर्ण 5 बुनियादी जगहों जैसे कि शिक्षण संस्थान, हमारे स्कूल कॉलेज, हमारे दफ्तर या ऑफिस, हमारे अस्पताल और डिस्पेंसरीज, कम्युनिटी सेंटर्स और हमारे ऑडिटोरियम और सिनेमा हॉल जैसे मनोरंजन की जगह लोगों के लिए कितने सुलभ हैं और यहाँ पहुँचकर उन्हें कोई परेशानी होती है या नहीं। साथ ही राजनीतिक भागीदारी और सरकारी मदद, समाज में जागरूकता का स्तर और विष्णु उनकी आर्थिक और जो भावनात्मक सुरक्षा है, जो इमोशनल और फाइनेंशियल वेलबींग, उससे भी जुड़े सवाल पूछे गए थे।
Absolutely. So, it is fairly holistic. It's covered a lot of areas. So, let's get into the findings of the survey and see where the biggest barriers lie. Not surprisingly, transport has emerged as the most significant challenge for people with disabilities as they go about accessing even the most basic needs. The bar graphs which you'll see on your screen represent responses from those with locomotor disabilities on the left and those with visual disabilities on the right. 91% of survey respondents with locomotor disabilities say transport is a barrier to accessing schools, colleges or places of work. 88% say transport is a barrier in accessing healthcare, and 87% consider it their biggest challenge in getting to recreational facilities. Similarly, the lack of accessible transport is the biggest barrier for survey respondents with visual disabilities in getting to school, colleges, places of work, hospitals or clinics, and is a close second in accessing recreational facilities.
तो हमारी कोशिश है कि हम इस कार्यक्रम में इस सर्वे की मुख्य बातें सामने रखें, लेकिन ये भी जरूरी है कि सर्वे के हर सवाल के जवाब और हर पहलू पर की गई बातें आप तक पहुंचें। इसीलिए विस्तार से जानकारी आपको मिले, इसके लिए हमारी वेबसाइट ndtv.com/samarth भी तैयार है इस सर्वे के साथ। तो चुनौतियां कहाँ हैं? हमारे शिक्षण संस्थानों में, दफ्तरों में, अस्पताल और मनोरंजन की जगहों जैसे कि जिम्स, मॉल, सिनेमा हॉल्स, पार्क आदि में चुनौती है एक्सेसिबिलिटी की कमी, यानी ये सभी जगह वाकई क्या हमारे दिव्यांगों के लिए सुलभ है या नहीं। विजुअल डिसेबिलिटी दिव्यांगों के बीच किए गए सर्वे से पता चलता है कि इमारतों के अंदर आने जाने के लिए नेविगेशन संबंधी जानकारी की कोई व्यवस्था ना होना और स्कूलों और दफ्तरों में ब्रेल मटेरियल की कमी की वजह से शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं तक वो पूरी तरह से अपनी पहुंच नहीं बना पा रहे या फिर अपने काम के लिए प्रभावी ढंग से योगदान नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। हियरिंग डिसेबिलिटी दिव्यांगों ने बताया कि हियरिंग एड्स की कमी, ऑडियो बेस्ड सहूलियतों की कमी से उनकी शिक्षा, रोजगार और स्वास्थ्य सेवा तक पहुंचने की क्षमता प्रभावित होती है। सर्वे से यह भी पता चला है कि समाज में जागरूकता की कमी की वजह से लोगों की बेरुखी भी एक चुनौती बनी हुई है। निपुण, ये सर्वे एक सैंपल सर्वे है, कुछ चुनिंदा लोगों से बातचीत कर ये सैंपल सामने आया है, लेकिन इस वक्त एक संदर्भ देने के लिए ज़रूरी है कि हम लोगों को ये बताएं कि जो दिव्यांग हैं उनकी संख्या भारत में कहीं ज़्यादा है। सेंसस को हुए अरसा बीत गया है, तो इस वक्त ये बात होनी ज़रूरी क्यों है और इस वक्त ये सर्वे क्यों ज़रूरी है?
मेरे ख्याल से सर्वे बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। इंडिया का जो पिछला सेंसस हुआ था वो 2011 में हुआ था, जिसमें बताया गया था कि 2.21% इंडिया की जो पॉपुलेशन है वो पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ है। बट एक बात याद करना ज़रूरी है इसमें कि जब वो किया गया था तब इंडिया में खाली 7 डिसेबिलिटी पहचानी जाती थी। पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ एक्ट 1995 तब लीगली इन्फोर्स था। 2016 में राइट्स ऑफ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज एक्ट आया है, जो नया एक्ट है जिसमें 21 डिसेबिलिटी पहचानी गई हैं। तो उसके कारण संख्या डिसेबल लोगों की इंडिया में बढ़ेगी ज़रूर। उसके अलावा जो 2011 का सर्वे था उसमें एक और क्रिटिसिज्म ये थी कि जो 60 डिसेबिलिटी थी उसमें भी काफ़ी अंडर एस्टिमेशन किया गया था, क्योंकि इंडिया में अभी भी एक बहुत बड़ा सोशल स्टिग्मा है। लोग डिक्लेयर नहीं करना चाहते कि हमारे परिवार में कोई डिसेबल्ड है या उसकी कोई प्रॉब्लम है इस सेंस की। दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक काफ़ी चीज़ें छुप जाती हैं टेबल के नीचे, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट क्या होता है कि गवर्नमेंट की बजट एलोकेशंस एंड ऑल भी उसी हिसाब से प्लान की जाती हैं। इस सर्वे के थ्रू आई थिंक हाईलाइट किया जाएगा कि क्या एक्सेसिबिलिटी प्रॉब्लम्स है, क्या डिफरेंट चैलेंजेस हैं एक्सेट्रा, जो वैसे सेंसस में तो कवर की नहीं जाती। सेंसस में तो खाली डिसेबल्ड पॉपुलेशन की जाती है, बट एट द सेम टाइम इंडिया में डेटा की प्रॉब्लम तो है ही, एंड आई थिंक पहली बार कोई डेटा के बारे में कोई एक्सरसाइज की जा रही है।
You know, Nidhi, what strikes me is that these barriers have persisted for a long time, and it's not that the government hasn't done anything about it in reaching out to people with disabilities, the entire community, different sets of disabilities. There are various schemes, financial schemes, pension schemes, scholarship schemes, etc., but this is all moot and useless in a sense if you can't get from point A to point B, right? So it just seems that whatever is given by way of pensions or schemes, you know, don't account for the reality on the ground.
Absolutely right. And I think a lot of steps have been taken. There has been a lot of policies in place. There have been laws that have been changed. The intent is there, but now the next level is action. What is that action that's required? What is that action to make sure we're not just doing a limited one-step approach where a certain number of buildings are accessible, or only government buildings are accessible, or only certain schemes are accessible, if you know how. Now is the need to completely create accessibility from your home to any place that you require to a bank, to a hospital, to a recreational space, but even to find livelihood that is equal to anybody else and have a dignified, independent life. The same thing as far as communication is concerned. How do you know about these schemes? Where is that access to information? That's another very big factor to create that next level of accessibility, that action on the ground. तो पंकज, ऐसे में सवाल ये उठता है कि इन बाधाओं को दूर करने के लिए क्या किया जाए, और जवाबदेही जो बहुत ज़रूरी है हमारे समाज में, हमारे पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम में, उसको तय करने के लिए अभी क्या करने की ज़रूरत है?
जो आपके सर्वे से निकल के आया है उसके बेस पे मैं यही बोल सकता हूँ कि एक तो जो एटीट्यूड्स है कि क्यों इतना दिया जाए, उसको बदलने की ज़रूरत है। पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ को देने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ के साथ ये लोगों को लगता है कि वो एक एक्स्ट्रा बर्डन होगा अगर हम एक्सेसिबिलिटी पे खर्चा करते हैं या अगर हम फैसिलिटीज़ या सर्विसेज देते हैं, तो उसके लिए हमें एक्स्ट्रा एडिशनल एक्सपेंसेस इनकर करना पड़ता है, जो शायद एक गलत अप्रोच है। उस अप्रोच को बदलने की ज़रूरत है। दूसरा कि जो पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ में चैप्टर 8 है जिसमें ड्यूटीज़ एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ डिफाइन की हैं गवर्नमेंट, अप्रोप्रिएट गवर्नमेंट्स की, तो उन गवर्नमेंट्स को अकाउंटेबल उनकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स करनी पड़ेगी कि अगर आप लोग फेल हो रहे हैं तो क्यों हो रहे हैं। और अगर टाइम हो तो मैं एक चीज़ आपको बताऊंगा कि जो हमारी सेंट्रल एडवाइजरी बोर्ड है ऑन डिसेबिलिटी, उसमें अगर आप देखेंगे तो उसमें ऐसा कोई भी सेगमेंट नहीं है जिसको कि उसमें छोड़ा गया है। मतलब कोई भी मिनिस्टर हो, लोकसभा के मेंबर्स हों, राज्यसभा के मेंबर्स हों, सब के सबको उसमें इन्होंने इंक्लूड किया है। और वो बहुत, इसके अगर मैं मेंबर्स का ही केवल आपको थोड़ा सा 2 मिनट लेके बता सकूं, तो इसमें जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ सेंट्रल एडवाइजरी बोर्ड ऑन डिसेबिलिटी है उसमें बहुत क्लियरली लिखा है कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट शैल बाय नोटिफिकेशन कॉन्स्टिट्यूट अ बॉडी टू बी नोन एज द सेंट्रल एडवाइजरी बोर्ड ऑन डिसेबिलिटी टू एक्सरसाइज द पावर्स कन्फर्ड on and to perform the functions assigned to it under this act. The central advisory board shall consist of, and this is very important, the minister in charge of Department of Disability Affairs in the central government, chairperson ex officio.
पंकज जो कह रहे निधि, मैं इसको और आगे बढ़ाऊंगी। मंशा है, इंटेंट है, लेकिन जब जमीन पर काम होता दिखाई नहीं देता तो मन करता है कि जवाबदेही तय होनी इस वक्त बहुत ज़रूरी है,
बहुत ज़रूरी है। और हमें ये समझना है कि ये पूरी तरह से इस पे एक्शन लेने की ज़रूरत है, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव अप्रोच, कि ये नहीं अगर इंटेंट है ठीक है, पर उसके बाद जो ग्राउंड पे काम कर रहा है, जो डिज़ाइनर्स है, जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स है, जो डिसीजन मेकर्स है, जो लेबर है साइड पे, जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स है, उनको समझ है कि जो आप कर रहे हैं उसमें आप जगह एक्सेसिबल बना रहे हैं या उसमें बाधाएं डाल रहे हैं। क्योंकि बहुत बार ये होता है, बड़े इंटेंशन से बहुत अच्छी चीज़ बनती है, पर उसके बाद क्या होता है, कुछ और आके, जैसे मैं एक स्ट्रीटस्केप की बात करूँ, पेमेंट बन जाता है, एक्सेसिबिलिटी बन जाती है, कर्ब रैंप बन जाता है, कोई वहाँ पे एक लाइट पोल लगा लेते हैं, एक्सेसिबिलिटी ख़त्म, कोई आके पार्क कर देता है, एक्सेसिबिलिटी ख़त्म। सो हर लेवल पे ये अवेयरनेस इम्पॉर्टेंट है, ये एक्शन इम्पॉर्टेंट है और इन्फोर्समेंट बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि ना कि इंटेंट हो पर एक्शन रहे, इन्फोर्समेंट रहे, अवेयरनेस रहे और ये कंटिन्यूसली बढ़ता जाएगा, तभी ये मूवमेंट सक्सेसफुल हो।
बहुत अहम बात आप कर रही हैं निधि। विष्णु, मंशा होनी चाहिए, इंटेंट होना चाहिए, लेकिन उसके बाद आगे बढ़कर उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए, उसके बाद जवाबदेही भी और जागरूकता की बात निधि कर रही है। तो वक्त एक छोटे से ब्रेक का, हम लौट रहे हैं इस खास पहल की चर्चा में।
Samarth by Hyundai in partnership with NDTV is an initiative that seeks to promote inclusivity. And as we mentioned, the goal is to change perceptions, enhance the quality of life for people with disabilities. We'll take a short break now. We'll be right back.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shashi Tharoor. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate.
Stay.
ndtv.com/samarth लॉगिन कर सकते हैं। वैसे स्वास्थ्य सेवा केंद्रों में अक्सर जाने वाले रिस्पोंडेंट्स में से 28% का मानना है कि स्वास्थ्य सेवा से जुड़े डॉक्टर्स और स्टाफ दिव्यांगों के प्रति बहुत संवेदनशील होते हैं, जबकि एक बड़ा हिस्सा ये भी महसूस करता है कि दिव्यांगों का इलाज करते समय वो कुछ हद तक संवेदनशील यानी कि मॉडरेटली सेंसिटिव होते हैं या फिर बिल्कुल न्यूट्रल होते हैं, यानी कुछ भी संवेदनशीलता व्यक्त नहीं करते।
When it comes to social inclusion, only 24% of the total number of respondents frequently visit friends and families or community occasions like festivals and weddings. Of that small amount, 58% feel a sense of belonging, but 25% experience inclusion only for limited occasions, and 15% feel included but not like they truly belong. When it comes to going out for recreation, there are even fewer respondents who try to participate in such activities, and within the small group who do step out, there are significant barriers across an entire range of recreational pursuits, effectively putting them out of reach of people with disabilities, from movie halls, gyms and public parks to restaurants, concerts and sports facilities. Nipun, let me ask you, I think the most shocking aspect of all of this is the extent of exclusion, which is appalling. What exactly does the law say about this?
The law actually says that everything really has to be made accessible. The RPW Act clearly said that within 5 years, all establishments that are public in nature need to be fully accessible. The government launched this Accessible India campaign as well regarding that. Unfortunately, we've not really met our deadlines with respect to that. And I'll tell you one interesting thing regarding this. The building bylaws, which are made by every state, have not really incorporated any of the accessibility guidelines which were put into the RPW Act. So when there's a government official going and giving a completion certificate to a building in a state, he or she'll give a completion certificate irrespective of whether a building is accessible or not. But tomorrow a person with a disability can go and sue that building because it's violating the RPWD Act. So the laws are not in harmony in that sense for persons with disabilities, and I think that is something which really needs to change.
जी, अब पंकज, इंक्लूजन जो है वो कानून से कहीं ज़्यादा बढ़कर जागरूकता का मामला है। ऐसे में आपको लगता है कि बदलाव हुआ है भारतीय समाज में?
बदलाव तो ज़रूर हुआ है, लोगों के दृष्टिकोण बदले हैं, लोगों की समझ बदली है, लेकिन जब उसको धरातल पे लाने की बात होती है कि सुविधाएं दी जाएं, वहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं आप देखेंगे, चाहे उसमें प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स हों चाहे गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज़ हों, वो फैसिलिटीज़ या सर्विसेज जब वो नॉन डिसेबल्ड के लिए प्लान करती हैं तो उसमें वो पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ का जो प्रॉब्लम है या जो रिक्वायरमेंट है वो कहीं ना कहीं उसमें मिसिंग रहता है। तो वो एक बड़ा फैक्टर रहता है। लेकिन हाँ, अगर आप लोगों के नज़रिए में देखेंगे तो बहुत फ़र्क आया है, और आज आप देखेंगे पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ भले ही कम परसेंट में इधर उधर दिखते हों, लेकिन एम्प्लॉयमेंट में, एजुकेशन में, हर जगह आप देखेंगे कि पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ का एक्सेप्ट द पॉलिटिकल अरीना रिप्रेजेंटेशन है।
Well, talking about the law, the respondents were asked how aware they were of legal protections and the rights for people with disabilities in India. 60% have said that they are aware but not fully informed. So there is a significant need to create comprehensive awareness among people with disabilities as to what their rights are and how they can get legal protection. Pankaj, why don't I come to you? Is that part of the problem, that people with disabilities are not fully aware of their rights? We talk about disability rights on this program, but people who are impacted are often not fully aware.
We actually need to spread awareness. We actually need to do capacity building trainings so that persons with disabilities can exercise their rights fully.
जी, निधि,
just to add to what Pankaj said, I think it's time in schools all this is taught. For example, we have sex education in schools today, we have environmental education in schools today. Why is disability not covered at all when it's such a huge population in the country? And I think that will do two things. One, people with disabilities who are in schools will be more aware about their rights, but their fellow classmates will be more aware about the duties towards persons with disabilities as well. So we need to pick them young, and we need to sensitize the country.
Niput, you are making an important point with regard to schools and the importance of telling or teaching young minds about the rights of those who are disabled, and also telling disabled students what their own rights are. What I wanted to tell you is that we've been trying to activate these thoughts in schools across the country. We call it our school activation process as part of this particular campaign. We've actually got Samarth inclusivity ambassadors among children in schools who are spreading this message, right, for themselves and for those students with disabilities. I just thought I'd sort of let our viewers and all of you know about that.
Oh, that's fantastic. I promise I did not say that just to peg your thing in.
निधि, जब अधिकारों की बात होती है, हम दूसरे देशों के बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस से इस वक्त हम क्या सीख सकते हैं?
दूसरे देशों में काफ़ी एडवांस्ड डिसीजन मेकिंग, पॉलिसी मेकिंग, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो चुका है बहुत देशों में। बहुत जो केस स्टडीज़ हैं वो इंक्लूडेड हैं, जो हार्मोनाइज्ड गाइडलाइंस में हैं, जो बाय लॉज में एड्रेस किए हुए हैं। एक चीज़ हमें माइंडफुल रहना है कि इंडिया बहुत different है in terms of variations across the country, in terms of regional differences, in terms of language, in terms of numbers, in terms of even comprehension कि ground पे हम बैठते कैसे हैं, हम use कैसे करते हैं space, हर चीज़ में हमें इसको इंडियनाइज करने की ज़रूरत है। तो वेयर इज़ बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट और काफ़ी टेक्नोलॉजिकली एडवांस्ड है। हमें आई थिंक वी नीड टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द बेसिक्स इंस्टेड ऑफ सेइंग कि हमें एक बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस पकड़ना है। हमें बेसिकली अक्रॉस द बोर्ड हर शहर, हर सिटी, हर गांव में एक लेवल ऑफ बेसिक एक्सेसिबिलिटी प्रोवाइड करनी है, जहाँ पे इतनी क्लैरिटी हो, इतनी लेजिबिलिटी हो कि सब समझे कि ये एक्सेसिबल फीचर है, ये हमें प्रोटेक्ट करना है, ये सबके लिए एक्सेसिबल है, तब हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। बट ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि जो भी प्रोवाइड करे वो इक्वल, एक्सेसिबल अक्रॉस द बोर्ड होना चाहिए।
तो सर्वेक्षण में भाग लेने वाले दिव्यांगों से ये भी पूछा गया कि क्या उन्हें टेक्नोलॉजी तक पहुंचने या उसके उपयोग करने में चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ता है या नहीं। सामूहिक रूप से उत्तर देने वाले 70% लोगों ने कहा कि उन्हें या तो काफी हद तक या कुछ हद तक चुनौतियों का सामना करना ही पड़ता है। तो निधि, सवाल यही है कि तकनीक का जब मामला आता है तो ये जुड़ता है आपकी शिक्षा से, रोजगार से, तो इसका एक आर्थिक प्रभाव भी है दिव्यांगों पर।
बिल्कुल, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है हर लेवल पे, क्योंकि पॉलिसी तो एक जगह है बट उसको अब इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे करें, ये ट्रेनिंग कैसे करें गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को, इंजीनियर्स को, आर्किटेक्ट्स को, प्लानर्स को, कि ये इनकॉर्पोरेट कैसे करें, कैसे हम NGOs, डिसेबिलिटी राइट्स एक्टिविस्ट को इंक्लूड करें इस, क्योंकि जो ये एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग है वो डिज़ाइन से नहीं आ सकता, वो एक्सपीरियंस से आ सकता है। हर डिसेबिलिटी अलग है, ये कैसे इंक्लूड करेंगे ग्राउंड लेवल पे, स्किलिंग में, हर लेवल पे इसमें बजट एलोकेशन इम्पॉर्टेंट है, बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है इनफैक्ट। और कंटिन्यूइंग, जैसे आप पहले पूछ रहे थे अबाउट अदर कंट्रीज़ एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नेक्स्ट लेवल पे इसी आर्थिक सुविधा के साथ हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, इसको ज़्यादा इनोवेशन कर सकते हैं।
Disability rights advocates have consistently raised the issue of greater political participation of people with disabilities as a true means towards empowerment. And the respondents agree with that. A combined 66% have felt that political parties should reserve a certain percentage of seats specifically for candidates with disabilities in various elections. That participation in the political process is highest when it comes to voting. A massive 92% have been voting or plan to vote in any upcoming election, indicating a strong commitment to electoral participation. So let me come across to you, Nipun, on this. How important is that particular point when it comes to people participating in the electoral process?
I think this is something which is extremely important. Something that I've been trying to say for a long time to all political parties is that it is shocking that not a single political party in India today has a disability cell. We have cells for women, we have cells for all kinds of minorities, but disability is really not being looked at as a vote bank amongst parties at the moment. And I think that is something which is extremely unfortunate. What was heartening in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections is that even the election commission acknowledge that persons with disabilities are a huge proportion of people who are going to vote. And in fact, I think NDTV also did a campaign where they were looking at...
But they've also done a lot of work, haven't they, in raising or improving accessibility in places in terms of infrastructure where, you know, elections are taking place, voting booths, has enough been done?
I think it's never perfect. I mean, you can always improve, but I think things have significantly improved. My own election booth where I was voting did not have a ramp last time and had to be lifted up 3 steps, and this time there was a ramp. I was surprised to see that. So I'm a living example of the beneficiary of the election commission in that sense. But I think across political parties, this time there was some slight noise. Political parties acknowledged people with disabilities in the manifestos. They spoke 1 or 2 lines about it. There was only one candidate with a disability across political parties, Devendra Jajaria who contested from Churu under a BJP ticket, and he unfortunately lost. But other than that, not a single political party made even a single person with a disability contest. And I think that was pretty disturbing in that sense, considering the huge number of persons with disabilities this country has.
अहम बात निपुण और पंकज आप दोनों ने कही कि अगर आप दिव्यांग वोट दे सकते हैं, आपके वोटर हैं, तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को, हमारे पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम को ये भी जरूरी है विष्णु देखना कि वो प्रतिनिधि भी बने, उनके लिए वो जगह हो.
What does the word representation mean if you don't have, if you aren't actually doing that or achieving that?
तो आप देख रहे हैं समर्थ बाय हांडे पहल पर हमारी खास चर्चा. वक्त एक छोटे से ब्रेक का, हम लौट रहे हैं इस चर्चा में इस ब्रेक के बाद.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
Well, what we thought we'd do at this stage is just remind our viewers that this program isn't Sikta just a talk shop. We are discussing ideas, but we're going to act on them. And that's, I think, what makes this different. In fact, with chief ministers and the government as well, all of these ideas and points of action will be taken to them with a very basic message. Please act, right? What we can also do at this stage is go through some of the key action points. And all of our panelists have action points. So before I come across to Nipun, I'm just going to quickly summarize the points that he's mentioned. Number one, accessibility in all physical, digital and transport infrastructure. That's his big focus. Access to quality healthcare, including insurance, transparency and efficiency in disability certification, and making disabilities a priority, or making disability a priority in the budget making process. And also one more, increasing awareness about the rights of people within the Disabilities Act. So let me ask you a question on this. You mentioned insurance, and that's not something which we've discussed at length. When one talks about insurance and equity and insurance policies, which affect all of us, it doesn't matter whether you are disabled or not, how crucial is it that those with disabilities are adequately represented?
I think this is something which is extremely important. I myself do not have an health insurance today because I've applied to multiple private health insurance companies and I've been denied health insurance.
But Pankaj, is this not legal, illegal completely?
This is illegal, yeah.
On any part of our constitution, the right to equality is fundamental, right?
See, actually IRDA is supposed to regulate it. But unfortunately, the roles which IRDA is supposed to play has completely been abdicated. So, when persons with disabilities have to be given insurance, they have to be given.
But just so that we understand, and Nipun, let me come back to you on this, are there not health providers or insurance providers in India who actually do provide proper insurance for those with disabilities, or do they choose on the basis of the disability?
So over the last decade, there's been a lot of litigation around insurance and disability. There's a famous Saurabh Shukla case that happened in the Delhi High Court as well, after which a certain category of disabilities was opened up for insurance. My disability is a congenital disability, which is a disability I was born with. Insurance companies are still discriminating against my particular category, and ironically today my wheelchair has an insurance, but I don't have an insurance, and my case is pending in the Delhi High Court.
That's shocking.
बिल्कुल.
That's absolutely shocking.
तो इसीलिए ज़रूरी है विष्णु, जो आज हम यहाँ स्टूडियो में बैठकर ये चर्चा कर रहे हैं, हम मौजूद जानकार जो अपने 5 बिंदु जो मुख्य बिंदु हैं, जो जिस पर ज़मीन पर काम होना ज़रूरी है, उसकी चर्चा कर रहे हैं. तो अब बारी पंकज सिन्हा की है. इनके 5 पॉइंट्स, मेन पॉइंट जैसा कि निपुण ने कहा, इनके क्या हैं? पंकज जी को क्या क्या वो चाहिए जिस पर काम हो, कार्रवाई तुरंत हो? ऑल पब्लिक प्लेसेस टू बी मेड एक्सेसिबल, यानी कि सार्वजनिक जगह सुलभ बनाए जाए. हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस एट अफोर्डेबल रेट्स, हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस के रेट्स अफोर्डेबल हों. तीसरा जो मुख्य बिंदु पंकज जी कह रहे हैं, UDID कार्ड द ओनली डॉक्यूमेंट रिक्वायर्ड टू प्रूव डिसेबिलिटी, यानी कि आधार कार्ड ही इकलौता ऐसा डॉक्यूमेंट होना चाहिए जिससे के ज़रिए आप अपनी डिसेबिलिटी प्रूव कर पाएँ. और साथ ही मेकिंग फन ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी और डिसेबल्ड पीपल मस्ट बी बैंड इन ऑल टाइप्स ऑफ मीडिया. साथ ही जो 5वां पॉइंट पंकज जी चाहते हैं कि कोऑपरेटिव्स एट डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल टू प्रोवाइड जॉब्स. तो ये 5 अहम बिंदु है जिस पर पंकज सिन्हा के मुताबिक इस वक्त तुरंत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए. लेकिन पंकज जी, आप UDID कार्ड द ओनली डॉक्यूमेंट चाहते हैं, लेकिन इस वक्त आपको लग रहा है जो खबर जिस तरह से चल रही, जो हेडलाइंस हैं हाल के दिनों की, आपको लग रहा है ये वाइबल है?
एक ज़माने में किसी के पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं होता था, वोटर ID आया, वोटर ID के बाद आज आधार कार्ड आया और उसको नेशनली एक्सेप्ट किया गया. एंड डिस्पाइट द जजमेंट ऑफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट कि आप आधार को मैंडेटरी डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं बनाएंगे, आप देखेंगे हर टिकट बुकिंग में, बैंक्स में, जहाँ भी जाएंगे आपको आधार ही मांगा जाता है. UDID कार्ड एक ऐसा है जो एक डिसेबिलिटी का प्रूफ है. तो अगर वो UDID कार्ड यूनिक आइडेंटिटी कार्ड है वो डिसेबिलिटी का, तो उसको भी अगर पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ के संदर्भ में एक ही पहचान पत्र बना दिया जाए और उसी को हर जगह इस्तेमाल करने दिया जाए, चाहे टिकट बुकिंग हो, चाहे बैंक्स अकाउंट्स हो, चाहे एडमिशन्स का मामला हो, चाहे जॉब्स का मामला हो, तो मुझे लगता है उससे अच्छा कुछ हो नहीं सकता. तो चाह लेंगे तो हो जाएगा और नहीं चाहेंगे तो हमेशा प्रॉब्लम रहेगी.
दीदी आप कुछ ऐड करना चाहेंगे?
ये UDID अभी बहुत नए फेज़ में है एंड क्योंकि इमीडिएटली उसको इंश्योर करने में काफ़ी टाइम लगेगा. सो करंटली द डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट एक्ट्स एज अ आइडेंटिफायर ऑफ अ डिसेबिलिटी एंड इसकी कवरेज बहुत वाइड स्प्रेड है. सो वी हैव टू बी केयरफुल दैट इन टेकिंग अ न्यू सिस्टम देयर इज़ अ ट्रांजिशन पीरियड टू मैनेज दैट सिस्टम, because there are already people struggling to get the UDID. It's taking a lot of effort, it's taking a lot of work, and in the absence of which they're missing out on benefits. So we have to be careful that does not become an issue.
आगे बढ़ने से पहले निपुण एक छोटा सा सवाल, हाल के दिनों में मीडिया में, सोशल मीडिया में जो पोर्ट्रेल्स हुए हैं दिव्यांगों के, उसको लेकर भी आप कोर्ट पहुंचे थे और आपने वो मामला जीता भी है, आपके हक में आया वो फैसला. तो ऐसे में सेंसिटिविटी की कमी एक बार फिर दर्शाती है, चाहे वो मीडिया हो, सोशल मीडिया हो, लोगों में.
हाँ जी, आई थिंक सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ये जजमेंट जो था काफ़ी हिस्टोरिक था, बिकॉज देयर वाज अ मूवी जिसमें अलग अलग डिसेबिलिटीज़ का मजाक किया गया था और क्रक्स इस मूवी का यही था कि डिसेबिलिटी छुपा के ही आदमी शादी कर सकता है. दैट वाज वेरी डिस्टर्बिंग फॉर मी एंड दैट्स व्हाई वेंट टू द सुप्रीम कोर्ट. सुप्रीम कोर्ट एक प्रॉपर गाइडलाइन रिलीज़ की सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कि पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ को कैसे दिखाया जाना चाहिए कोई भी किस्म की विजुअल मीडिया में. एंड आई थिंक दैट विल बी समथिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज क्या होता है कि मूवीज़ सोसाइटी में बड़ी परसेप्शन क्रिएट कर देती हैं. They can reinforce a negative attitude or they can change a negative attitude and make it positive. So I'm glad the Supreme Court has done what it has done.
And,
yeah.
So what we can do now is look at Nidhi's top 5 points, and that once we're done with that, get a quick reaction from her. So Nidhi says there needs to be there must be an insurance of a complete trip chain accessibility to and from transportation, education, health, leisure and livelihood infrastructure. Capacity building for designers, policy makers, implementation and management agencies, second point that she talks about. Mass awareness campaigns for the public for behavioral change, right? That's what this is all about. Partner with private sector to create opportunities for education, skilling, employment and inclusion, and create a framework for social security, including access to resources, insurance, healthcare, and caregiver support.
तो निधि, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग डिजाइनर्स की, पॉलिसी मेकर्स की और पॉलिसी की कैसे साथ साथ चल सकती है?
ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं एक लैंडस्केप आर्किटेक्ट हूँ और मैं बता सकती हूँ आपको, ऑन द ग्राउंड जो भी पॉलिसी है, जो भी डिज़ाइन ड्राइंग जाती है साइट पे, वो बहुत चेंज हो जाता है जब साइट पे पहुंच जाता है, क्योंकि वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है हम अचीव करने की क्या कोशिश कर रहे हैं। डिज़ाइन बन जाता है, कुछ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बन जाता है, बट जो चीज़ें बाधाएं बनती है उसकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है। सो इसमें ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि हर जने जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जो मेंटेनेंस भी कर रहे हैं वो बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, और इस पूरे प्रोसेस में अकाउंटेबिलिटी इम्पॉर्टेंट है। अभी वो कम्प्लीटली मिसिंग है। डिज़ाइन है, ड्राइंग में है, हाँ हमने एक्सेसिबल फीचर्स देने हैं, बट ये अकाउंटेबिलिटी की ये पूरी ट्रिप चेन एक्सेसिबल सबके हाथों में है। नॉट ओनली द डिज़ाइनर, ऑल्सो द इम्प्लीमेंटर, ऑल्सो द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, ऑल्सो द मेंटेनेंस एजेंसी, ऑल्सो द यूजर, विच इज़ वाई behavioral change is also important.
Coming up after the break, our final list of key asks.
तो कहीं मत जाइए, हम लौट रहे हैं इस छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद।
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
I think it is time, Sikta, that we start summarizing what we've achieved in this program. So the first area that everyone is in agreement about is it's about infrastructure, making all manner of infrastructure, physical and digital, accessible. Digital infrastructure, what needs to be done there?
In terms of communication, because a lot of access to information for persons with all kinds of disabilities, not just locomotor, hearing impaired, visual impairment and other disabilities, communication and our phones today, our access to the internet gives us a lot of opportunity to connect. And that is something that we have to look at as a great tool. That's what we have to look at as the technology that is going to connect us, empower people with disabilities and create opportunity and also increase their role in the mainstream.
तो दूसरा जो मुख्य बिंदु है, जो सेकंड मेन पॉइंट है, हेल्थ केयर और इंश्योरेंस इस वक्त दिव्यांगों के लिए अहम है और इस पर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। निपुण, आप ये बात अपनी रख चुके हैं कि आप खुद इस पूरी मुश्किल से गुजरे हैं और ये ज़रूरी है इस वक्त कि तुरंत इस लेवल पर कार्रवाई हो कि दिव्यांगों को और ज़्यादा परेशानी ना हो इस मोर्चे पर।
बिल्कुल, हेल्थ केयर पे आने के पहले आई वुड लाइक टू मेक वन कमेंट ऑन एक्सेसिबिलिटी बिकॉज वी हैव स्पोकन अ लॉट अबाउट इट थ्रू आउट दिस आवर। You know, a lot of people think that when we are looking at accessibility, हम खाली persons with disabilities के बारे में सोच रहे हैं. But actually, this world cannot be divided into people with disabilities and people without disabilities. Everybody really is temporarily able-bodied. किसी को भी कोई fracture, injury कभी भी हो सकती है और उनको भी यही accessibility requirement होगी जो person with disability के पास है. Secondly, मैं वो इसी पे आने वाला था. 7 to 8% of India's population is at an older age. After a certain age, you might start not seeing properly, not hearing properly, or stop walking properly, and वही accessibility requirements वापस आपके पास आएंगी. आपने डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की भी बात की थी. डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्पेशली फॉर पीपल विद विजुअल डिसेबिलिटीज. एक ब्लाइंड पर्सन ने मेरे को एक बार मजाक में बोला था कि आपकी दिक्कत होती है कि आप ऑफिस कैसे एंटर करोगे, मेरी दिक्कत होती है कि जब मैं ऑफिस एंटर कर लूंगा और मैं कंप्यूटर पे बैठूंगा मेरे को वेबसाइट एक्सेसिबल मिलेगी कि नहीं. दैट इज समथिंग विच इज एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट टुडे फॉर देम. व्हेन इट कम्स टू हेल्थ केयर एंड इंश्योरेंस, सेकंड पॉइंट जिसके बारे में आपने मेरे को अभी पूछा था, मैंने अपनी इंश्योरेंस की एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में तो बता ही दिया है. But we also need doctors to be more sensitive towards persons with disabilities. There need to be mandatory sensitization programs for doctors so that they know how to interact with persons with disabilities and they can provide more sensitive treatment to them.
Making disability a priority in the budget making process, including capacity building for all stakeholders, is a priority, and therefore increasing political representation, something that we've spoken about, is so much. Let's talk about political representation, Nipun. Without political representation, and not just words, actual people with disabilities sitting in Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, and addressing issues, and not just issues associated with disabilities, but all issues. How important is that, you know, I mean, as part of our system?
I think that is something which is extremely important. And on one side, I of course say that there should be reservation of persons with disabilities in Parliament. We've seen changes happen for women as well, where finally there is a reservation now. But at the same time, I also think that this is an opportunity for political parties. This is a huge vote bank that you're missing out on by not specifically targeting it. We saw how close some of the seats which were contested were. Unfortunately, not a single political leader had disability as part of the stump speech when they went from constituency to campaign. And we already discussed that not a single political party had a proper representation apart from that one single candidate. This is a huge opportunity that is missing, and we will keep fighting for reservation for persons with disabilities, but before that, a political party start looking at this as an opportunity and start grooming a few candidates with disabilities, you will not only attract a vote bank which is persons with disabilities, but their families as well. And I think that is what parties are missing out on. And this particular point that you raised was budget making process. Throughout India's union budgets, historically only 0.25% to 0.04% has been allocated for disability related issues. I think it is time that more budgets and more funding is put into disability, because disabilities are intersectional issues as well. It's not just one department of disability affairs that can solve all problems. You need disability funding in education, you need it in health, you need it in housing, you need it at the center, you need it at the state. And I think that is another point that I wanted to highlight along with political representation, and I hope that leads to some change as well.
और इसी बदलाव की तरफ हम बढ़ रहे हैं, इसलिए ज़रूरी है कि ये चार्टर जो 5 मुख्य बिंदुओं का है वो सरकार तक पहुंचे। तो जो चौथा मुख्य बिंदु है, पार्टनर विद प्राइवेट सेक्टर टू क्रिएट अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल एंड कोऑपरेटिव्स टू प्रोवाइड जॉब्स फॉर एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग, एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड इंक्लूजन। पंकज, निधि, ये सवाल दोनों मेरा आप दोनों से ही है कि क्यों ये जिम्मेदारी सरकार पर पड़ती है या सरकारी संस्थाओं पर हो, कि चाहे वो शिक्षा हो, चाहे रोजगार हो, सरकारी एजेंसियां करें, प्राइवेट सेक्टर साइड में बैठकर एक ऑडियंस की तरह देखता रहे।
आई थिंक ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि हम सब कुछ गवर्नमेंट पे ना छोड़ें, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट की भी कैपेसिटी लिमिटेड है, और अगर हमें बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत जल्दी अवेलेबल करनी है, इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू इंक्लूड द प्राइवेट सेक्टर। प्राइवेट सेक्टर में अपॉर्चुनिटी, स्किलिंग, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं, बन सकती हैं। Already there are private sector companies that are skilling persons with disabilities for different skills, and ये scale up बहुत जल्दी हो सकता है। जैसे आप industry include करेंगे, उसमें आपकी capacity, उसमें आपकी funding, उसमें आपकी technology, उसमें आपकी innovation increase होगी, उसमें आपकी also visibility of the interventions become clearer, because that is not possible in the government. Government is spread very thin. So that to expand at scale very fast, we need the private sector.
ये हिचक प्राइवेट सेक्टर में क्यों है?
इसमें थ्री फोल्ड सबमिशंस होंगे मेरे। एक तो ये कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन बहुत तेज़ी से हो रहा है। तो आप देखेंगे कि जितनी गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स, एजेंसीज हैं, वो भी ग्रेजुअली प्राइवेटाइज हो रहे हैं। और मुझे लगता है अगर कोई एक इंस्टीट्यूशन जो शायद प्राइवेटाइज नहीं होगा वो जुडिशरी होगी, अदरवाइज मुझे लगता है ग्रेजुअली सारे के सारे प्राइवेटाइज हो जाएंगे। तो वैसे भी पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ को आज नहीं तो कल प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जाना है, तो आज से ही पार्टनरशिप क्यों ना शुरू हो कि कल पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ बिल्कुल एक्सक्लूडेड ना हो जाए और उनको कहीं कोई जॉब ना हो, कहीं कुछ खाने को ना हो। दूसरी बात ये है, आप देखेंगे मॉल्स, होटल्स, रेस्टोरेंट्स इस तरीके से, तो प्राइवेट ज़्यादा बड़े स्केल पर हैं, दे आर एट लार्ज स्केल, यू नो। सो दोज थिंग्स ऑल्सो वी हैव टू सी कि प्राइवेट में ही पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ को आप ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अकोमोडेट कर सकते हैं। हालांकि ये 3-4% जो रिजर्वेशन है वो भी पूरी तरह इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ है, वो दूसरी बात है। प्राइवेट में क्यों इतनी हेजिटेशन है या रिलक्टेंट है प्राइवेट इनको लेने में, उसका रीज़न बहुत सिंपल है, जो मैंने शुरू में ही बोला था कि प्राइवेट को भी यही लगता है कि हमें एडिशनल एक्सपेंसेस इनकर करना होगा। उन्हें ये लगता है कि जो एक होता है प्रिजम्पशन ऑफ इनकॉम्पिटेंस, उनको लगता है कि पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ का जो कैपेसिटी होगा वो बहुत रिड्यूस्ड होगा, वो उस तरीके से हमें काम नहीं दे पाएंगे। और तीसरी जो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर में किसी आदमी को उसकी जो जॉब या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है उससे ज़्यादा काम दिए जाते हैं। हालांकि वो एडिशनल चार्जेस गवर्नमेंट में भी दिए जाते हैं, लेकिन इसमें कई ऐसे और भी काम कराए जाते हैं जो शायद वो पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ से नहीं ले पाएंगे। और लास्ट जो होगा वो ये कि उनको लगता है कि पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ को हमने अगर आज ले लिया तो कल उनके साथ अगर कोई ट्रेजेडी हो गई तो उसका जो हमें डैमेजेस या कंपनसेशन देना होगा वो भी शायद एक बहुत बड़ा रिस्क मान लेते हैं, बिना ये समझे कि पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ भी उतने ही अकाउंटेबल होंगे, उतने ही समझदार होंगे, वो भी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को समझेंगे।
Can I just have a sec? I need to go on to our last point over here, the 5th point: mass awareness campaigns for the public and increasing awareness about the rights of people with disabilities, with the Disabilities Act, in fact. Why? The goal being to ensure that there is behavioral change. So, in fact, would you like to take this, the 5th point that we are talking about, mass awareness campaigns for behavioral change of the general public?
Absolutely, and I think these mass awareness campaigns are important not just on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, but on disability in general. Just like I was listening to my fellow panelists here talking about the private sector, we actually need to change the perception, in my opinion, when it comes to the private sector as well. I disagree with them slightly. I think we need to show to the private sector that there is a business case for hiring persons with disabilities, rather than looking at persons with disabilities just as a charity. The IT sector, the hospitality sector are two industries that have been role models for hiring persons with disabilities, and they have noticed two trends. A, the efficiencies have actually gone up, and B, attrition has actually gone down. So there's a business case in that sense. Just like that, I think throughout the country, we need to have a behavioral change towards how persons with disabilities are perceived. We need people with disabilities to know their rights. We need the country to know its duties towards persons with disabilities. Is more important than that, and I think this is my last point. We need people to realize that people with disabilities can be an economic contributor to the country as well. And if India really wants to become an economic superpower, we cannot really leave behind the at least 7 to 8%, if not more, which is a percentage of the population that the disabled are, from the economy in that sense.
बिल्कुल, तो हमारे सर्वे के बाद विष्णु हमारा चार्टर भी तैयार है और आज हम इस वादे के साथ ये कार्यक्रम को ख़त्म कर रहे हैं कि हंडे समर्थ की पहल जारी रहेगी। हम रुकने वाले नहीं हैं, हमारी कोशिशें जारी रहेंगी। हम इस पहल के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। हम अपना आज का चार्टर सरकार तक पहुंचाएंगे, ये वादा है।
Again, as Sikta mentioned, these findings and our 5 action points from today that are focused on creating a more accessible world will also be presented to key ministries, stakeholders in the government, at the centre, at states. It is a commitment that we will revisit every year, along with our annual survey, with the idea of eventually bringing, hoping and praying for change. I'd like to thank all of you very much for being with us. Goodbye.
Namaskar.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health.
Stay informed and entertained.
Ideas. Today we launched the Thinkers series, and who better to join us than global thinker Professor Kishore Mehbubani. Professor Mehbubani is currently a distinguished fellow at the National University of Singapore. He was also the founding dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and of course has been an international diplomat, a prolific writer, and currently has just written his 10th book. This is an undiplomatic memoir about living the Asian century. Professor Mehbubani, thanks very much for being on the NDTV Dialogues.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Let me begin by asking you an undiplomatic question. You just wrote a column in the FT, and for many India watchers and of course Indians here, it was very interesting because you proposed that the UK should actually give up its place on the UN Security Council for India. Why did you say that, and what was the reasoning behind that strongly worded article?
Well, I can tell you that this is not rocket science. This is just plain common sense. You know, I was ambassador to the UN twice, from 84 to 89 and 98 to 2004. And it's very clear that when the founders of the UN, created the UN, they realized that the only way to make the United Nations work is to make sure that all the great powers of the day have a vested interest in the UN and not leave it. And that's why they gave the great powers, veto powers, and permanent membership of the UN Security Council. And I can say that the lesson that they learned from the collapse of the League of Nations early in the 20th century is that if a great power leaves, organization collapses. But they also believed that you must have the great powers of today, not the great powers of yesterday. Unfortunately, they didn't create a mechanism for changing the seats, but that it was very clear that what they had in mind was to ensure that the great powers of the day were entrenched in the United Nations. And today there's absolutely no question that India is the third most powerful country in the world after United States and China. And Great Britain is no longer great, as we know. And frankly, the United Kingdom has effectively given up its veto on the UN Security Council because it hasn't used it for decades. They know that if they use it, people get very, very upset. So the logical thing to do is for the UK to give up its seat to India.
And of course, India has been saying this now, whether it's Prime Minister Modi, whether it's Foreign Minister Jaishankar, that really the UN and other multilateral organizations need to reform or, in a sense, perish. Now, interestingly, we've seen also that geopolitically, India has made a number of strategic moves over the last years. And of course, Prime Minister Modi being both in first Russia and then Ukraine, and India making it very clear that diplomatically and geopolitically, it's following the India way. How do you see these moves, and especially an interesting perspective from you, because it comes away from the West's planning that India often has to listen to in terms of analysis of its foreign policy?
Yeah, well, first a quick word on reform. I think Prime Minister Modi and Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar are absolutely right that the time has come to reform the United Nations. But, as I said, having been ambassador there for over 10 years, they've been talking about Security Council reform since 1992, and nothing has happened. And that's why we need to make some dramatic moves, like persuading the United Kingdom to give up its seat to India. And that will be a step-by-step way of trying to improve, change the Security Council. But you're also right when you say that the India clearly is playing a bigger and bigger role in the world. I mean, look at the fact. Let me ask yourself a simple question. How many leaders in the world can comfortably visit both Russia and Ukraine and be received warmly by both countries? Very, very few countries in the world. And the fact that Prime Minister Modi can do that is a sign of how India has arrived as a major geopolitical actor. And therefore, the greatest scope that is given to India to play a role globally, like, for example, giving it a permanent membership in the UN Security Council, will enable India to do much more in terms of creating a better world.
Could this not happen with an expansion rather than giving up? Because we both know how idealistic it may sound, and especially in the UK, I mean, I doubt that any country would give up. You have, of course, made an argument on why they would actually give up that membership. Is there not an argument for expansion instead, or a recognition that you can't ignore the country which is currently the most populous in the world?
Countries cannot be great powers forever. And frankly, it would be better for British interests to give up its seat to India. Not only do you get the friendship of India, but it frees up the UK to act independently, because in the Security Council, essentially the UK has become a satellite state of the United States, and everyone knows it. And it's sad. It's sad to see a great country like the United Kingdom behave like a satellite state, incapable of disagreeing in any way with the United States.
No, and also, of course, there's the economic arguments, of course, the perhaps a sense of history coming full circle, that a country which once colonized India is now, of course, India emerging as an economic power, the third largest economy. But there also remains the fact that India has challenges on its path of becoming from an emerging economy to actually becoming a developed economy. That's something which is on the political agenda for now, but challenges remain. And many say, let's look at other ways of judging it, because otherwise, how can you say it just judge India on GDP and not look at per capita income? Your views on that?
Well, I would say at the end of the day, what matters is the size of your GDP, not your per capita income. Let me give you one statistic that illustrates this. In the year 1980, the combined GDP of the European Union countries was 8 times bigger than China. 8 times bigger, 1980. Today, they are about the same size. By 2050, the European Union will be half the size of Europe. Can you imagine? Europe going from being 8 times bigger to China to becoming half the size of China. Now, of course, China's GDP will continue to remain lower than that of Europe. But functionally, China is now a much larger, more powerful actor than all of Europe. And this is part of a dramatic global shift away from the West to the rest. Now, many countries in the West may have lower per capita GDPs, but what matters at the end of the day is the size of your economy, because that will determine your place in the global hierarchy. And certainly in PPP terms now, number 1 is China, number 2 is United States, number 3 is India. And that's why these are the 3 most powerful countries in the world today.
You've made that point in other, in your essays, etc., that this whole, in a sense, the West having lost control of the world, the crisis of leadership in the West, and how the global South and the whole shift of power is really what's going to define geopolitics, not just now, but in the decades and century to come. You, of course, have written extensively on the Asian century. Many observers have said that this could be the Indian century. Tell us why you think the West is in a crisis of, say, leadership, geopolitical strategy, and why you think there's been this shift of balance of power?
Well, the West clearly has got to accept that its capacity to dominate the world in the way that it could in the past is over. I mean, it's hard to believe this, right, Sonia? 100 years ago, in the year 1924, 100,000 Englishmen could rule over 300 million of our ancestors, the Indians. And I find that quite amazing. 100,000 Englishmen ruling 300 million Indians? How is that possible? But it happened. It was real. The West was just so incredibly powerful. But the world has come full circle now. And the West now represents 12% of the world's population. The rest make up 88%. And I already illustrated by comparing Europe's GNP with China's GNP, the relative share of the GNP of the Western countries is going down. Let me give you another comparison. Okay, in the year 2000, roughly around then, the combined GNP of the G7 countries, representing the West, was 2.5 times bigger than the BRICS countries in PPP terms. Now G7 is smaller than BRICS. See, that's how times have changed. And so the intelligent thing for the West to do is to adapt intelligently and thoughtfully. And I must emphasize, I don't speak here as an enemy of the West. I speak here as a friend of the West, trying to persuade both the Europe and United States that it would be wiser for them to share power, to share control of international institutions with the countries of the global South. And, for example, why do we have this absurd rule that says that to become the head of the IMF, you must be a European. To become the head of the World Bank, you must be an American citizen. Why not allow Asians to run these institutions? Because the fastest growing economies in the world are not European, not American, but Asian economies. So these are examples of how we must adapt to the 21st century. And the 21st century, I want to emphasize, will be the Asian century, because it will be the rise of not just China and India, but other Asian powers too. And one small point I'd like to make here is that Indians should pay special attention to Southeast Asia, to the 10 ASEAN countries. Because, 9 out of the 10 Southeast Asian countries have an Indic base in their culture. For 2,000 years, India has been very close to Southeast Asia. And Southeast Asia is emerging as a major growth pole in the world also. And I'll just give you one more statistic that I think every Indian should be aware of. In the year 2000, out of the 3.5 billion people who live in the 3 growth poles, the CIA, China, India, ASEAN. CIA doesn't mean Central Intelligence Agency. It means China, India, ASEAN. Out of the 3.5 billion people living in the CIA countries, only 150 million people enjoyed middle-class living standards. Today, out of 3.5 billion, by 2020, the number hit 1.5 billion. It went up 10 times in 20 years.
No, the
and by
numbers
2030, by 2030, it will be 2.5 to 3 billion.
The numbers the scale is actually staggering. And what I wanted to ask, because you made that point also about Western ideas and thoughts, which tend to have dominated the worldview because of the earlier dominance. And this whole issue of democracy, liberal democracies, etc. India, in that sense, is an outlier of democracy given our region of South Asia, where we, of course, face from Pakistan, India, Pakistan are completely dehyphenated. But you've got Pakistan on one border, you've got China on another border, you've got Bangladesh, and we've seen the collapse that suddenly happened there. Where do you see India geopolitically in a very difficult region, and also a region where they are currently a democratic outlier? We saw also what's happened in Sri Lanka 2 years ago. So the whole South Asian model of democracy and the Asian model of democracy has been very, very different from what we've seen in the West. And clearly there's no one size that fits all.
You're absolutely right. There's no one size that fits all. And it's true that many developing countries are struggling with democracy, but there are also, importantly, some success stories that we should pay attention to. India is, of course, a very good success story in democracy. You have regular elections, and the winning parties accept the results of the elections. As you know, what shocked the world was in the year 2020, when Donald Trump refused to accept the results of the elections. That's supposed to happen, in the third world developing countries, but it happened in the United States of America. But I also want to point out that apart from India, Indonesia is also another very successful democracy. It is, the most populous Islamic country in the world. It has had very peaceful elections. It has had very peaceful changes of leaders, from President SBY to President Jokowi, soon to President Prabowo. And so there are other success stories in the developing world too. And I think in the case of India, I think it's important for India to continue to succeed and serve as a source of inspiration for Asia and for the rest of the world.
You've talked about, I mentioned briefly the crisis of Western leadership that you've talked about. And we've seen in a time when the world seems to be in global conflict, what's currently happening in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, what's currently happening in Gaza. And you said this is actually a failure in a sense of geopolitics. Tell me more about what you meant about that. And let's just look also at what's currently happening between India and China.
Well, I've been studying geopolitics now for, I guess, 53 years, since 1971. And I think we should have a simple rule that says that wars reflect geopolitical incompetence. Peace reflects geopolitical competence. And certainly, I think what Europeans need to ask themselves is a simple question. Why is it they set up so many institutions like OSCE and they fail to stop the war in Ukraine? And, of course, there's no question that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is illegal, which is why the UN correctly condemned it. But that war could have been avoided if the countries of Europe had listened to very eminent statesmen like Henry Kissinger, like George Kennan, who advised Europe against pushing Ukraine to NATO because you were crossing a red line of Russia unnecessarily. That was not necessary at all. And similarly, unfortunately, the war in Gaza sadly reflects, and certainly we should condemn the attack by Hamas on innocent Israeli civilians. But that conflict could also have been avoided if the United States had used its diplomatic muscles to try and push for a two-state solution effectively between Israel and Palestine. And you see, very sadly, you see that the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, has gone to the Middle East, I don't know how many times, and has been completely unable to achieve either a ceasefire or some kind of pause in the fighting. And it's very sad because that incapability to stop wars and prevent wars also reflects geopolitical incompetence. By contrast, by the way, most of East Asia, you haven't seen a major war since 1979, since the Sino-Vietnamese War. But of course, there are challenges in our region. And you correctly pointed out one big challenge, and that challenge is the relationship between China and India. And there's one thing that worries me when I talk about the Asian century. I believe that the Asian century is going to happen, and certainly I expect, as I gave you the data, China, India, ASEAN, and frankly, you've got to add Japan, South Korea, and others are going to flourish and do well. But if relations between China and India become difficult, and if they get caught in any kind of downward spiral, that would sadly affect the rest of Asia too.
So in that sense, India has some very complex challenges, because one, you have, of course, the concern about Russia and China becoming closer, perhaps as a fallout also of Russia's isolation from the West. You have the worry over Pakistan becoming a failed state and what that does to more fundamentalist elements, and of course the continuing, in that sense, aggression or incursions backed by Pakistan forces in Jammu and Kashmir. You have also the worry of Afghanistan and the Taliban, and now what's happening in Bangladesh. How do you think India, what do you think are the best ways ahead for India to actually maneuver this complex tightrope walk, as it were, in its region?
Well, I think let's start with the first example you gave of Russia. As you know, Russia has been a very good friend to India. I mean, I know that whenever India had some problems in the UN Security Council, and when they wanted to block countries from taking measures that would be hostile to India, India could always turn to the Russian delegation. And the Russian delegation would always say to the Indian delegation, if you want us to veto a resolution, we'll be happy to do so on your behalf. So I can understand the deep friendship that has developed between Russia and India. But I think if India wants to help Russia in its current predicament, the best thing that India could do is to repeat what George Kennan, the eminent American strategic thinker, what Henry Kissinger said, which is that to try and arrive at a compromise on Ukraine, whereby the people of Ukraine have their sovereign right to do what they want to do, to be what they want to be. And frankly, if they want to join the European Union, they can join the European Union, but they shouldn't join NATO. That's a compromise. So it takes care of the core interests of all the powers. And most people know that that's a sensible solution to push for. And at the end of the day, I think it's important for India, which is now big enough, to speak privately to the European Union members and tell them that at the end of the day, Europe will have to live with Russia, not for the next 10 years, not for the next 100 years, but for the next 1,000 years. Why create a very angry, alienated Russia? Why not try to build bridges with Russia? And if you can normalize the relations, if India can help to normalize relations between Russia and Europe and help to find a solution to Ukraine, then India will once again have a very strong friend in Russia that it can work with without a problem. So I think there are various things that India can do. And in terms of its neighborhood, I would say the one good thing that India could do is to learn something from ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. The diversity in Southeast Asia is much more than the diversity in South Asia. You have out of 700 million people in Southeast Asia, you have 250 million Muslims, 150 million Christians, 150 million Buddhists, Mahayana Buddhists, Hinayana Buddhists. And then we have Taoists, we have Confucianists, we have Hindus, and we have lots of communists in Southeast Asia. And yet Southeast Asia has been at peace. ASEAN is a model of regional cooperation. And the way we have done it, one way we have done it, is to open our borders completely to trade with each other. And that growing trade with each other has generated context and understanding. And that's why I believe that provides a model for South Asia to follow also.
You've talked, of course, about the United States, and in that sense, Secretary of State Antony Blinken's failures, or the US's failures to control the Gaza war. But also, let me ask you, because we've got the November presidential elections coming up between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Do you think that, in a sense, what is good for the world? Because do you think a second term for President Trump is something that would be good globally, geopolitics-wise? Do you think President Kamala Harris, if it happens? And also, of course, when you've talked about great statesmen, great leadership, who do you think are, say, the top 5 leaders of today? Where do you think the real leadership is coming from globally?
Well, I'm glad you raised the question about the United States, because there's no question whatsoever that the United States is by far still the most powerful country in the world in a comprehensive sense. And I always say that I'm a friend of the United States. And certainly we in Singapore want to see a strong, capable United States, and a United States that's playing an important leadership role on the world stage. But as you know, the United States can only play an important leadership role on the world stage if it is domestically a happy country. But as you know, the United States today has never been unhappier. In fact, if you look at my book, Has China Won, in chapter 7, I point out that sadly, functionally, the United States has become a plutocracy where the rich make the decisions. And as a result of it, the bottom 50% in the United States have not seen an improvement in their standard of living for 3 or 4 decades now. And that's very sad. We want to see a better United States than this one. But all these internal problems of the United States are now preoccupying the American people and also the American leaders. And so whether Donald Trump wins or Kamala Harris wins, they will have to focus their attention primarily on their domestic needs, which are growing significantly. And as you know, Donald Trump's the words he uses, make America great again.
Yes.
So he wants to take care of his home first, which in some ways is understandable. But it means that the previous United States that we knew, that was willing to provide, in some ways, selfless global leadership, is no longer around. There's going to be an America that puts American interests first, regardless whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump.
Right.
So we shouldn't focus on the personalities, but we should nonetheless try to continue working as closely as possible with the United States, because at the end of the day, if United States is not part of the solution, it's going to become part of the problem. United States is an indispensable power still in the world.
Professor Mehbubani, thank you so much for outlining your views on the Asian century and, of course, India's role in it in the decades and century to come. Thank you very much for joining me on the NDTV Dialogues. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shashi Tharoor. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
The Election Commission revises the poll dates for Haryana. Haryana polls now on the 5th of October instead of October the 1st. Dates have been changed to accommodate the Bishnoi festival, says the Election Commission. The Communist Party of India Marxist backs MeToo accused MLA Mukesh. The CPIM says others with similar allegations have not quit. The CPIM accepts Mukesh's false MeToo case argument, but this as a national women's body takes note and seeks the full HEMA committee report. The ex-Malayalam film body chief, actor Mohanlal, says, "I never ran away from the MeToo storm." He says the entire Malayalam film industry is to blame for the MeToo rot. He says perpetrators must be punished. Big BJP exits in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the crucial September polls. Senior Jammu and Kashmir leader was denied the ticket, dumps the BJP. He is the third BJP leader to quit amid the row over tickets. As loyalists rebel, they say turncoats have been rewarded. From Delhi to Bengal, doctors up in arms again over the Kolkata hospital horror. Delhi doctors protest at Jantar Mantar. Meanwhile, Shreya Ghoshal says it was sheer brutality what happens in Kolkata and she postpones her Kolkata show. This as doctors marched towards the CPI headquarters in Kolkata. The RSS annual conclave underway in Kerala, the first RSS BJP meeting since Modi 3.0 formation. The BJP's ground performance is likely to be reviewed. Hello and welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vedant Agarwal and our big focus on the show this evening is Mollywood MeToo storm. But before that, the big headline coming in, well, the Haryana poll dates have been deferred by the Election Commission. This, of course, after there was a demand from the BJP to postpone the dates. The BJP had said that it's a long weekend and it could impact the polling percentage in Haryana. Though the Election Commission in its official statement has said that, well, it's to accommodate the Bishnoi festival. The Bishnois, of course, are an important community in Haryana, but this has sparked a political slugfest. Take a look at all the reactions coming in.
हम चुनाव आयोग के बहुत आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने हमारी एप्लीकेशन पर कार्रवाई करते हुए चुनाव की तारीखों को बदला है। हमारा मकसद ये था कि जो पहले शेड्यूल जारी किया गया था उसमें एक छुट्टी लेने से चुनाव के पास 5 दिन की छुट्टियां बन जाती हैं और संभावना बनी रहती है कि लोग उसके लिए घूमने बाहर चले जाएं या कोई अपने निजी काम दूसरे निपटाए, उससे वोट परसेंटेज गिरती है। इसलिए चुनाव आयोग का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है।
चुनाव आयोग का अधिकार डेट बढ़ा दी, कोई बात नहीं।
आपको लगता है कि कोई साजिश है इसके पीछे या हार मान चुकी है बीजेपी मानसिक तौर पे?
वो तो हरियाणा में तो पहले हार मान चुके हैं।
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो निर्णय लिया उसका स्वागत करते हैं, मगर ये चीज़ साफ दिखाती है कि बीजेपी अपनी हार से बचने के इस तरह के हथकंडे अपना रही है। और तारीख बदलने से क्या होगा, जनता ने मन बना लिया है और इस बार जो मन है वो बीजेपी को प्रदेश से बाहर करने का है। और 4 दिन हमें तो फ़ायदा है, कैंपेन के और मिलेंगे और एग्रेसिवली कार्यकर्ता मैदान में उतरेंगे और इस रण को जीतेंगे।
And now a special focus on Left, Right and Centre this evening, the Mollywood MeToo moment. The rot clearly runs deep, but this as there is no political accountability yet. The left government and particularly the CPIM has failed to act on its MeToo accused MLA Mukesh. In fact, the CPIM has backed its MLA, saying that others with similar charges have not quit yet. This, of course, after at least 100 women activists put out a strongly worded statement demanding Mukesh's resignation. In fact, it's absolutely unfortunate that so many women have had to come out and talk about what they had to go through in such sordid detail. And despite the courage that they have shown, the government has failed to act, whether it's the CPIM or even the Congress in Kerala. There are various Congress-linked lawyers that have also come under the scanner amid the MeToo storm. Meanwhile, also the film body, given the fact that actor Mohanlal has finally broken his silence on this, but the film body has done little to fix accountability as well. The question that we are asking on Left, Right and Centre this evening, as the CPIM backs its MeToo accused MLA, is it party over probity for the party? All of that and more coming up. But joining me on the show this evening, Tom Vadakan, National Spokesperson of the BJP, also Dr. Shama Mohammed, National Spokesperson of the Congress. Annie Raja, a CPI leader, is also with us, and Sanjana Galrani, a South Indian film actor, is also joining us on the show this evening. But let me go across first to my colleague Ishika, who's been tracking this story very, very closely. So Ishika, the latest, of course, is that the police, in a sense, tightening its noose around Mukesh. They're looking at recreating the crime scene. What is all of that about? And also the National Women's Body seeking the full Hema Committee report. So that's important as well.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, the investigation in this particular case, in fact, is moving at a fast pace. Today, the police team has reached Mukesh's residence in Kochi, and they have, in fact, reached there with the complainant. They are going to recreate the crime scene, and then they are trying to, collect more evidence in this particular case. Now, what is also very important here, and as you rightly pointed out, Vedant, the National Commission of Women has also now taken cognizance of this entire matter, and in fact now the National Commission of Women is has asked for the complete Hema Committee report. Remember that the Hema Committee report that is here in the public domain, these are not full revelations, but whatever we have seen till now, those are very shocking revelations. So certainly it raises the question as to what are those facts that are still not in public domain. Are they more brutal? Certainly, that is also one of the questions. But the NCW has also pointed out that the reports point to serious issues such as workplace harassment, gender-based discrimination, and any forms of exploitation that adversely affect women in the Malayalam film industry. So after this, the NCW taking cognizance, and now have asked for the full Hema Committee report. So when will that happen, and what more details will be there when after the entire Hema Committee report is disclosed? That certainly remains to be seen. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thanks very much for joining us with all those details there. Ishika has been tracking all the details, the latest for us from Kerala, in fact. But let me introduce my panel this evening. Tom Vadakan, National Spokesperson of the BJP, is with us. Also, Dr. Shama Mohammed, National Spokesperson of the Congress. Annie Raja of the CPI is with us as well. And Sanjana Galrani, an actor, is also joining us on Left, Right and Centre this evening. Thanks all very much for being with us. Annie Raja, going across to you first. What happened today would be extremely demoralizing for all the actors who have come out and spoken in sordid detail about what they've had to go through in the Malayalam film industry. The CPM has backed its MeToo accused MLA. So larger questions on political complicity will of course be raised, given the fact that the left government in Kerala also sat on the Hema Committee report for so many years.
The fact is that, first of all, we must appreciate the Kerala left front government for taking such a bold decision. Yes, it is true that it has delayed the releasing of a report, but once before that the state government has decided to constitute Justice Hema Committee based on a complaint or a memorandum given by the Women in Cinema Collective, that is WCC, and the committee submitted its report, and now after some time this government has released the report. And immediately after the report, the impact was so huge. Just after releasing the report, many women who are part of this Kerala cinema, Malayalam cinema, they have come up, they showed courage to come up and speak out.
Yes, but ma'am, I agree with you that the left government in Kerala sort of formed an SIT pretty swiftly. But the fact of the matter here is that the left government has failed to put enough pressure on the CPM. All the constituents of the government have, in a sense, failed to put enough pressure on the CPM to make sure that their MeToo accused MLA actually steps down. Because, of course, so many actors have said that they face a lot of pressures, they face threats for having come out and spoken about their ordeal. Don't you think this is demoralizing, that the party has backed its MLA instead of backing those women survivors?
No, that is what I am saying. It is government not only released the report, but after that, it has constituted a special investigation team, and they have started their work now. And they are now taking statements from these women who have given complaint or they deposed before the HEMA committee and all. So that is there. Of course, the government is taking very serious steps to see that the women who are working in Mollywood should be
Sure.
feel confident, and they should have equal rights, and their dignity should be protected. That is what the left government is trying to do.
Okay, but ma'am, you've still not answered my question. Isn't it
has not
condemnable that the
taken
CPM has backed its Me Too accused
taken-
MLA? I'll come back to you, ma'am. Let me bring in Dr. Shama Mohammed on this. Shama, something that the CPM said today was that we are not asking Mukesh to step down because many others with similar allegations have not quit yet. To me, that's a bizarre argument. But how do you see this, given the fact that there are several Congress-linked lawyers also who have come under the scanner and 2 legislators as well?
See, the Congress-linked lawyer, Mr. Chandrasekhar, has resigned. He was the head of the Congress legal cell. He has resigned. Now, Annie Raja Ji has said something that the left-front government has done it. How did this happen? This happened in 2017 when Bhavna, an actress, was molested and raped in a car by the instructions of an actor called Dilip, which is very well known. After that, Women's Cinema Collective was formed, and they put pressure on the CPM government or the left-wing LDF government to do this, to do an investigation on that, and that's how the HEMA committee came in. And this report was ready by 2020, but the CPIM kept it there in the freezer and suddenly released it now in 2024. That is what we need to understand. And according to me, there are multiple FIRs against Mukesh, not 1, not 2. And if he has some shame, and if the CPM government has some shame, they have to ask him to resign because he cannot continue. You see, when you're an MLA, the investigation cannot be impartial because he still is an MLA. He has police also, he can talk to them, various things. And also looking at the history of the CPM, coming to the Vandi Periyar case, of which a 5-year-old child was raped and murdered in a house in 2021. In 2023, the verdict came out. And what did the trial court say? The trial court acquitted him. And this person is a DYFI guy who is the CPM's youth wing person, comes from the CPM youth. The trial court clearly said the evidence by the police is lacking, so we have to acquit him.
Right.
Now, who does the police come under? The Home Minister. And who is the Home Minister of Kerala? Pinarayi Vijayan. There is this case, and also we go back to Walayar in 2017 when 2 girls, 2 sisters, 9 and 14, were raped and hanged. Who again was involved? 3 of them, DYFI. Again, the same thing the trial court said, evidence by the police is not sufficient.
Yes.
So
that's an important point you're making, that it in a sense compromises the sanctity of the investigation. But before I get Annie Raja to respond to that, Shama, my limited question to you also is, do you think the Congress is on weak wicket when it comes to the entire Me Too investigation as well?
No, how can we be on a weak wicket? According to me, if there is anybody in my party also accused, should stand down. As a woman, I stand with the women, Malayali film industry women. I think anybody who is involved in any of these should step down because otherwise there's no impartial investigation. Let's understand this. This is huge in Kerala. There are women who are affected, makeup artists, stylists, film stars, directors, multiple women coming out and saying that this has happened. And many men, my political friends have asked me, why are the women coming after 8 years? Because when a woman is alone, she's afraid. She can't come out. When there is a committee, multiple women are going and speaking to the committee.
And they find the courage perhaps to come out finally, that the focus is whatever. But you made an important point that as a woman politician, you stand with the survivors who have come out and spoken out, in this entire Me Too movement. And Tom Vadakan, come in on this, because this is not just that is confined, a movement that is confined to one industry. You've had actors from across India, from Bengal, from the Telugu cinema, from down south South, you've had so many actors come out and speak about their ordeal. But we haven't really seen politicians across party line come out and say that we stand with these women, whether it's the central government or state governments in various states. This is something that we see across industries.
This is Vedant becoming an epidemic across the political, mainstream. Fundamentally, there is this whole question of safety of women in workplace. CPM has been notorious for their cover-up operations. The similar situation is being seen as West Bengal. Crimes do occur, but when the government goes into connivance to protect people, that is the huge issue. Crime can be investigated, crime can be solved, the guilty can be punished. But when the government machinery comes in and tries to protect people, that's where the problem rises. That's happening in West Bengal, Vedant. That's happening in Kerala. Now, let me add one more thing. Shama Mohammed was very eloquent when she said the CPM is bad, and I accept it. I am not denying all that. She's perfectly justified in what she's saying. But Vedant, I would also like to bring to your notice the news cycle that is going on in Kerala. An ex-AICC member, her name is Simi Roosevelt, has gone on television and has gone to the press talking about the couch that exists in the Congress party. Vedant, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because I know a lot of people there.
Well, those are unsubstantiated claims, and perhaps I don't want to make it about, we're talking about the Mollywood, the film industry and the rot that runs deep. Let's not make it a BJP versus Congress right now, because, parties have to come on the same page.
No. The intention is, you asked me a broad-based question.
Yes.
I'm telling you this exists across the board.
Yes.
So let's not be holier than thou. Let's examine ourselves, find out where women are troubled, and the workplace matter needs to be addressed across the board, whether it's left, right, BJP, Congress, TMC, whatever.
I take your point.
No
Absolutely. In fact, let me also tell you that for the longest time, neither the Congress nor the BJP had an internal complaints committee in many states. So, of course, the situation is grim when it comes to that. But Sanjana Galrani is also with us. Sanjana, as I said earlier, women from across industries have come out and shown tremendous courage in having to talk about in sordid detail what they went through. This is a story that is that we see across industries, isn't it? I mean, being an actor yourself, have you had to encounter, these all-boys clubs as they are, in having to make your mark as a successful actor?
It happens. You have people of all kinds in all industries. Firstly, I'm feeling really bad that a very prestigious industry like Malayalam industry is having so much bad said and done about it, whereas Malayalam film industry is one industry that produces the finest of the films in the country. I, as an actor, I have worked in Malayalam films, I've worked in Tamil, I've worked in Telugu, I've worked in Kannada, I've worked in Hindi films, I've worked in 55 films as a protagonist. Of course, yes, it would be a lie if I would tell you that I haven't found people who hit on you. I would definitely, agree to the fact that everyone is not bad, but there are some people who, think that, okay, if she is in films, means she is available. And this moment is for all those people that, every woman who is here has dignity, has self-respect. You cannot take women for granted. This is a strong moment which has happened, but an irony of this moment is this particular issue arrives with a victim. I don't like to take her name on air in 2017, and Hema Committee was formed in 2017. Everything has come to light in 2024.
Yes.
Investigations were done in 2019. Imagine the plight of women. All the victims' names are out. Imagine women who have complained in 2019 have to face everything that they have told in 2024. Imagine they will be well settled right now. They are not, maybe they are not even in the film industry. Imagine they have kids now. Imagine what they'll explain to their kids now. Imagine what will they explain to their husbands, their in-laws. They themselves will have such challenges in the society. So all this has to sum up, and this is just not a film industry issue, or this is not a political issue. It is very ironical to see that as soon as something happens, all the political parties come into your party is like this and your party is like that. On a humanitarian ground, this needs a remedy. We are complaining that we need a stringent, stricter law in the country so that things like what happened in RG College doesn't happen. She was not a film actor who happened to suffer in RG College. You will tell the film actresses who told you to come in film. They will not tell this happened to you. We really regret.
That is really the unfortunate travesty.
You know, what will be told? What will be told? Let me complete my point. That, okay, you came into film industry, so you have to face it. You have to be subjectified to this. Don't you know that film industry is a dirty place? Fine, if you...
Okay, we seem to have lost that audio line with Sanjana. We'll try and fix it. But Sanjana, I take your point, the larger point that you are making, that it's normalized to a great extent when it comes to the film industry. Let's please fix Sanjana's audio line there. But meanwhile, Annie Raja, you heard it from Sanjana there. The Kerala government owes it to these survivors, owes it to these women actors who have shown this kind of exemplary courage in talking about what they went through. How would you respond to these allegations of a potential cover-up of the investigation?
Not justifying the delay of releasing the report. I am not at all justifying the delay in releasing the report. But you are repeatedly saying the courage, exemplary courage shown by these women to speak up. That courage has come when the report was released. Even before constituting the special investigation team, only by releasing the report, these women have got so much courage. That is why my party and my organization, the National Federation of Indian Women, is saying that all those who are accused in this case, they all should be removed. All those who are in the power and position, they should be removed so that
including MLA Mukesh?
Confidence.
Including Mukesh?
Pardon? Yes, of course. That's what we demanded, because you see, when the accused person is sitting in the power and position, and the same government is enduring about all these violations and all these complaints, then you cannot give a confidence to the complainant that the
okay, so you are saying all those accused must step down. I'm afraid I'm running out of time on the debate, so quick.
Finish. The process is free and fair. That is why we are asking the government to see that he is
so you're assuring everybody out there that the process is free and fair. Shama Mohammed and Tom Vadakan, quick comments from you on the political complicity in this, because this is something that we've seen across industries, as these powerful men in powerful positions are very often backed by politicians. Shama Mohammed, to you first.
Yeah, so I think the actress talked about laws. We don't need laws. We have enough laws. It is about convictions, and it is about changing the mindset of men. And very important that we don't see people like Gurmeet Ram Rahim getting paroled multiple times. What is the message you're giving these rapists? We need support of the Prime Minister in a case like Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, where the Prime Minister was mourned. Manipur, he has not visited. So what we need to show as the Prime Minister of this country, that you have to stand with women. We have enough laws. We have the Nirbhaya Act. We have enough. But how do we enforce these laws? That is most important. Convictions, changing the mindset of men, that is very important. And in this particular case, see to it, whoever is guilty, whoever is involved should be punished. And there are also those who are not guilty here. And see to it that they also are not, nobody is
so
punished.
you made a very important point there, Shama Mohammed, in fact, that the messaging on women's safety needs to be stronger. Tom Vadakan, 30 seconds to you, and then I'll give the last word to Sanjana.
I agree that there has to be conviction, but conviction follows. First, it must be investigation. If the government of the day waters down investigation, you will never get a conviction. The court has the evidence in front of itself, the court, and it's on that basis conviction happens. If the investigation is watered down by the powers that are, you have a situation which neither the judges can be blamed nor anybody. The laws do exist. And let me tell you something. Mr. Mukesh must go. We have made that demand, and we will continue to make that demand. There's no questions of a compromise there.
Mukesh must go. Sanjana, the last word to you, quickly.
This is not a problem just of the Malayalam film industry. This is a problem in the entire nation, in any or every place, in any or every industry. We need time-bound laws. If there's a crime that happens, it needs to be put a full stop in a week or 10. We need in a day, in 7 days or in 10 days, we need the accused to be hung to death for something like rape. We need a very aggressive law which has to be time-bound and which has to be within days. In Saudi Arabia, women get their justice in 3 to 5 days. Are they not human beings? Are we not human beings? What do we have? What do we not have that Saudi Arabia has? We all have all the technology. We have all the forensic equipments to find out if the rapist is really the rapist or not the rapist. We need him to be hung within weeks after this has happened. We don't want the death of the complainant to happen again and again for 5 years, for 10 years, for 20 years, for 30 years, going and fighting in the court and just telling that yes, I was raped, give me justice, I was raped, give me justice.
Because ultimately justice delayed is justice denied, and that's a very important point you're making, that we need time-bound investigations.
A death to go and revisit this particular topic.
Absolutely. I'm afraid I'm completely running out of time, but thanks all very much for being with us on the show this evening. Of course, this will be one of our top focus stories on NDTV, given the fact that the rot clearly runs deep when it comes to the Mollywood sexual assault case. And of course, the focus very much on making sure that justice is given to all these survivors. That's all the time that we have on Left, Right and Centre. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
and welcome to this special show on NDTV. We are coming to you from the lawns of the Sri Ram College of Commerce in Delhi, and I'm of course joined by students from the college. We are here to talk about the book, Who is Equal? It's the latest offering from Supreme Court lawyer Saurabh Kirpal, and the author himself is joining us today to discuss this book. Thank you so much, Mr. Kirpal, for making time.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for inviting me to this beautiful college and these.
It's our pleasure.
Yes,
so, we'll of course begin by asking if you can summarize for our viewers and the audience here, what's your book about?
Well, it's rather self-descriptive in one sense, which is the book is about equality. Or perhaps I should say the book is about inequality. It is about inequality in terms of caste, gender, sexuality, and religion, and how that affects different facets of one's life. So what is the meaning of inequality or equality or discrimination in education? How are the effects felt in terms of employment? How does a woman get the same rights in office at work as a man? In terms of marriage, issue close to my heart, how are different forms of marriages and within the marriage a dynamic of equality dealt with. So these are the rough structure of the book, different facets of one's life and how the possibility of inequality makes situation worse and how the promise of equality is yet to be achieved.
Okay, so why now? What made you write the book? Is there a reason for the timing or any personal experience involved for which you have written the book?
Well, this book ought to have been written when the first person was treated unequally in the world, and that has always been the case. And sadly, while I have great faith in my country, I see persistent inequality. Time is now because I'm writing it now, but it is always topical. It is always important to talk about inequality because we're a deeply, deeply unequal country. And we have gone from 1950, we are heading up to 75 years of the Constitution. And while progress has been made in the area of equality, we have a long way to go still. The nature of inequality and discrimination is changing because the nature of the workplace is changing, the nature of education is changing. So these new areas bring with them a new form of a possibility of discrimination. So we must be always and forever alert, vigilant to a possibility of discrimination. And therefore, I wrote this book. It's topical, as I said, because we're always unequal. And you know, while we see that progress has been made, to a person who is at the receiving end of discrimination, to a Dalit, a woman, a sexual minority, today even maybe a person of a religious minority, to say that, look, it was much worse 75 years ago is no answer. We have so much progress today. We have technology, artificial intelligence, the country is going up leaps and bounds. And yet to the most oppressed of our country, we cannot say that, no, you wait your turn, it'll come, it'll happen. The time is now. That constitutional obligation of equality has to deliver today.
Right. Mr. Kirpal, we are sitting in front of an audience consisting of young students. They have grown up in the information age, in the digital age. Do you think that the information age is a great equalizer in a way? And I'm not arguing that things are better than what it was earlier. Of course, that will always be the case. But in terms of the fact that there's a lot more accessibility in, and also, you know, people can voice themselves in multiple platforms. Do you feel that that's a bigger equalizer than what you and I, let's say, grew up with?
Well, look, information of any form is a tool of empowerment. So certainly it empowers you to learn about how to remedy injustices when you see it. But if I may, I'll flip that question on its head and say that information is itself a source of discrimination because there is in our country a digital divide. People in top-tier cities with English education or access to the internet have access to this information and therefore progress. You saw in the time of COVID, when all education went online, it was fine for the people from the best schools, the wealthiest families. But we're creating a digital divide where the people in rural India who may not have access to those devices, where maybe all members of a family share one phone, and the son, the daughter, all the children have to use that phone to do education. That deepens the existing inequalities. Of course, as a tool, it can be used to empower also. But there have to be multiple investments. It can't be just one size fits all and then throw information at people and pretend equality will happen. All the other incidents of inequality will still have to be dealt with. But yes, you're right. From my time, when I was young, many, many years ago, I think digital information and information generally being more readily available on a personal level makes you feel more connected with what is happening. You don't feel so isolated. You don't feel so alone as I was as a young gay child, because now queer people have access to other information. And once you feel that, you get part of a sense of a community. That is an empowering thing. So yes, information is empowering, but we have to be very alert that every tool can be turned around very quickly on its head and used as an agency for discrimination.
Okay. Now, before I get into, some of the aspects of the book, I would want to actually engage the young students over here. We'll give you a chance to, of course, ask questions to the author, but I just wanted to get a sense of what does equality mean to students, who are all of you all who are present over here. Does it mean that, it's a privilege that you get in certain safe spaces, in colleges or in certain cities? Or, as we discussed, that, since you're Generation Z in a way, if I can presume that, obviously you feel that you are growing up in a different age and culture in a way, and that gives you more equal space. Do you feel like that? So if some of you want to speak up about that.
Before I could talk about that, I would like to share my personal experience. During my graduation days, some of my friends were not from the upper caste, they were from the marginalized groups. So their surnames were taken as slangs. That was some incidents. And when I came to New Delhi, I thought that this is a big city, so such incidences would not be there. But during my civil services coaching, the same thing was there. Once the background of the individual, I mean, from what's his entire name, everybody comes to know, he gets segregated from the group. So that it was very vividly visible, but nobody was talking about it. Nobody wanted to bring up that concern. So for me, equality is something where everyone has the opportunity to speak, to feel free to express their views openly and talk about it.
Anybody who wants to talk about what equality means to you?
I feel like equality has to start from the school level. Since I was in the school, the teachers always used to discriminate between the boys and the girls. They used to make them sit separately, and it was shown like if a boy is made to be sit with a girl, it is treated like a punishment. So it is made like that from the school level only, that their equality is not shown, and in the nursery rhymes or in the stories that we used to be teaching in the nursery level, they are all like like these only. So I feel that from the school level only,
from a very young age, the discrimination exists. I want to hear from the girls, because I feel, for instance, there's a difference in equality that you would feel in terms of spaces as well. Like, I've lived in multiple cities. Sometimes a particular city gives you more equality to go out at certain times or wear whatever you want to, and other cities may not. That's a perception, of course, and everyone's experience may be different. But in terms of equality, as a very young girl studying in Delhi, any thoughts?
Yeah, it was pretty difficult for my parents to send me here to Delhi to pursue my education. But they did because the opportunity was such. But I feel equality for me is first psychological, as to what do I feel in a space. What am I made to feel in a space, I would say. Because, yeah, the society operates such, the conditioning is so deep that I don't feel it first here. So my fight has been, how can I first feel equality here? I know it's just not a fight for me, but for the society as well. But yeah, it's psychological for me.
Right. Thank you so much. So, these are young students. Of course, they've come from different parts of the country, but, they are living in an urban space. And we sometimes feel that these discriminations that you've spoken about doesn't exist in the urban space, or we don't refer to it as much, but that is a myth. That's something you've written about as well.
Absolutely. I think, in fact, these get amplified in bigger cities. There are more people, there's more opportunity for discrimination. Whenever there are opportunities for discrimination as well. Recently, we were talking about caste, for instance, and that how there's caste awareness even in Delhi. I think it is only a person who's so upper caste that she or he can be completely oblivious of their caste or pretend that, oh, I don't know my caste, no one knows of their caste, who knows of caste? Only an upper caste person would say that, because that lower caste person would certainly know their caste because they'll be made to feel it every day, not just in Delhi, not just in the north or the south, everywhere in India. The first thing that defines us really as a nation is caste, sadly. In terms of women, I mean, again, the lack of safety of women, which happens in a bigger city rather than a smaller town. I mean, it also happens there. Huh? It's not as though rural India is a haven for women. It certainly is not. But certainly even in cities, when you go on public transport and you're harassed and you can't access the same resources because you fear for your safety, that's a denial of equality.
Since you referred to caste, so we'll begin with that, which you've written about. You've also argued in your book that the creamy layer, I mean, because referring to a recent Supreme Court order, that you know, the quota within quota order of the Supreme Court, where the top court actually said that, you know, we need to extend reservations for people who really need it still. It doesn't have to be a family inheritance in a way. But you've argued that there is valid reasons to even extend the quota to the creamy layer still. So why do you, you know, what's your reason for that?
Yeah. I think first one has to ask, why do you have quotas at all? Quotas exist not only because a particular individual is disadvantaged. Quotas exist because there is a systemic historical injustice which has pushed a particular caste so back for, not in terms of just economic status, but social status, that that person can't hope to compete on an equal level playing field as another person. So you may get the same schooling and have same amount of money as another person, for instance, if you're from an upper caste. But if you come from a family which has always seen themselves, as you said, as somewhat lesser, your self-confidence is so diminished because of that systemic injustice, that you may be educated, but you come from a family where your grandparents, great-grandparents did not have that privilege. Therefore, you need quotas to remedy systemic imbalances. They're not focused on that person, but on history. So if quotas are attempting to remedy historical injustices, then to focus on a particular person today doesn't make sense, because that person may have come up in life even, you know, through, but that person would still form a role model for other people of that community. So supposing you are from a Dalit caste, a subcaste, you would then be a role model for everybody else. They will want to aspire to that position. But if you say there's a creamy layer and you oust that person who may get that job, then you would never have icons developing within a particular community. That's one. Secondly, historical injustices will not be remedied in the form of individuals being targeted. Because why then have a reservation for a Dalit person or an OBC? Why not for a very poor upper caste man? But you have the 10% EWS reservation now, but what about a person who's just above that? When you start tailoring to individual experiences, that's when you go from affirmative action to a form of violation of equality. Quotas are necessary, but only justified because of the injustices that these communities faced in the centuries previous.
In that context, how important do you feel an updated caste census is?
It's imperative. Why do we run away from information and knowledge? Your fear that it's going to divide the country is the argument against it. Let's deal with that. But our country is already divided on the ground of caste. All that this would do is for you to gather information so that you better target. Why do you have a census every 10 years? You don't need a census. You do for targeting of special allocations of resources, etc. So it is knowledge. Now, how you use that knowledge is up to you. The problem does not lie in the knowledge. The problem lies with how politicians will use that knowledge and either seek to sow divisions in society or take that knowledge and genuinely try to help those who need that help.
I will, of course, touch on the other 2-3 very important aspects that you have included in your book. When it comes to gender equality, you have primarily looked at pay parity and also at the laws governing marriage.
Right.
And you've argued that religious and personal laws, in a way, have, since they are involved when it comes to marriage laws, courts are a bit hesitant in terms of taking, let's say, you know, maybe the first step. So how can justice be assured? How can people feel that they will get justice if there is a bit of a hesitancy even in terms of the judicial system?
Well, so I'm saying, sadly, people don't get justice in the matter of personal law. It's not as though our courts are doing a good job at all. I think they're doing, there's definite room for improvement, let's put it as politely as one can. I think often the idea of family law and personal law is seen as an area of law that can be pushed at the back. It's not the sexy area of the law. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on TV, but it's not constitutional law. It's not those big, but no, it's people's real lives. So I think it's important that courts see that family law is an important area of law. But moving apart from that, aside from that, they need to have the courage to step in and protect a disempowered citizen in whatever position she is. She could be walking on the road where she needs protection, or within the sanctity of her home when the husband discriminates against her by being able to divorce her in a particular manner when she cannot. So these forms of discrimination that exist in the law cannot get protection just by some cover of religion, because ultimately the individual is supreme. And while religion is a very important facet of our existence, I think this immunity that comes because of this fear of the judges that we are going to impinge on their religious freedom by trying to protect them, that's an error, I believe, on their part, and therefore they must stop. And why just talk about women, the sexual minorities, that judgment where marriage equality has not been recognized, where the courts have said, oh, there's nothing we can do about it, hope Parliament does something. I'm sorry, but that is the responsibility of the courts to step in where they see a violation of a fundamental right. They do not have the luxury. Parliament has the luxury to wait and litigate. Courts do not have the luxury to say, okay, this is not a problem we can deal with. A problem comes to you, you have to deal with it. So I think the courts need to change their mindset and start understanding that the protection of equality is their paramount duty and paramount responsibility. Equally, the responsibility is on Parliament to enact laws which ensure that personal laws do not discriminate between men and women, whether that be through the agency of a UCC, which involves maybe discussion within the community and try to, or probably more practically, is individual reforms of laws within each community. So the way the Hindu law was reformed at 55, then women were made co-parsonas in 2005. You can then pass laws reforming Muslim law, Christian law. You can start making them gender neutral without going this whole hog of UCC, which is divisive. But you can still remedy things. So I think Parliament should see, even if you can't do everything, let's try to make people's lives better. I think that's something Parliament, courts, all executive authorities should remember, that calling yourself a public servant really requires a commitment on their part to ensure that the life of every citizen gets better, and to be treated as an unequal citizen does not make their life better.
Coming to queer rights, and it's a matter which is very close to your heart. You were one of the lawyers both in terms of the arguments and the case hearing in decriminalizing Section 377 and also in same-sex marriages. It took many years to decriminalize Section 377. Do you see a long battle ahead when it comes to same-sex marriages as well?
Well, that is a question that is better answered by some astrologer or a soothsayer. Going by the fact that I'm a lawyer, going by the history, courts don't tend to move very fast. But I think in matter of queer rights, its time has come. The wait one had to undergo from 1947 till 2018, when Section 377 was read down, is not going to be the same as when marriage equality and queer rights are concerned. This country has changed. The youth of this country has changed. They don't understand why people discriminate on the ground of sexuality. Who I sleep with is my personal choice. It's no one else's concern, and therefore discrimination on that basis is also not anyone's concern. So the youth of today, I think, think differently. And the youth of today will become the opinion makers of tomorrow. It will increasingly become a political issue. We have seen that in the West, that where the courts initially led, politicians then followed, because not a small number of people, in the Suresh Kumar Kaushal judgment, where Section 377 was first upheld, the Supreme Court mockingly said the sexual minorities are a minuscule minority of this country. Well, actually, no. If you go by figures and numbers, there are a very large number of queer people. And more than that, queer people are also people's friends, relatives, brothers, cousins, uncles, employees, employers. So the sense of allyship that I see within the community, the straight community and the queer community, I think that's going to propel change. And it's going to be hard to put this genie back in the bottle.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, inclusiveness and equality are two sides of the same coin? Do you think our society needs to move more towards inclusivity, and that in itself will lead to equality?
See, inclusiveness is both a promise as well as a threat. When you are ousting people on a particular basis by saying you're a woman, therefore get out, you're a Dalit, therefore get out, that is the antithesis of equality and the antithesis of inclusivity, right? So failing to recognize, and the other flip side of that would be to force inclusivity. When you are forcing everyone to behave in the same way, to conform in the name of inclusivity, that's also the antithesis of inequality. When you say, well, yes, I know Dalit is different from a non-Dalit or upper caste, but I'll treat you the same. Or, as I discussed, the hijab judgment. When you say that all students must be equal, and therefore if a person wearing a uniform, which doesn't include a hijab, inclusivity requires that you also don't wear hijab. The consequence of which is that women would rather wear the hijab and not go to school, and then be treated as unequal. That's hardly an idea of equality also. I'm not a votary for the hijab. I think that reform has to come from within the community. It's discriminatory towards women, undoubtedly, but it is not for a top-down imposition by the state, because the consequence will be that the girl will remain uneducated. Often the most disempowered are the pawns in the power play of important people. It's not necessarily that hijab ban is not about that girl who's wearing hijab and going to college. We can try to engage with her and tell her that, empower her. But this is about something else at a different level. I think we should also realize. So inclusivity is good, but inclusivity which is forced conformity, that's bad.
All right. I will have to ask him the last question now. Before that, any last questions from the... Okay, my God. We'll be able to take two questions. I'm really sorry. Anyone who has not asked a question so far, because we are running out of time. So, okay, all right. Person at the end, yes.
It's been more than 75 years of independence, and we still see a lot of inequality and discrimination deeply rooted in our societies. So what do you think? How long will this fight go on? And how can we as students contribute to this cause and fix this?
You know, the very famous saying that the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. If you think inequality is going to disappear at any point, I think that is a utopian belief. I believe it may be hardwired in the nature of humans to want equality. It's also almost hardwired to try to steal a march over someone else, have prejudices, have discrimination. Yes, what we can, however, do is aim for a more perfect union. We can hope to get better, right? I don't believe in a complete erasure of inequalities will happen. But the kinds of effects of inequality, the basis of inequality, that can be lessened. We can have a softer state which promises a healing touch when there is inequality. An awareness amongst us and in students, what can you do? You can, as I said, generate empathy, start understanding and recognizing and seeing inequality and seeing different points of view and treating each point of view as valid, as important and worthy of discussion. You may be on the left, you may be on the right, you may be on are privileged or discriminated. See value in someone else, recognize their struggles, and I think that is how change will happen. We need, in these times of polarization, greater communication with each other.
Sir, since independence, we see that the minorities, we are talking about minor people, underprivileged people. So we see that they are fearful of the lengthy process of the judicial system. So that even a case happens, they don't register, they are fearful that it will take time, it will take their resources. So what is your advice on that? What is their perception, or what is the thing that they can do?
So during your research, did you encounter any special revelations that change your perspective on equality?
Coming to your question first, in terms of how can we encourage people to fight for their rights. First, you have to educate people about their rights. They have to know that they have them first. And I think we are rights unaware society. People don't know what they are. Then we have a my-baap culture where the government is seen as a great benefactor and gives a largesse to those who need it. And you're so grateful to receive it, you're not going to go to court to fight for your what is. So we need education for that. We need the court system to become faster. So we need investment in it, both intellectual investment, but also pecuniary investment. We need infrastructure, we need more courtrooms, we need more judges. These things take money. Just simply saying appoint more judges is not going to be the answer if you don't have courtrooms for them to sit in. We need a fast investigative machinery, for which we need better policing. We need higher number of policemen per capita, which is barely changed in India. So there are systemic reforms which are tough. But no one does them because, as I said, enacting a law is so much easier. And as regards revelations, well, yes, there is a fair amount of data in my book which points to the continuing inequality, particularly, say, gender in the workplace. There is the low rate of female workforce participation in India, and how we're regressing. That was a revelation to me. And one interesting snippet, and I'll end it with that, is that it's not just about economic growth. Curiously, research has shown that as women become richer, they drop out of the workplace. So workplace participation diminishes with economic growth, because then because the people of the lowest income group work because they have to. The moment you become able to not work, patriarchy sets in, and if either the man or the husband has to stop working, it will be the woman. And the upper caste, of course. So that was an interesting insight for me, that economic growth does not undo the damage that patriarchy has done in our country.
All right, and with that, we will have to end the show today. Thank you, Mr. Kirpal, so much for joining us and answering the questions here also patiently. And thank you to all the students for engaging with us on this show.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity." Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve
statements." But this amid demands for his resignation. Remember, as many as 100 women activists had written out that strongly worded statement saying that he must quit and that we not feel safe with such men in positions of power. Also, the National Women's Commission has now taken cognizance of the entire MeToo reckoning. In fact, the National Women's Commission has also sought the full HEMA committee report. Remember, there were some parts of the HEMA committee report that were held back after it was made public. Of course, the Kerala government sat in the report for years on end, but now the National Women's Commission has demanded the full report. Take a look at all the reactions that have come in. You know, these all boys clubs as they are, in having to make your mark as a successful actor.
It happens. You have people of all kinds in all industries. Firstly, I'm feeling really bad that a very prestigious industry like Malayalam industry is having so much bad said and done about it, whereas Malayalam film industry is one industry that produces the finest of the films in the country. I, as an actor, I have worked in Malayalam films, I've worked in Tamil, I've worked in Telugu, I've worked in Kannada, I've worked in Hindi films, I've worked in 55 films as a protagonist. Of course, yes, it would be a lie if I would tell you that I haven't found people who hit on you. I would definitely, agree to the fact that everyone is not bad, but there are some people who, think that, okay, if she is in films, means she is available. And this moment is for all those people that, every woman who is here has dignity, has self-respect. You cannot take women for granted. This is a strong moment which has happened. But an irony of this moment is this particular issue arrives with a victim. I don't like to take her name on air in 2017. And HEMA committee was formed in 2017. Everything has come to light in 2024.
Yes.
Investigations were done in 2019. Imagine the plight of women. All the victims' names are out. Imagine women who have complained in 2019 have to face everything that they have told in 2024. Imagine they will be well settled right now. They are not. Maybe they are not even in the film industry. Imagine they have kids now. Imagine what they'll explain to their kids now. Imagine what will they explain to their husbands, their in-laws. They themselves will have such challenges in the society. So all this has to come up, and this is just not a film industry issue, or this is not a political issue. It is very ironical to see that as soon as something happens, all the political parties come into your party is like this and your party is like that. On a humanitarian ground, this needs a remedy. We are complaining that we need a stringent, stricter law in the country so that things like what happened in RG College doesn't happen. She was not a film actor who happened to suffer in RG College.
So this whole thing, how I look at it is protection for women. Whether it is Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu or Kannada, the South Indian constituting of the South Indian industry or any industry. In this fraternity, something like this has to come to make people more sensitive to women and their issues. Usually we are very blasé about these things happening. In my long career, I have seen a lot of things which I think we have to keep changing. Times have changed. People's characters have changed. People's education has gone up. People's lifestyle has gone up. So how we address it is very important. So that's how I look at this whole thing. The complaint has been launched. They have to find out whether this thing. And only thing I want, all these women, my heart goes out to all of them. I don't know, each person has their own story. So whether they have a strong case, which is very important in a case like this.
So all those reactions coming in, this as the pressure is growing on the left government to act. Who will really fix accountability, given the fact that so many women have had to come out and talk about what happened to them in sordid details. But certainly a demoralizing message being sent out by CPM and the left front government, given the fact that you have the CPM backing Mukesh. In fact, in a press conference today, the CPM also said that, well, others with similar charges have not stepped down, given the fact that there are several Congress-linked lawyers and legislators who have also come under the scanner in the MeToo movement. Meanwhile, actor and ex-Amma chief Mohanlal has spoken out as well. This is the first time he has actually spoken out on the entire MeToo controversy ever since he stepped down and ever since the Hema committee report came out in the public domain. In fact, Mohanlal said that, well, as far as the MeToo movement is concerned, I am not running away and that perpetrators must be punished. Though, of course, there have been demands from within the Malayalam film industry as well for him to not just step down, but also take action on those accused. Listen.
Hema committee report. വളരെയധികം സ്വാഗതാർഹമാണ്. ഞാൻ 2 പ്രാവശ്യം ആ കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ മുമ്പിൽ പോയിരുന്ന് സംസാരിച്ച ആളാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഒളിച്ചോടി പോയിട്ടില്ല. എൻ്റെ വ്യക്തിപരമായ കാരണങ്ങൾ. ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറേ നാളുകളായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിലില്ലായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഗുജറാത്തിലായിരുന്നു, പിന്നെ ബോംബെയിലായിരുന്നു, മദ്രാസിലായിരുന്നു. അതിലേറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എൻ്റെ ഭാര്യയുടെ ഒരു സർജറിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഹോസ്പിറ്റലിൽ ഇരിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് ഈ ഒരു ഫോക്കസ് ഞങ്ങളിലേക്ക് മാത്രമായി ഈ സിനിമ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയെ തകർക്കരുത് എന്നൊരു അഭിപ്രായം എനിക്കുണ്ട്.
Absolutely shocking there. But looking now at some other news, well, in Maharashtra, 4 police officers have now been suspended after this video went viral. In fact, this video shows a clear case of cops turning criminals. In fact, these 4 police officers from Khar were seen clearly planting evidence on this man. In fact, they're trying to put those packets of drugs in his pocket. So this video has now gone viral. In fact, after this video went viral, 4 police officers have been suspended. But shocking case of planting evidence there in the name of drug seizure. Certainly, this is an illegal action that has now been revealed by the CCTV footage, and on social media, a lot of outrage over this as well. But the Maharashtra police was quick to act on this, certainly, given the fact that it took cognizance of the viral video, and then the 4 police officers were suspended. In fact, my colleague Paras Zama is now joining us live on the phone line. So, Paras, the Mumbai police have now suspended these 4 police officers.
Rightly said, Vedant. The 4 officer who was seen in CCTV doing the thing which is not good for the local public. In this entire case, one thing has came into light. The person who was in Santa Cruz area, the Kalina area of Mumbai, where on Friday this all officer went and started searching him for drugs. We can see clearly in CCTV that officer has put something in the pocket of the victim, and after that they were trying to arrest him. So right now what Mumbai police has done is has suspended this 4 officer which we had seen in the CCTV, and now the thorough investigation is on in this entire matter. This is very interesting to see why this 4 police officer was trying to frame that person, because it is very important to see what has happened. It may have several layers in this entire case, so it will be very interesting to see how this investigation will go on. For now, the 4 officer who was seen in CCTV transferring the drugs in the victim pocket has been suspended by Mumbai police. Vedant.
Paris, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. Absolutely shocking how these police officers were caught planting evidence on a man in car. But with that, we'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today.
Welcome back. Our special report now from poll-bound Jammu and Kashmir. Well, my colleague Nazir Masoodi caught up with the BJP's Jammu and Kashmir election in charge and also the BJP's General Secretary Tarun Chugh on the Jammu and Kashmir polls. He says statehood will be restored if the BJP comes to power. He also took a direct jibe at Omar Abdullah. Take a look.
I'm joined by Mr. Tarun Chugh, General Secretary of BJP for Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Chugh, what this election means for you when it's happening after such a long gap?
जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने लगातार जम्मू कश्मीर में विकास और विश्वास दोनों को खड़ा किया है और 5 अगस्त 2019 के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर विकास की राह पर भी बढ़ा है और एक चमत्कारी विश्वास लोगों के मन में खड़ा हुआ। ये बायकाट की धरती थी। सैकड़ों हजारों वोट लेकर कुछ नेता जीत जाते थे, लोग अपना मत देने के लिए निकलते नहीं थे। अब 2024 का चुनाव हो या उससे पहले डीडीसी बीडीसी चुनाव हो, भारी मात्रा में लोगों ने निकलकर वोट किया है और देश के नेतृत्व पर अपना विश्वास प्रकट किया।
बीजेपी का मैनिफेस्टो कब आ रहा है और आपने लोगों से भी उसमें सजेशंस मांगे?
हमने हजारों लोगों को इन्वॉल्व किया है, हजारों लोगों ने लिखित में, कई संस्थानों ने मेमोरेंडम के माध्यम से, विज्ञापन के माध्यम से हमें अपने सुझाव दिए हैं। हमने जनता से भी सुझाव लिए हैं, कंपाइल हो रहे हैं। अगले 3-4 दिन में हम अपना मैनिफेस्टो लेके आएंगे।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब यहाँ आए जून में, और उसने 2 चीज़ें यहाँ अहम चीज़ कही। एक तो कहा कि इलेक्शन होंगे ताकि लोग अपने रिप्रेजेंटेटिव चुने, उनका काम करो। दूसरा बताया स्टेटहुड भी रिस्टोर होगा। क्या स्टेटहुड इस इलेक्शन का मुद्दा है आपके लिए?
ऐसा है कि प्रधानमंत्री जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं। उन्होंने कहा था चुनाव होगा, फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब कहते थे नहीं होगा, महबूबा कहती थी नहीं होगा, हुआ। ये कहते थे चुनाव होना ही नहीं है, क्योंकि इनका काम है भ्रम पैदा करना, हमारा काम है स्पष्टता करना। जो प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है वो अक्षरशः पूरा हो।
आपने फारूक अब्दुल्ला और उमर अब्दुल्ला पे you launched scathing attacks on them about their utterances, if their statements, their manifesto. Do you think national conference is the biggest challenge for you?
ऐसा कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, पीडीपी और कांग्रेस, ये तीनों ही जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता का विश्वास खो बैठे हैं।
चौक साहब, आपने कहा कि उन्होंने विश्वास खो दिया है, लेकिन अगर हम पिछला पार्लियामेंट इलेक्शन देखेंगे तो वोटों का जो देखते हैं, वोट किसको कितने मिले? एनसी कांग्रेस अलायंस को 41.7% मिला, ये विश्वास खोना नहीं है। बीजेपी को 24% मिला, पीडीपी को 8% मिला।
ऐसा
तो
है,
आज किसको कैसे कह सकते हैं कि विश्वास खो गया?
ऐसा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 2 लोकसभा चुनाव लड़े, हम 36 सीटों पर चुनाव लड़े, हम 29 सीटें जीते,
ठीक।
और वो गठबंधन 90 विधानसभा चुनाव लड़ा, जीता कितने? रेशियो परसेंटेज ऑफ विक्ट्री,
हमारी विक्ट्री इज इंपॉर्टेंट देन
स्ट्राइक रेट हमारा ज्यादा है,
करेक्ट,
क्योंकि हम 36 पे लड़े, हम 3 सीटों पे नहीं लड़े। और आपको ये जो एक्सपायर्ड इंजेक्शन है, इसका असर, ये जो गठबंधन है एक्सपायर्ड इंजेक्शन,
अच्छा,
इसका असर अप्रैल में भी दिखा है और अब आने वाले समय में भी दिखेगा। इट इज द फर्स्ट टाइम कि अब्दुल्ला साहब यहाँ से चुनाव हार गए। उमर अब्दुल्ला
पहले भी हारे हैं
साहब,
2002 में
अब भी हारेंगे, मैं तो यही कह रहा हूँ।
News are from Telangana. Well, at least 4 people have died in the landslides in Vijayawada. These landslides were triggered by heavy rain. In fact, there's a red alert that has been issued by the Met Department in Vijayawada. Absolutely unprecedented scenes, in fact, as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. In fact, these are visuals coming in from Vijayawada, where streets have been waterlogged. In fact, the traffic movement that was disrupted earlier was slightly better in the later hours of the evening. But there you can see in the interior parts of Vijayawada, roads turning into rivers, vehicles being washed away, and people having to wade through waist-deep water. And in some other news now, well, Union Minister Giriraj Singh has claimed that he was attacked during an event in Begusarai. In fact, that video has now gone viral on social media as well. Giriraj Singh claims that the attacker, the alleged attacker in this particular case, used abusive language on him as well and had a revolver in his hand. But there you can see those dramatic scenes coming in from a political event in Bihar's Begusarai. And now India's star at the Paralympics. Well, Preeti Pal has truly scripted history by winning India its first track medal at the Paralympics. She won a bronze medal and she says, I want to change the color of my medal in my next bout. Take a look.
अब तो एकदम जनरेशन नेक्स्ट हो और मैं जानता हूँ आपकी जो गुरु हैं एक तरह से आइडल हैं सिमरन, जो कि वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में उन्होंने ट्रैक में कुछ दिनों पहले मेडल जीत के तहलका मचाया। आपने उनसे बाजी मार ली, आप तो पहले ही जीत गए।
सर पहले नहीं कह सकते हैं सर, मेरा इवेंट पहले से तो इसलिए पहला मेरा मेडल आ गया है। अगर उनका होता तो उनका आता ऑफ कोर्स।
तो सिमरन तो खुश हुई, आप तो बता रही थी कि
काफी रोने लगी सर। वो इवेंट जैसे मेरा फिनिश हुआ, मैं कह रही दीदी हेलो तो मिला लो, वो रोई जा रही है। खुशी के आंसू थे सर उनके, और वो बहुत खुश है। और अभी ये होता है ना कि जब एक मेडल आ जाता है तो नर्वसनेस और हो जाती है कि अभी मेरा इवेंट भी आ गया है। अभी उनका इवेंट है 4 को, उनका भी गोल्ड या सिल्वर तो पक्का ही है सर उनका मेडल।
और आपका भी अभी एक इवेंट?
अभी मेरा एक इवेंट कल है इवनिंग में 7:30 बजे, और उसमें मैं भी अपना इस मेडल का कलर चेंज करना चाहती हूँ।
तो इंस्टा की फ्लाइंग क्वीन है, इंडिया के जो एक्चुअली फ्लाइंग क्वीन है, पीटी उषा तक 4th नंबर पर रही थी और उनसे आगे निकली हैं पैरा बॉडीज़ में। तो ये सर आप तो कोच हैं, हेड कोच हैं सत्यनारायण सर, आप खुद भी भागते थे 1500 में। कभी ज़िंदगी में सपना देखा था कि कोई ट्रैक पे इंडियन कहीं भी जीत सकता है?
जीतने का हमारा पास इंडिया में दम है हमारा।
नहीं, आप जब खेलते थे कभी देखा था?
नहीं, देखो पीटी उषा 1984 में लॉस एंजलिस में 4th था, एंड अगेन मिल्खा सिंह भी 4th आया, श्रीराम सिंह 5th आया। ये वाज एक दिन वो वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड होल्डर भी था, अल्बर्टो जॉनसन का साथ थे।
बेचारे का जूता भी नहीं था।
800 मीटर से अभी क्या है, ये मोटिवेशन होता है, दूसरा लोग हम भी जीत सकता बोल के एक सभी खिलाड़ी
ये इकोसिस्टम तो बना है हमारे यहाँ, जहाँ पे हम जीतने की सोच रहे हैं। जैसे आप कह रहे थे कि जितने खिलाड़ी आए फाइनल में जरूर पहुंचे।
मेरा खिलाड़ी लोग ये भी अभी भी बता रहा है, इवन सिमरन है, इवन भाग्यश्री है, इवन हमारा प्रीतिपाल है, अगेन दीप्ति है। हम लोग लड़की लोग में 5 मेडल एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है। मेडल वो बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस है। ये सिमरन और प्रीति का कोच है मिस्टर गजेंद्र सिंह है। गजेंद्र सिंह अगेन हमारा लड़की सिमरन का हस्बैंड भी है, वो एक डिफेंस में काम करता है, उसका मोटिवेशन बहुत तगड़ा है। ऐसा ही मैं बोलता, सबको बोलता है, सभी कोच को ये रिक्वेस्ट करता है, आप लोग पूरा फोकस में आ जाओ। ये 1 साल में 1 दिन में मेडल होने वाला नहीं है।
And well, that's all the time that we have on the show. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. the NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Words are power, words are magic, words are fun, words are sexy, words can move you to tears, words can make you laugh, and words can do everything. And only a wordsmith understands this. This is Dr. Shashi Tharoor's 26th book, and it's already a bestseller. Dr. Tharoor, thank you so much for your time.
Nice to meet you, Maria, again, but it's only being launched today as we speak.
Dr. Tharoor, in terms of your 26th book, you're coming back to words, and you've woven together what is clearly language, literature, and culture in narrative. I mean, someone who is a wordsmith and loves playing with words, perhaps the only member of parliament or a parliamentarian all over the world who loves to do or who loves to create words. What made you write this?
Well, long and complicated story, Maria. First of all, you need to have come back to words, but I've never left words. Words have been with me throughout. After all books are made up of words, so to that degree, words are there. But a book about words is the first time I'm doing it. And I was hesitating a little bit when my publisher suggested it, because I just thought, you know, do I really want to be saddled with this reputation of being sort of some sort of etymological egghead, you know, just stuck with words all the time? But the truth is that in some ways, it seemed to be fun. Actually, this whole idea of writing about words started with, you know, I had done a very lighthearted book, sort of with just one word per page descriptions, and it was called Tharoorosaurus. It was published a few years ago and did well, and people liked it and so on. So there was some pressure on me to do another. Meanwhile, a newspaper in the Gulf, the Khaleej Times, asked me to do a weekly column on words. And I sort of rather rashly said yes. I don't know how to say no, which is a big problem in life generally. But also I thought it might be fun and easy to toss off every week. It turned out to be a little harder work than that. But then I'd done that for a couple of years, and I thought, you know, why not add to them, merge some, delete some, change things around, and create a book instead that will last longer than a weekly newspaper gets thrown out on the Sunday night or whatever. In the Gulf, it's Friday. I thought maybe it'll be a good idea to try and write a book out of this. So I put everything together and had a little bit of fun doing that, because the idea was to communicate the value of words to people who enjoy it. Never words for their own sake. Words only matter depending on how you use them and for what purpose you use them. And so in politics, I always thought words mattered, because words are the vehicles of your ideas, your beliefs, your thoughts. And that's the spirit in which I approach this whole challenge.
And what draws you to uncommon words?
Well, look, I mean, it's not, you know, first of all, sometimes, you know, as with my notorious tweet about a certain libelous TV program, I didn't actually think that the words were that uncommon. It suddenly, you know, you may remember I was really very incensed by a particularly nasty show some years ago, and I tweeted something along the lines of, what was it? You know, something along a farrago of misrepresentations,
yes,
distortions, and outright lies, broadcast by an unprincipled showman masquerading as a journalist. This was my tweet. I actually didn't know that any of those words was not known, because these are all words I've been using since my debating days at St. Stephen's College. And frankly, it was not uncommon in those days in college debating to play around with words as part of the sort of whole process of repartee that occupies college debaters. I remember once, not me, but there was a rather brilliant debater from another college. We used to have this tradition of questions from the audience, and it was some debate, some sexist topic about women or whatever, and he was asked by a rather incensed woman in the audience about something. And he replied, he didn't have a good answer otherwise in terms of, he just replied, "Madam, we're trying to be logical, not biological." You know, that was the kind of thing people did in college all the time. So I didn't think that my tweet was going to surprise anyone. To my utter surprise, the Oxford English Dictionary found itself tweeting a few hours later that they'd seen an unprecedented search of 1 million people looking up the meaning of the word Farrago, and they were mainly from India. And what's more, apparently, no one had looked for more than 6 or 7 times a day for the preceding 25 years or whatever for that particular word. And so that's how suddenly I got this reputation for being, and I think a rather inflated reputation for being some sort of outsized vocabularist. And there were lots of memes and jokes and people pulling my leg and everyone doing everything from sort of extremely wordy sort of descriptions of how to make bhel-puri and claiming that Shashi Tharoor said it, or issuing Diwali greetings with huge cumbersome words and saying Shashi Tharoor greeted me on Diwali, and became a kind of, and then after a while I thought, either you start resenting this and react in a sulky or surly manner, or you just decide to take it in stride and go along with it. So I started going along with it. And then the thing happened that I remember I wrote a book called The Paradoxical Prime Minister, and the publishers, Aleph, wanted me to tweet that the book was available. And I thought, rather than just tweeting that the book is available in a picture of the cover, which all the other authors are doing, I said, this book is much more than a 480-page exercise in floxy-nosy nihilipedification. But I also gave the definition that floxy-nosy nihilipedification is a word that translates into the act of estimating something or someone as worthless. So I was trying to say, I'm not saying with a book like this that I'm just discarding the Prime Minister as worthless. On the contrary, it's a more complex analysis and you might enjoy reading it. And it had the desired effect. Suddenly, little kids were being forced by their parents to mug up the word floxy-nosy nihilipedification. And for many months thereafter, I kept having, wherever at parties, at events, at receptions, little kids being brought out to me saying, tell Uncle floxy-nosy. So it just became kind of a
rage.
No, it just became part of the sort of an extra dimension of my image, to answer your question.
So, word craft. How does this interest, particularly in etymology, inform your writing and choice of words?
Look, I've always felt that words define thoughts. I mean, a thought remains inchoate in your head unless you can find the words to express it. Whether you're doing it on television, Mario, or I'm doing it in a newspaper column or in a book, words are the vehicles for one's thoughts and ideas. So there's absolutely no way that you can do without words. And the question is, what kind of words? What do your words say about the thoughts you're trying to convey? I definitely do not believe that big words or difficult words, or as you put it, uncommon words, are preferred. On the contrary, I prefer the opposite, because I do believe that as far as communication is concerned, the most important thing is to be understood by your audience. And in a country like India, where we have people who speak so many different languages, where even the levels of comprehension of English vary so much from one person to the next, it's very difficult to strike the right note. So something which may work well when read in a serious newspaper or whatever, may defeat an unwary listener who hasn't had that kind of language. But that's the challenge you're constantly trying to find.
This fascinating etymological discoveries, if I may say, does it have to do with research?
Yeah. So I mean, the chapters about things like words that have come into English from German or French or Japanese or whatever, all of that, of course, is research. But in many cases, I was familiar with the words. It's impossible not to be aware of some of these words because you come across them in your normal reading in English language. So, I mean, for example, the German word Schadenfreude, which means something like taking malicious pleasure in other people's misfortunes. Now, that's a word that's very commonly used in English. The irony is there is an equivalent in English, but no one uses it in English. So there's a word called epicaricacy, which means the same thing, and which is derived from Greek. Schadenfreude is German. But the English themselves in conversation prefer to use the German word. So how can you not know it? And then, so I've got a little chapter about words that have come into English that way. Zeitgeist, leitmotif. These are all German words that you actually find yourself using in English quite unconsciously. French even more, because the English are the descendants of the Normans who crossed over into England, that defeated William, William the Conqueror defeating King Harold in England, 1066 and all that. And then they merged with the local population of Anglo-Saxons, and the English language therefore had a lot of French Norman influence. So all of these things I found fascinating because I'm interested in history and I'm interested in words, and the history of words therefore becomes fascinating to me.
Yes, and you've also reflected what is visibly the cultural and historical shift.
Yeah, so I mean, for example, the whole chapter on Indian English. Yes. What is Indian English? Is there one such thing as Indian English? Is some of it just bad English? You know, is some of it simply legitimate for us to do, even if we are saying things that a Westerner or an Englishman or an American would not say the same way? And I robustly defend that, because just as there are expressions in Australia in English or in America in English that are not the same in England, why can't there be expressions in India which are not the same in England? Why is it suddenly less legitimate because the BBC wouldn't use it?
It may not be appropriate for an author who has published 26 books to answer this question, but nevertheless I'm going to ask. Are there writers or authors that have forced you to go back to thesaurus or dictionary?
Very rarely. And that's partially because I've been reading indiscriminately and widely and extensively since my very, very young days. I was an asthmatic child, Maria, and in India, to be asthmatic, unable to sleep, unable to go out and play with your friends, unable to do anything but sit up, and there's no TV in those days, no Nintendo, no PlayStation, no laptops and no mobile phones. The only thing I had available to me were books. And so I read, and I was the eldest child in the family, so I didn't have my older sisters or brothers, any of them, and therefore I had to borrow my parents' books to read. I would often in the bedroom, surrounded by my parents' books, I would be reading words that I couldn't fully understand. But you come across the same word 3 times in 3 different books and 3 different contexts, you'll get the meaning and even the nuance, its usage very quickly. So I rapidly outgrew the habit of looking up words because the sense became very clear to me. And today, it's relatively rare for me to come across a word that I don't know. And nowadays, of course, though I have always had in my bookshelf a dictionary, I don't think the one in my house has been opened at all in the last 15 years or so, because we have, if you really have an emergency to check something, there's always the internet.
And are there some specific literary movements or any style of writing that resonates with your word craft?
No, you know what I write instinctively. I honestly feel the way you write is as the way you speak or the way you think. It's just natural. It's the way the words come into your mind and come out of you. And to me, therefore, I've never believed that writing can be taught or that imitative writing has any great value. When I began as a child, of course my writing was imitative because I didn't know any better. So, I mean, my first short stories, which I never published, were sort of like the Enid Blyton books that I was reading as a kid, the 5 Fine Doubters and the Secret 7 and so on. I had the 6 Solvers, who were Indian kids going off to a village in Kerala, as my sisters and I were dragged off to a village in Kerala every year on vacations, and solving mysteries the way in which Enid Blyton's characters are solving mysteries in England. Now, the manuscripts are long lost, alas, but the point is that that was very derivative. But then I realized it's better to be yourself and write in your own way. And after a while, because I was getting published from a very young age, my first articles appeared in print from the time I was 10, short stories as well as articles. I just evolved my own style from the process of writing. I went through a phase of using unnecessarily big words, simply because I loved words. And then I realized that there's no point writing words that people can't understand amongst your readers. And so by and large, I would like to think that I've been giving the right emphasis to communicating and being understood through my words. Every once in a while, I may use a word that perhaps the majority of my readers may not understand, and therefore they should be free to look it up. But usually, apart from jokes like floxinacinosinhalipilification, I try not to do that.
So, you have often sparkled your writings with some kind of wit and humor. Does that come?
That comes from my fondness for reading wit and humor, and I loved, from my young childhood, I remember a Jesuit priest teaching us English in class 7 in my Campion school in Bombay, giving us a dictation test, and he read out a passage that was so funny that I was chortling while writing down. I got all the spellings right, but then I immediately went to the priest afterwards and said, "Where is this from? I want to read the book you've read from." And it turned out to be a book by P.G. Wodehouse. And from there onwards, from the age of 11 to the age of about 19, I read all 95 of Wodehouse's masterworks. And he was such a master of prose, such a stylist, and that to a comic stylist, to use language to effectively impart humor and to constantly surprise you with the way in which he could create the most amazing metaphors, the most amazing figures of speech. He also invented a lot of words. I have a section on, not a section, but a small essay on Woodhouse in the book, but it doesn't even do justice to the extent of my passion, because this is a book about words and not a book about reading.
And can you create a word on the spot based on a definition?
Based on a definition? Yes. I wouldn't presume. You have to know what roots you're taking a word from and so on. What is the definition you want to try?
Any word. I will not define it. You define a word and then you create it.
No, but there are existing words for almost everything. For example, one of the words I love using is the word defenestrate, which actually comes from a Latin root meaning window. And defenestrate is to throw something or someone out of the window. What a fun word. You constantly come across situations during the day when you want to throw a person or a thing or an object or an idea or a political party out of the window, right? And at the same time, defenestrate is a metaphorical usage. It's something that you say when you literally mean to jettison something, to abandon something, to reject something. So when I used to say in the election campaign with my tongue in my cheek that I hope the voters will defenestrate the BJP government, that's a way of...
And did people understand that?
They look it up if they have to. But I usually do explain what it means.
So what is the most obscure word that you have used ever in a sentence?
You know, it's difficult to figure out what's obscure because other people have to tell me it's obscure. It wasn't obscure to me. Now, I mean, I did use floxinosis nihilabilification, knowing it to be obscure, because it was actually a made-up word at Eton College in the 19th century when somebody was deliberately trying to make up a long word with Latin and Greek roots and so on. And that's how, and it was meant to be a joke all along. No one uses it in conversation, but I used it as a joke. Otherwise, I would say probably one of the words that I used, which I'm very pleased to see subsequently has crept into the vocabulary of some political journalists and commentators, happened a few years ago when a particular politician, you can easily guess the identity of, who had won election in his state as an ally of ours, jumped ship in the middle of his term and went over to the other side. And so I didn't say anything about him by name, but I just said, word of the day, snollygoster, first usage 1848, US, definition, a shrewd, unprincipled politician. And, you know, we have seen a snollygoster at work today. And that, of course...
so did that person call you after being given a name?
Because fortunately it doesn't function so much in English, but in another language, and I don't want to get too explicit. But if you look at how viral that tweet went at that time, snollygoster then entered. And as recently as about 6 months ago, I read an article in which somebody referred to somebody else as a snollygoster or as a snollygosters in Indian politics or whatever. And I loved it. I said, somebody got that from me because it was really an obscure word when I dredged it up.
And Dr. Tharoor, would you rather invent a new word, or are you one of those who will say that you want to remind the people of a forgotten word?
Yeah, it's more the latter. Largely because it's almost impossible to invent. Every human thought, emotion, idea has been thought of by somebody in some language. So it's more important to discover it and find a way of using it. Though I must admit that I thought I had invented the word prepone when I was in college, way back in 1972. And it's become hugely popular. Then when I wrote about this, I learned again from the Oxford English Dictionary wrote to me, saying actually there were 2 recorded usages of the word prepone before me. And one went back 100 years to a letter that somebody had written. And another came back from an Indian source at the Indian Science Congress or something. It's in the book where they had used the word prepone. So I immediately confessed in public, I'm not the originator. Maybe I can get some credit for being a popularizer of the word. But anyway, I think it's a very useful word. In English, the only way you could say to move an appointment forward is to say that, or to say to advance an appointment. But just to say I preponed it is so much simpler.
Yes.
If
And
you
it's
can
being
postpone,
used.
why can't you prepone?
Yes.
But it literally did not exist until
you popularized it.
Well, in India I popularized it, but it came, it exists
Okay, so in this book, who's your target audience? Are these those children who come and say that I can pronounce a particular word, or is it about the authors, the new writers?
It's Indians who love language, but definitely the publishers, as you can see from the cover illustration, are also hoping that some children will be guided in their learning of words by the book or by their parents' talking to them about the book and from the book. So yeah, you can't be too young and read it because it's written in an adult's voice. And it can be read by adults without feeling anyone is talking down to them, which if an adult reads a children's book, you often feel, why are they talking down to me? So this is written very much for other English-speaking adults. But it can certainly also be helpful to young people.
So it's more of a language learning tool that you're giving to.
It can be, but it's sometimes just a pleasure. If somebody already is very comfortable with the English language but enjoys the language, you're bound to come across some stories in the book, anecdotes, word origin stories, whatever, that you didn't know. Because even I, in researching them, found things that I didn't know. So why not dip into the book for that kind of joy?
Dr. Tharoor, let's end this conversation with something that I asked ChatGPT. And I asked the specific question that how is Dr. Tharoor known? And then it came that his writing style is characterized by depth and nuance. And then it said, he explores complex ideas with clarity and sophistication. And then it went on to say that Dr. Tharoor's love for words is evident because you have created a lot of obscure words, including thixotropy.
I didn't. That is not a word I've used.
And rhodomontade.
Rhodomontade I did, but I used it in order to say that I don't use it. In other words, I said, I prefer direct words that can be clearly understood rather than the most obscure or rhodomontade ones. Rhodomontade is kind of roundabout, garrulous, grandiloquent kind of vocabulary, which is not something I particularly want to use.
So ChatGPT actually acknowledges you and your mastery of language and words. So thank you so much.
I'm glad to hear it, and more important that you acknowledge me. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show, well, all the big headlines of the day, including the Haryana poll dates being deferred, the political slugfest over this, and also the latest on the Mollywood MeToo storm, the CPI backing its rape-accused MLA. All of that and more coming up, but first up, the headlines. The poll panel revises the Haryana election dates. The Haryana polls now on October the 5th instead of 1st October. The Election Commission says the dates have been revised to accommodate the Bishnoi festival, but the BJP and the INLD welcome the postponement of polls. The Congress says a nervous BJP has lost the people's trust. The CPIM backs MeToo accused MLA Mukesh. The CPIM says others with similar allegations have not quit. The CPIM as accepts Mukesh's false MeToo case argument, but the National Women's Commission seeks a full Hema committee report amid the MeToo allegations. Ex-Amma chief and actor Mohanlal says, "I never ran away from the MeToo storm." He says the entire Malayalam film industry is to blame for the MeToo rot. He says perpetrators must be punished. From Bengal to Delhi, doctors up in arms again over the Kolkata hospital horror. Delhi doctors protest at Jantar Mantar. This is Shreya Ghoshal postpones her Kolkata concert. She says this is sheer brutality. Meanwhile, doctors march towards the CBI headquarters in Kolkata. In Andhra Pradesh, 4 people have died in the Vijayawada landslides. A rain red alert meanwhile in Andhra's Vijayawada. Roads are underwater, vehicles have been washed away. And our lead story, well, the Election Commission has deferred the Haryana polling. The Haryana elections will now take place on the 5th of October, I beg your pardon, instead of the 1st of October. And this comes after the BJP's demand to shift the polling date as far as Haryana is concerned. The BJP said that it's a long weekend, a long holiday, and that might impact the polling percentage in Haryana. But the Election Commission has cited the clear reason that it's the Bishnoi festival because of which the poll dates have been deferred. But a political slugfest over this as well. With the BJP, of course, welcoming the decision, but the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party and the JJP saying that a nervous BJP has lost the people's trust. The INLD has also accompanied the BJP in welcoming the Election Commission's decision. Take a look at all the political reactions that have come in.
धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा चुनाव आयोग का कि उन्होंने इस बात को समझते हुए कि लोकतंत्र मजबूत हो और ज़्यादा वोटिंग हो और ज़्यादा वोटिंग हो तो इससे लोकतंत्र की मजबूती से प्रदेश को भी लाभ मिलेगा, देश को भी लाभ मिलेगा। मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से उस चिट्ठी के ऊपर संज्ञान लेते हुए निर्णय दिया है कि अब 5 तारीख को 1 तारीख की बजाय 5 तारीख को अब वोटिंग हो रही है और 8 तारीख को रिजल्ट आएंगे। मैं आदरणीय चुनाव आयोग के इस फैसले का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो निर्णय लिया उसका स्वागत करते हैं, मगर ये चीज़ साफ दिखाती है कि बीजेपी अपनी हार से बचने के इस तरह के हथकंडे अपना रही है। और तारीख बदलने से क्या होगा, जनता ने मन बना लिया है और इस बार जो मन है वो बीजेपी को प्रदेश से बाहर करने का है। और 4 दिन हमें तो फ़ायदा है, कैंपेन के और मिलेंगे और एग्रेसिवली कार्यकर्ता मैदान में उतरेंगे और इस रण को जीतेंगे।
मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का इस बात के लिए धन्यवाद करता हूं क्योंकि ये वीकेंड जो था ये लॉन्ग वीकेंड था इसमें 5 छुट्टियां थी और अगर इसमें चुनाव होता तो बहुत से लोग ऐसे थे जो इस लॉन्ग वीकेंड के अंदर बाहर चले जाते। उससे 10, 12, 15% तक मतदाता वोट से वंचित हो जाता। अब 5 दिन की छुट्टियां बिता करके बिल्कुल फ्रेश होकर के मतदाता वापस आएगा और भाजपा और कांग्रेस दोनों की तसल्ली करा देगा।
बात यह है कि भाजपा कोशिश कर रही थी, वो घबराई हुई है, डेट चेंज मांग रहे थे, हालांकि कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है। आगे किया है, अच्छी बात है, हमें भी और समय, लोगों को भी और समय मिल जाएगा, लेकिन भाजपा की घबराहट की निशानी थी ये जो इन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखी है और डेट चेंज हुई।
तो 4 दिन के
आपने देखा इनके जो भी कार्यक्रम हो रहे हैं, जिस तरह की इन्होंने अनाउंसमेंट्स की हैं, जो ये एडवर्टाइजमेंट निकाल रहे हैं, तो उसमें कोशिश है, इनका केवल प्रयास है, लेकिन जब लोगों में आप जनाधार खो बैठते हैं तो फिर इस तरह की चीज़ें आखिर में आप कितना ही कुछ करें, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। Well, consequently, now the counting date for both Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir has been shifted to October the 8th. Meanwhile, in poll-bound Jammu and Kashmir, the latest, well, the BJP is beleaguered by big exits back-to-back. And amid this, my colleague Nazir Masoodi caught up with Tarun Chugh, who is the BJP's election in charge for Jammu and Kashmir and also the party general secretary. He says statehood will be restored if the BJP comes to power, and he also took a direct jibe at Omar Abdullah. Take a look.
I'm joined by Mr. Tarun Chugh, General Secretary of BJP for Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Chugh, what this election means for you when it's happening after such a long gap?
जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने लगातार जम्मू कश्मीर में विकास और विश्वास दोनों को खड़ा किया है और 5 अगस्त 2019 के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर विकास की राह पर भी बढ़ा है और एक चमत्कारी विश्वास लोगों के मन में खड़ा हुआ। ये बायकाट की धरती थी, सैकड़ों और हजारों वोट लेकर कुछ नेता जीत जाते थे, लोग अपना मत देने के लिए निकलते नहीं थे। अब 2024 का चुनाव हो या उससे पहले डीडीसी बीडीसी चुनाव हो, भारी मात्रा में लोगों ने निकलकर वोट किया है और देश के नेतृत्व पर अपना विश्वास प्रकट किया।
बीजेपी का मैनिफेस्टो कब आ रहा है और आपने लोगों से भी उसमें सजेशंस मांगी?
हमने हजारों लोगों को इन्वॉल्व किया है, हजारों लोगों ने लिखित में, कई संस्थानों ने मेमोरेंडम के माध्यम से, विज्ञापन के माध्यम से हमें अपने सुझाव दिए हैं। हमने जनता से भी सुझाव लिए हैं, कंपाइल हो रहे हैं। अगले 3-4 दिन में हम अपना मैनिफेस्टो लेके आएंगे।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब यहाँ आए जून में, और उसने 2 चीजें यहाँ अहम चीज कही। एक तो कहा कि इलेक्शन होंगे ताकि लोग अपने रिप्रेजेंटेटिव चुने, वो उनका काम करो। दूसरा बताया स्टेटहुड भी रिस्टोर होगा। क्या स्टेटहुड इस इलेक्शन का मुद्दा है आपके लिए?
ऐसा है कि प्रधानमंत्री जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं। उन्होंने कहा था चुनाव होगा, फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब कहते थे नहीं होगा, महबूबा कहती थी नहीं होगा, हुआ। ये कहते थे चुनाव होना ही नहीं है, क्योंकि इनका काम है भ्रम पैदा करना, हमारा काम है स्पष्टता करना। जो प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है वो अक्षरशः पूरा हो।
आपने फारूक अब्दुल्ला और उमर अब्दुल्ला पे you launched scathing attacks on them about their utterances, their statements, their manifesto. Do you think national conference is the biggest challenge for you?
ऐसा कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, पीडीपी और कांग्रेस, ये तीनों ही जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता का विश्वास खो बैठे हैं।
चुग साहब, आपने कहा कि उन्होंने विश्वास खो दिया है, लेकिन अगर हम पिछला पार्लियामेंट इलेक्शन देखेंगे तो वोटों का जो देखते हैं, वोट किसको कितने मिले? एनसी कांग्रेस अलायंस को 41.7% मिला, ये विश्वास खोना नहीं है। बीजेपी को 24% मिला, पीडीपी को 8% मिला।
ऐसा
तो
है,
आज किसको कैसे कह सकते हैं कि विश्वास खो गया?
ऐसा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 2 लोकसभा चुनाव लड़े, हम 36 सीटों पर चुनाव लड़े, हम 29 सीटें जीते,
ठीक।
और वो गठबंधन 90 विधानसभा चुनाव लड़ा, जीता कितने? रेशियो परसेंटेज ऑफ विक्ट्री,
हमारी विक्ट्री इज इंपॉर्टेंट देन
स्ट्राइक रेट हमारा ज्यादा है,
करेक्ट,
क्योंकि हम 36 पे लड़े, हम 3 सीटों पे नहीं लड़े। और आपको ये जो एक्सपायर्ड इंजेक्शन है, इसका असर, ये जो गठबंधन है एक्सपायर्ड इंजेक्शन,
अच्छा,
इसका असर अप्रैल में भी दिखा है और अब आने वाले समय में भी दिखेगा। इट इज़ द फर्स्ट टाइम कि अब्दुल्ला साहब यहाँ से चुनाव हार गए। उमर अब्दुल्ला
पहले भी हारे हैं।
अरे साहब
2002 में
अब भी हारेंगे, मैं तो यही कह रहा हूँ।
And moving now to the big political face-off, well, Tejasvi Yadav's Chinese CM jibe at the Assam Chief Minister has sparked a huge political row. In fact, Tejasvi Yadav was speaking about a contentious Assam legislation, and he used this rather racist remark to criticize the Assam Chief Minister. Well, Himanta Biswa Sarma has hit back. He says that he should practice, Tejasvi Yadav should practice what he preaches.
जो आसाम के जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं वो सस्ती लोकप्रियता के लिए इस तरह से करते हैं, ये है कौन? ये केवल सस्ती लोकप्रियता चाहते हैं। और ये भाजपा के लोगों ने मुसलमान भाइयों को एक सॉफ्ट टारगेट बना लिया। किसी ना किसी प्रकार से ये माइनॉरिटी के लोगों को, अल्पसंख्यक को ये भाजपा के लोग तंग करना चाहते हैं, समाज में नफरत घृणा पैदा कराना चाहते हैं। कोई माई का लाल नहीं है हम लोगों के रहते हुए मुसलमान भाइयों का अधिकार छीन सके।
तेजस्वी यादव जी मुझको क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बिहार में क्या ऐसा व्यवस्था है? आप करवा लीजिए 7 घंटा का ब्रेक। हजरत मोहम्मद जी ने क्या बोलते थे कि मिठाई छोड़ने का दूसरों को उपदेश देने का पहले आप खुद मिठाई छोड़ दो। तो जब तेजस्वी यादव जी बिहार में उप मुख्यमंत्री था, उनको जुम्मा में 4 घंटा का दे देना चाहिए था। भाई आप फॉलो नहीं करेगा और आपको लगता है कि आप हमें परामर्श देगा, ऐसे तो दुनिया नहीं समझेगा।
And moving now to news from Karnataka, well, the big political flashpoint, that is the Muda scam. And well, from the courts to the streets, the protests continue. In fact, the Congress has launched counter-protests demanding action against opposition leaders as well. But this, as my colleague Pratibha Raman also reports, on the court updates, given the fact that the High Court has stayed the prosecution against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Take a look.
Karnataka Congress leaders, including CM Siddaramaiah, began the day holding placards against the governor at Bengaluru's Vidhana Soudha. This was followed by a march to the Raj Bhavan, led by Deputy CM D.K. Shivkumar.
We don't want to touch Siddaramaiah issue because Siddaramaiah issue is in the court. We are demanding him, you please be fair. This is a case where the entire inquiry has been done. So you just better sanction prosecution and take action legally as per the constitution.
The BJP termed this protest unlawful.
Governor will do his discharge his duty. They don't have to give any extra advice. They misused and they have abused. They have been caught red-handed in the loot of while they have been looting the state of Karnataka. To have a governor chalo is not permissible as per the state government notified law itself.
The Congress protest coincided with the Karnataka High Court battle between the Chief Minister and the Governor regarding permission for prosecution in the Muda scam. This hearing will continue on September 2nd.
This is not an eye for an eye, but then this is to remind the governor to do his duty as the governor and to ensure that justice is served for all. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at Vidhan Soudha of Bangalore for NDTV.
And now our big focus on NDTV, the Mollywood MeToo movement, and the latest is that the CPM has backed its MeToo accused MLA Mukesh. The CPM says that others with similar allegations have not stepped down, so why should Mukesh? But of course the CPM has cautioned Mukesh not to make any public statements. Remember this, as the pressure on the left government is growing amid demands for Mukesh's resignation. Also remember, an actor has now filed an anticipatory bail given the fact that more and more people are coming out and speaking about their ordeal. Also, the National Commission for Women has taken cognizance of the MeToo reckoning. In fact, it has also sought the full HEMA committee report. Take a look at all the reactions that have come in. You know, these all-boys clubs as they are, you know, in having to make your mark as a successful actor.
It happens. You have people of all kinds in all industries. Firstly, I'm feeling really bad that a very prestigious industry like Malayalam industry is having so much bad said and done about it, whereas Malayalam film industry is one industry that produces the finest of the films in the country. I, as an actor, I have worked in Malayalam films, I've worked in Tamil, I've worked in Telugu, I've worked in Kannada, I've worked in Hindi films, I've worked in 55 films as a protagonist. Of course, yes, it would be a lie if I would tell you that I haven't found people who hit on you. I would definitely, agree to the fact that everyone is not bad, but there are some people who, think that, okay, if she is in films, means she is available. And this moment is for all those people that, every woman who is here has dignity, has self-respect. So not take women for granted. This is a strong moment which has happened, but an irony of this moment is this particular issue arrives with a victim. I don't like to take her name on air in 2017, and Hema Committee was formed in 2017. Everything has come to light in 2024.
Yes.
Investigations were done in 2019. Imagine the plight of women. All the victims' names are out. Imagine women who have complained in 2019 have to face everything that they have told in 2024. Imagine they will be well settled right now. They are not, maybe they are not even in the film industry. Imagine they have kids now. Imagine what they'll explain to their kids now. Imagine what will they explain to their husbands, their in-laws. They themselves will have such challenges in the society. So all this has to come up. And this is just not a film industry issue, or this is not a political issue. It is very ironical to see that as soon as something happens, all the political parties come into your party is like this and your party is like that. On a humanitarian ground, this needs a remedy. We are complaining that we need a stringent, stricter law in the country so that things like what happened in RG College doesn't happen. She was not a film actor who happened to suffer in RG College.
These all boys clubs as they are, in having to make your mark as a successful actor.
So this whole thing, how I look at it is protection for women. Whether it is Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu or Kannada, the South Indian constituting of the South Indian industry or any industry. In this fraternity, something like this has to come to make people more sensitive to women and their issues. Usually we are very blasé about these things happening. In my long career, I have seen a lot of things which I think we have to keep changing. Times have changed. People's characters have changed. People's education has gone up. People's lifestyle has gone up. So how we address it is very important. So that's how I look at this whole thing. The complaint has been launched. They have to find out whether this thing. And only thing I want, all these women, my heart goes out to all of them. I don't know, each person has their own story. So whether they have a strong case, which is very important in a case like this.
Meanwhile, actor Mohanlal, who headed Amma, the Malayalam film body, in fact, he stepped down after the entire Hema Committee report fallout happened for Malayalam cinema. He has now broken his silence on the report. He says, I welcome the report, but I'm here to fix responsibility. He says perpetrators must be punished. Remember, various women activists and actors within the Malayalam film industry have said that he must act as well. Take a look.
Hema Committee report. വളരെയധികം സ്വാഗതാർഹമാണ്. ഞാൻ 2 പ്രാവശ്യം ആ കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ മുമ്പിൽ പോയിരുന്ന് സംസാരിച്ച ആളാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഒളിച്ചോടിപ്പോയിട്ടില്ല. എൻ്റെ വ്യക്തിപരമായ കാരണങ്ങൾ, ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറേ നാളുകളായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിലില്ലായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഗുജറാത്തിലായിരുന്നു, പിന്നെ ബോംബെയിലായിരുന്നു, മദ്രാസിലായിരുന്നു. അതിലേറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എൻ്റെ ഭാര്യയുടെ ഒരു സർജറിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഹോസ്പിറ്റലിൽ ഇരിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് ഈ ഒരു ഫോക്കസ് ഞങ്ങളിലേക്ക് മാത്രമായി ഈ സിനിമ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയെ തകർക്കരുത് എന്നൊരു അഭിപ്രായം എനിക്കുണ്ട്.
And looking at some other news now, and a shocking video has emerged from Khar in Maharashtra. Well, this happened, this is what happens in fact when cops turn criminals. In this particular video, it can be clearly seen that there are 4 police officers who are planting drugs on a man, this in the name of a drug seizure. In fact, this incident has been caught on a CCTV camera as well. All these 4 police officers have now been suspended by the Mumbai police. News now from Andhra Pradesh. Well, unprecedented visuals truly from Vijayawada after there was heavy rain, and heavy rain also triggered landslides in the district. In fact, 4 people have died. At least 4 have been injured as well in those landslides. There you can see those visuals of roads turning into waters, people having to wade through waist-deep waters, and vehicles completely washed away, houses, buildings, office buildings all submerged in Vijayawada. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shashi Tharoor. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
मैं कह रही थी हेलो तो मिला लो, वो रोई जा रही है। खुशी की आवाज़ होती है सर उनके, और वो बहुत खुश है। और अभी ये होता है ना कि जब एक मेडल आ जाता है तो नर्वसनेस और हो जाती है कि अभी मेरा इवेंट भी आ गया है। अभी उनका इवेंट है 4 को, उनका भी गोल्ड या सिल्वर तो पक्का ही है सर उनका मेडल।
और आपका भी अभी एक इवेंट?
अभी मेरा एक इवेंट कल है इवनिंग में 7:30 बजे, और उसमें मैं भी अपना इस मेडल का कलर चेंज करना चाहती हूँ।
तो इंस्टा की फ्लाइंग क्वीन है, इंडिया के जो एक्चुअली फ्लाइंग क्वीन है, पीटी उषा तक 4th नंबर पर रही थी और उनसे आगे निकली हैं पैरा बॉडीज़ में। तो ये सर आप तो कोच हैं, हेड कोच हैं सत्यनारायण सर, आप खुद भी भागते थे 1500 में। कभी ज़िंदगी में सपना देखा था कि कोई ट्रैक पे इंडियन कहीं भी जीत सकता है?
जीतने का हमारा पास इंडिया में दम है,
हमारा
नहीं आप जब खेलते थे कभी देखा था?
नहीं देखो पीटी उषा 1984 में लॉस एंजलिस में फोर्थ आया एंड अगेन मिल्खा सिंह भी फोर्थ आया, श्रीराम सिंह फिफ्थ आया। ये वाज एक दिन वो वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड होल्डर भी था अल्बर्टो जॉनसन का साथ,
बेचारे का जूता भी नहीं था
800 मीटर। अभी क्या है, ये मोटिवेशन होता है, दूसरा लोग हम भी जीत सकता बोल के एक सभी खिलाड़ी
ये इकोसिस्टम तो बना है हमारे यहाँ जहाँ पे हम जीतने की सोच रहे हैं। जैसे आप कह रहे थे कि जितने खिलाड़ी आए फाइनल में जरूर पहुंचे।
मेरा खिलाड़ी लोग ये भी अभी भी बता रहा है, इवन सिमरन है, इवन भाग्यश्री है, इवन हमारा प्रीतिपाल है, अगेन दीप्ति है। हम लोग लड़की लोग में 5 मेडल एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है। मेडल वो बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस है। ये सिमरन और प्रीति का कोच है मिस्टर गजेंद्र सिंह है। गजेंद्र सिंह अगेन हमारा लड़की सिमरन का हस्बैंड भी है, वो एक डिफेंस में काम करता है, उसका मोटिवेशन बहुत तगड़ा है। ऐसा ही मैं बोलता सबको बोलता है, सभी कोच को ये रिक्वेस्ट करता है, आप लोग पूरा फोकस में आ जाओ। ये एक साल में एक दिन में मेडल होने वाला नहीं है।
What an absolutely fascinating story there. But with that, we'll step into a short break now. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and life.
Hello friends and welcome back to another fresh episode of your favorite tech show, Tech with TG. Well, आज के इस episode में I want extra attention from all of you. I mean, no jokes, no clever puns. आज बात को बिल्कुल नहीं घुमाएंगे क्योंकि आज का जो टॉपिक है it is very important and I believe कि इस फील्ड में बहुत ज़्यादा इनोवेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट भी है, at the same time स्कोप भी है, क्योंकि आज हम बात करने वाले हैं अबाउट असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी. हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम है गौरव एके टेक्निकल गुरुजी. यू आर वाचिंग टेक विद टीजी. जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. देखिए दोस्तों, जब हम बात करते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में तो टेक को कहा गया है द ग्रेट यूनिफायर. अब अगर आप सोच रहे हैं हाउ, व्हेन, व्हाई, मतलब दिस टर्म यूनिफायर, द सिंपल एग्जांपल वुड बी ऑफ योर फ्रेंड जो कि शायद आपसे काफी हजारों किलोमीटर दूर है और विद द हेल्प ऑफ जस्ट वन टैप यू आर बोथ एबल टू कनेक्ट ऑन अ वीडियो कॉल. हो गया ना यूनिफाई. बट इस यूनिफिकेशन का एक फिजिकल एस्पेक्ट भी है. थिंक ऑफ पीपल विद फिजिकल और मेंटल डिसेबिलिटीज. वो लोग जो शायद एक कंप्यूटर तक चल के जा भी ना पाए जहां से उन्हें वो वीडियो कॉल स्टार्ट करना है. वो लोग जो शायद ठीक से सुन ना पाए या वो लोग जो शायद ठीक से देख ना पाए. What about these people? Well guys, this is where assistive tech comes in picture. I mean, ये एक ऐसा डोमेन है which kind of enables all these people to enjoy the same tech that you and me enjoy. And यहाँ पे because the situations are quite diverse, one solution fits all type का यहाँ पे कुछ हम example नहीं देख सकते हैं because sometimes it's very different person to person. But over the years what we have seen is that assistive tech has kind of enabled millions and millions to come enjoy the tech the same way that we use on a daily basis. अब यहाँ पे the definition that I find that the best suitable is kind of assistive tech is the tech which empowers everyone to be one like all of us. ये है the real unification. And guys, if you just look back at the history of this, it's not just like 10 years ago or 15 years ago कि एक मोबाइल फ़ोन में कुछ नया एप्लीकेशन आ गया जिसको आप यूज़ कर सकते हैं और शायद वॉइस कमांड से फ़ोन को यूज़ कर लें या अपनी आँखों से यूज़ कर लें. Well guys, this goes way back. I mean, फिर चाहे वो हम बात करें फर्नीचर विद व्हील्स की, चाहे हम बात करें अबाउट सेल्फ प्रोपेलिंग व्हील चेयर्स की, या हम बात करें क्रचेज या स्पेक्टिकल्स की, हमने देखा है कैसे ओवर द ईयर्स with the help of assistive tech we kind of have enabled all these people जो शायद किसी disability से जूझ रहे हैं. It could be since birth, it could be accidental, लेकिन वो जब इस tech को use करते हैं they are more comfortable, they are more independent. Now of course we'll talk to an expert as well, but उससे पहले let's just explore that what is assistive tech and how it helps people with disabilities.
असिस्टिव टेक वो टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो गैजेट्स हैं, इट इज़ दोज डिवाइसेस दैट हेल्प एम्पावर पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज. एंड येट हाउएवर इनकी नीड, डिमांड एंड यूसेज इन अपेरेंट यूज केसेस से भी ज़्यादा है. असिस्टिव टेक इज ऑफ ग्रेट हेल्प टू द एल्डरली. Assistive tech is of everyday importance for people with long-term health conditions जैसे कि diabetes, heart problems and others like dementia. It doesn't just make day-to-day life better for them, that it does, but it goes way above and way beyond. Assistive technology लोगों को independence की एक feeling देती है. It gives them the chance to be self-dependent ये उन्हें सोसाइटी का एक इंक्लूडेड हिस्सा बनने की अपॉर्चुनिटी देती है, which helps in contributing to an overall enhancement in the quality of life. A recent study published by the United Nations says that globally, more than 2.5 billion people need one or more than one assistive products, और ये नंबर ग्रो ही कर रहा है. With an aging global population और communicable diseases के rise के चलते, WHO estimates कि globally 3.5 बिलियन लोगों को असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी की जरूरत पड़ सकती है बाय द ईयर 2050. लेकिन एक बहुत बड़ा गैप है डिमांड और सप्लाई में. As few as 3% of people in some low income countries were reported to have access to the assistive products that they needed, in comparison to 90% in some high income countries. And इनकी need has never been felt more than today. Providing hearing aids early for young children, जिससे उनकी एजुकेशन पॉजिटिवली इम्पैक्ट होती है, फ्यूचर एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी होता है एंड कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ता है. अप्रोप्रिएट व्हील चेयर्स मोबिलिटी को एक्सेसिबल बनाते हैं, एजुकेशन एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट की अपॉर्चुनिटीज को एक्सेस कराते हैं एंड एज अदर टर्शरी इफेक्ट्स रिड्यूस हेल्थ केयर कॉस्ट बाय प्रिवेंटिंग कॉम्प्लिकेशंस लाइक प्रेशर सोर्स. Timely assistive technology for older adults boosts their independence and safety, allowing them to live at home longer and उन लोगों का peace of mind जिन पे वो लोग depend करते हैं.
So friends, देखा आपने that how important is assistive tech to millions and millions of people all around us. Well, after the break हम थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में डिटेल में बात करने वाले हैं with an expert as well, and हम एक्सप्लोर करेंगे that how we are moving ahead and what all needs to be done in future ताकि हम और ज़्यादा बेटर तरीके से जो यूनिफिकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं उसको अचीव कर पाए. See you all right after this short break.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation.
Hello friends and welcome back after the break to your favorite technology show Tech with TG, and today's episode is very special because आज हम बात कर रहे हैं about assistive technology. Well, जब मैं रिसर्च कर रहा था about this field, I came across multiple articles जहाँ पे empathy के बारे में हम बात कर रहे थे. अब रिसर्चर्स तो कहते हैं that empathy and sympathy they can be easily programmed, you know, और हमने ये मूवीज में भी देखा है होते हुए जहाँ पे वी हैव सीन दैट हाउ रोबोट्स समटाइम्स डेवलप ऑल दीज इमोशंस एंड फीलिंग्स. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि काइंड ऑफ द इमोशंस दैट वी हैव इनको प्रोग्राम करना बड़ा मुश्किल है बिकॉज हमारा एक अलग ह्यूमन एंगल होता है, हमारा एक अलग ह्यूमन टच होता है. What do you have to say about this? What are your responses? Please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. But abhi, let's move ahead and talk to an expert जो कि इस फील्ड के बारे में काफ़ी बेहतर जानते हैं and उनसे हम डिस्कस करते हैं about this assistive technology and how exactly we see its growth all around us.
My name is P.V. Madhusudan Rao.
मेरा नाम पीयूष चांदना है.
I am currently a faculty at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, in the Department of Mechanical Engineering and the Department of Design.
मैं assistive lab में lead scientist हूँ और National Center for Assistive Health Technologies का program coordinator हूँ.
One of my areas of work is development of assistive technologies, particularly for people with visual impairment and blindness. And पिछले 20 साल से we are actually developing products particularly mobility के लिए और education के लिए to empower people. Assistive technology जो है एक बहुत बड़ा broad term है.
जब मैं assistive technology बोलता हूँ it can be very very simple, just like something कि you draw on a paper and paper gets embossed, raised हो जाता है तो आप raised चीज़ को touch करके you can understand what it is, तो आपको diagram समझ में आ जाता है. और it can be very high end, जो ये डायग्राम है इसकी डिस्क्रिप्शन एआई के थ्रू ऑटोमेटिकली जनरेट हो जाएगी और वो पूरा डायग्राम मैं एक टेक्स्ट डिस्क्रिप्शन के थ्रू इजीली लिसन कर पाऊंगा.
सबसे बड़ा असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी जो आजकल दुनिया में है वो है मोबाइल फोन.
To enable inclusion, you need right tools and solutions. And if they are there, then they will redefine what a person can do or cannot do. So it's about changing the definition of what capability a person has. Suppose you want to drill a hole in the wall. If you don't have a drill machine, then it's a very tedious task. But as soon as you get the drill machine, that's a 1 second task. So the same role is of assistive technology.
अगर assistive technology का अगर मुझे examples लेना होगा, let's take for example visual disability का. एक टाइम था जब लोग जो है टेक्स्ट को एक्सेस कर पाते थे, टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच एंड टेक्स्ट टू ब्रेल वो पॉसिबिलिटी था, बट पिक्चर्स को एक्सेस नहीं कर पाते थे.
How will you understand a Pythagoras theorem without